Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Cbsa Canadian Snooker Championships from the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario. This is the Open Championship. In the booth with me again today, Mr. David Burney. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Rob. Hey, what a match we got to start things off. Levi Myler and Nick Sharma almost doesn't get any better than that. This is going to be some exciting stuff to get day one started. Round robin matches, best of three, so short sprints. So you got to bring your A game.
Yeah,
And
just working on, we're going to get that score on the screen for all our viewers here in a moment.
yeah,
And
we
there we
are.
go. We are off and running. Absolutely, David. What a match it is to start out the Open Championship. Levi and Nitin. Levi, the current Ontario snooker champion. As we just get set and dialed in for the day.
Yes, we are on the OBSA YouTube channel. Feel free to like and subscribe. You'll get updates when we go live. And the chat room is open. So if you have any comments or questions, fire 'em our way. Put in your support, even for Nitin or Levi, and let us know where you're tuning in from. It's just after 9:30 Eastern Daylight Time, so either you're up really early on the west coast of Canada enjoying this championship, or you're in the afternoon tuning in from the UK, as we had some viewers during the senior side. But happy that you're joining us wherever you may be tuning in from.
Yeah, one thing people might question or notice that being the Open Championship, the relaxed dress code is in effect for the group stage, I believe, Dave.
It seems to be obviously early parts of June in southern Ontario. It can get quite warm. Corner Bank does have some nice air conditioning, so it does keep cool. But as we get into the latter stages, they will up the ante on that dress code to bring full dress. There has been some debates in the room already. There's always great ones in a billiard room when tournaments happen. That they're thinking of maybe pulling this event to early April. Might not be a bad idea. Obviously, it can't overlap the World Championships, as the CBSA is under the WPBSA umbrella, and they do not want to have any competing national championships going against the World Championships.
Absolutely. So we will be staying here with this main feed. If there's matches on this table, we'll stay here. This is our feature table. Of course, right now we got, as everybody sees, Dave Nitin Sharma, Levi Myler. As I mentioned before, Levi did win the Ontario Championship this past year. Nitin has done well in big competitions. He's a three-time Ontario finalist. See if
Yeah,
he can
runner.
get that national title.
That's true. Runner up in Calgary, so definitely Nitin has gone the distance in a lot of tournaments, but it seems like he's always a bridesmaid, never the bride. And we are in Scarborough at the Corner Bank, 925 Warden Street. Come on down. The room is open, admissions free, drinks are cool, food is hot. Great place to be. And with such a great turnout in this tournament. We have 56 players competing. It is going to be a roll-on, roll-off philosophy. We'll try and get the best match that we see to be on the TV table. But in all fairness, we want to keep the tournament humming along. So if anybody does have suggestions, if there is a player they'd like to see, we'll maybe try and do our best. But that's the call of Jim Weich, who's on the ground running things, making sure the tournament goes. A lot of matches we got to get through today. Our last batch is scheduled for 8 p.m. So it's a big day one here at the Canadian National Championship. Right now, Nitten's doing well. Always nice to get that first match win. And best of threes. Getting that first frame too early on. Don't let your opponent wake up. Like that to run a little bit. It's a bit hampered by the yellow.
Yeah, Nitten's off to a good start here in this first frame.
You know, Rob, I think this is what we're going to see today. Some of the stronger players are just going to be humming around the table. Just needs black and one more red to put us to the Snookers required stage. And there's 8 groups of 7.
Correct.
And I believe that the top 4 will move on to produce a knockout phase of 32 players. I don't blame Levi coming back to the table. Just a 52-point difference in 43. Oh, that was a great chance for Nitten really to seal the frame. Doesn't want this to go on a little longer.
Yeah, I think Levi just wants to. He hasn't had table time really, so I think he just wants a few goes here. Oh boy.
Yeah, he's trying to get the
Smile there.
snooker. I think it's just a little cold, as you said. He hasn't had many pots or much time at the table. But then it's got to kill off this frame. He's got to get that second to last red, or Levi's going to keep coming back and being a pain.
All right, so we're having a little connection issue.
So A nice long red there. Cannon off the brown. Did they miss it? Like, oh, maybe there's a foul that Levi. Us in the booth need to wake up a little bit. Fred Taylor chiming in. Curious if we could show the 12:30 match between Jeff Kennedy and Vince Chambers. We'll definitely do our best to talk to tournament director Jim Weich, but with the roll-on, roll-off philosophy, it's basically just if there's a table available, we get those players on. But I'll try and pass along that request to Jim Fred, and hopefully we can make it happen. Chance for Nitten red to left middle, just to seal this first frame. I don't think Levi's going to be coming back to the table now. Well, he goes in off there, but Levi's going to concede there. So Nitten Sharma takes that first frame. And let's see if Levi can respond by taking the second frame and force us into a decider in these short best of three. Or can Nitten get the whitewash and put one match win to the good for him? And Levi's broken off to get frame two underway. Hell, Nitten going for it early. Don't mind a little bit of aggressive play early on. But if you miss, that's what you got to worry about. You might be sitting for a while. Looks like Levi does have an angle to open up the pack of reds after this black. Looks like this red will run through and can still be on the black. Just not if he's gonna stun up for the pink here. It's fortunate enough he does have the red in the bulk area. Roland Colburn, good morning to you as well. Glad that you're tuning in. Glad that you're enjoying all the great snooker action. It's only day one here of the Canadian National Tournament. Aggressive safety shot there by Nitton. Open up some reds. Looks like Levi does have this red top right corner. It's a bit dangerous. It's got some length, so. Oh, good eye. Played it as a rather shot to nothing there. Agreed, Roland. Roland just echoing that he's happy to see that Levi won the provincial championships a month or so ago. He does do a lot. Him and Anita Chan do great work behind the scenes. We're always going to have some great players, but we need some wonderful people behind the scenes to help out to continue the family to grow. As we are seeing more and more rooms open up throughout the country, as opposed to years gone by where it seems like it was kind of dying out a little bit. The interest wasn't there, but it certainly has risen. Thank to our good friends over at WST, creating that great app, WST Play. I highly recommend it if you're a snooker fan. You can get great matches from yesteryear, and it has the on-demand function. So some of us might be working away when there's a great match on in the UK, but as long as we're not listening to the papers, we can watch it on demand when we get home from work. But hopefully everyone's taking the rest of the week off, because we got a lot of great snooker action coming to you from the Corner Bank. Oh, Levi was doing well. Got a 30-point advantage, but that could evaporate quite quickly. And the proficient break builder. He's got pink, so he's in with that long red. That's kind of a bit sour for him. Yes, Roland in the chat, making the comment of the 900 series, as well with YouTube streams. Definitely in Canada and North America, that's where a lot of people can find great snooker action in our communities on YouTube. Oh, both players just having a little unlucky flicks. But that's what the chat is there for. If you want to promote any of your rooms throughout North America, because some people just don't know where to play in their community. We had the Columbus Snooker Club tuning in yesterday to the final of the senior side, all the way down in Columbus, Georgia. Recently, we were just out in Boulder, Colorado for the Colorado Snooker Open. There's a lot of work ahead of us, but we're hoping to create a good database and hopefully get organizations and associations in various communities. Hopefully we can do that in Canada. Each province and territory have their own association, and they can funnel all their events to the national website for the Cbsa. Nice brown, nicely judged pace. The red closest to the pink does go into the left middle. Help that nicely to be on the pink and opened up for a relatively easy next red. It's good stuff by the Ontario champ. This needs a red in another color. Needs the brown to put us to snookers required. The green's not going to do it, because the green will put him up by 50 with 51 on the table. It's a tough red, so Nitten's still alive in this second frame. A little short of pace. He wanted to get behind that blue. So Nitten's got a tough long red. Next to the heavens, I don't think it came up enough for him. It does need a color. Needs something now. He's needing the one snooker. My apologies. Actually, he was all right with that pink. My apologies. Nitten looking for the DeLorean there. He wants to go back in time. That was not his greatest safety shot. And that red's going to do it. So we are headed to a decider. Seemed like on the onset we would be. But nice, swift, good flowing, fun snooker to watch. Hope you're enjoying it. But you're going to get the frame set up, and we'll be ready to go with frame 3 very shortly. Nitton's breaking us off in 3-3, and hopefully everything's sounding okay and looking okay. Please do let us know if there's any issues. We'll do our best. Sometimes we have a little glitch in our picture. Just the internet issues can be a bit tough. We're in a kind of weird industrial area of Scarborough, so sometimes that can have fits. Sometimes the weather as well can play tricks. Seems like the weather's going to be pretty nice. Friday, there might be some showers rolling in. That's the only thing on the forecast, and hopefully that doesn't disturb our broadcast. Maybe he's got a little chance here. Is he eyeing a plant there? Just to see, there's a red obviously close to his cue ball along the right cushion. That's a tricky shot coming down, but the angle to take it, he could float down for the black. What a spot that was. I was looking at something, I just couldn't see it on the onset, but he's got the greatest view. Unfortunately, that red has come up to block the path of the blue. He'd like to stay on because he can actually get up for that other red, so I'll look in for a yellow. Ooh, he might have snookered himself here, as it looks like all the color balls. And all the color balls are covered here. So head referee Kevin Patrick just coming to take a look. Let's see if that yellow does spot on its spot. If not, no. The color spots with David. Is that black covered off too? Levi really hoping that it goes on the black spot. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be going in line with its own spot, the top cushion. And I think the result of that would be a self-inflicted snooker. And Nitton coming to take a look. That's very close. Levi got out of jail there. Oh, he could have been in a lot of trouble. Self-inflicted. a little short of pace. Maybe it's the table a bit. Anyone that tuned into the senior side, definitely the final yesterday. Won't spoil anything because that's still up on the OBSA YouTube channel. So if you want to watch that without spoilers. Seems like Floyd Ziegler, who was in that final, was struggling a little bit with the speed of the table, just coming up a little short. Looks like Levi is as well today. Yeah, I think his cue ball passes blue. Yeah, looks like, yeah, he's got to play a little swerve to it. As you can see how he's cueing. It's made it a bit difficult. So Levi breaks down on that 14 break. Great spotted shot to nothing there by Levi. Obviously his intent was to get a safe cue ball. And that red had a chance to go in. It did go in. If it didn't go in, at least Levi's cue ball would be back in the bulk area, and that's what we mean by a shot to nothing. We have all types of viewers tuning in. There's some seasoned vets, there's some newcomers, and any newcomers, we encourage you, if you've got any questions about the game, we'll do our best to answer, and even some friends in the chat room can answer as well. We're here to educate and to entertain. Looks like this red above the yellow to the right does pass. Have to think about it a little bit. And then just put off a little bit, referee Kevin Patrick. You know, there's a lot of moving and shaking. He knows that he can get up from the shot. Rob and I were having a discussion yesterday about that. Usually it's the best if people just continue to walk. Just keep your head down and walk to your destination. The problem is when people are walking, they see a player at the table, they'll stop. And that sudden movement, that's what really throws people off. If you want any results from the tournament, head up to cloudsnooker.com. Cloudsnooker.com. Yeah, the great Bob Hargrove is in the room, everybody. Come on down. Great referee, one of the nicest chaps for me, just solid gold. Yeah, check out the Canadian Snooker National Tournament on Cloud Snooker. Lots of results there. You know, if your favorite player isn't at the table, there is a live scoring feature because all the matches in this event are connected through the tablets to the pages. Just be a little straight or a little on the wrong angle of this blue. It's going to be a great work here. If you are in the Toronto area, come see us at the Corner Bank. There's going to be a lot of snooker royalty. And I think I've heard there might be some new inductees into the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame. As I mentioned, Bob Hargrove is there, as well Jim Weich. It's a great society they're running there, honoring Canadian snooker players and builders and just people that have done relentless hours upon hours just to promote the great sport of snooker in Canada. So a seesaw affair here in this decider. Definitely is expected. Two great players. I'd be surprised if one of these players didn't make it out of the group. They're both looking strong.
All right, Dave, I have returned. Got things dialed in. We had a little bit of a hiccup with the feed. Hopefully, it wasn't too bad, but I think it's going somewhat smooth at the moment. But yeah, good tight match. Best of three in these group stages, tied 1-1. Levi with that 9-point lead here, 27-18.
As well, good morning to Vineet Desani tuning in. Happy to see that there's back-to-back tournaments. It's usually what happens at the Canadian Nationals. The senior starts the event and leads up to the Open Championship.
Ooh, that was a close one from Levi. You know, Nitin is a great ball potter. You know, Nitin got off to a great start in that first frame, Dave. Of course, I think Levi's had a bit of table time now, so will we see? Oh boy, that Arab from Nitin could be costly.
Yeah, he should have had his eye on that. A little careless. It's more shot I would make. Not Nitin Sharma, a man that's definitely gone deep into tournaments, knows his way around the snooker table, and you can't leave anything to Levi. He'll really attack like a cobra.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that might be the last place on the table he'd like to. Well, maybe the last place is in the pocket, but this might be the second last place he doesn't want to be. Just letting his opponent know that's a touching ball. We do have Kevin Patrick as a roving referee, but there are 8 tables in the room that he's got to monitor. So these players are at times charged to self-referee. Always a good point just to announce a touching ball, free ball, just so there's no disagreement, because the referees can't go back in time if they're called to a table to settle disagreement. That happened in the past. Looks like he's nominating yellow. And in this whole tournament, there is the unlimited foul and misruling. Obviously, until we get to snookers acquired, that gets erased, but he can be put back as many times as Nitin wants. There was discussion about this with some of the officials just leading up to the tournament. That was a good idea because it could really drag on the event.
Yeah, Levi could be in a spot of trouble here. Only 11 points in front now.
Just missing that green. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's left a putt on too.
So that's why Nitin's coming back. Yep, he's going to put him back in, but definitely it's good on Nitin to take a look just in case. Probably would have had the pink after that red for Nitin. I think if Levi was just off by hitting his green, Nitin might have taken that red. While talking to Kevin Patrick last night at the conclusion of the event, he was letting me know that there's a development process, but the development for the World Snooker Tour is actually they will put marks on the table through some AI technology. He said that you'll be able to respot 4 balls that go out of place within 10 seconds.
Wow. That would certainly help matters.
It definitely would speed up the game. We all know that snooker's not the quickest game in the world, but I think we do appreciate the slow burn of it. But sometimes when it comes to respotting, a lot of balls that can really bog down a match and drag it on. So if we can get that technology, really help matches progress a little bit more quicker. It's not going to put refs out of a job. Obviously, refs still have to identify free balls and touching balls, and sometimes even fouls. We saw it yesterday with Floyd in the final when he was cueing a red close to a black, and actually his cue hit the black with the stick, causing a foul. So there still needs to be a human element. This AI technology is not taking away the human referees, which is good to see. A nice effort. Didn't sell anything out in there. Got a slim 7-point advantage with 35 on the table. Let's run on just enough for Levi. No, it might be in a bit of trouble. Probably can hit the red. But just where's the red and cue ball going to be in relation to each other? Might have just pulled up a bit short. Like might have the pot in line for this red top right corner. Always got a nice little bump into that yellow. Full in the face, just pushes it closer to the pocket. I think he might have a, if it's straight on, he just needs to draw it back. He's going to need that tricky blue on the cushion. It's one saving grace for Nitin.
Absolutely. Definitely going to give Levi something to think about here. But Dave, if he can get on this brown with a good angle, he's got a great chance that he might nudge the blue off that side cushion.
Yeah, that definitely was in his process as he was walking around thinking about that. But when he's down on the shot, it's all systems go. on that green, but big brown to blue. Yeah,
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all.
that certainly will do. Great chance to steal the frame here now.
Yeah, just needs the pink. Doesn't need the black. So
Wow,
wow,
big there. It
there's
came
your
out.
winner.
Yeah, guns ablazing. He took the first frame, but Levi wins 2 in a row to win this first match of the Open
Yeah.
on the TV table 2-1.
All right, Dave. We are going, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be switching over to our other camera view where we have Floyd Ziegler and Mohammed Hamidi. That match tied at 1-1. 4 reds remaining in the decider there. And we will stay here, folks, until a match comes back up on our feature table. Should not be too long. But this match right now, Mohammed in the lead, 49-20, 29 points in front.
Yeah, don't know much about Muhammad. Was he a player down here in Southern Ontario, Rob? Have you seen him at the table, or is he our dark horse that nobody knows about? No, he's fortunate not to go in off there. Off that red, shots of nothing, but I think Floyd's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Just not too happy Muhammad was. Would love to be tight to that brown. Let's got the red to the right middle, just just electing to play safe. No harm in just clipping off these reds. He's leading by 31 and 43 on the table, so another red and high value color, but Floyd in a bit of trouble in this decider. Floyd definitely crafty player.
All right. Pardon me, Dave. We had a four-legged friend enter my booth at the moment. A little loud, so I had to mute my microphone temporarily. But yeah, Muhammad doing well here against Floyd Ziegler. Came in the final of the senior championship yesterday. Floyd doing well to be back at it again this morning. Oh, untimely. Slight miscue there from Muhammad. Dave, he's only 31 in front. Oh,
Very
32,
fortunate
actually.
yellow. Good to know as well. Roland chiming in that Muhammad's a new player to him as well. So this young gentleman could be a dark horse. He's doing well to go to a decider against a very tough Floyd Ziegler. Watching that black kind of spoiled that snooker surprise. He still got him, but
Well, this being the decider, Dave, Floyd's got a lot of work to do to win this match. With the top four getting out of the group, I still fancy Floyd to get out of the group, even if he doesn't win this match. But uh, where you finish in the group, in that four that do make it out, is important. Of course, if you're seeded, I do believe you have to. If you're not seeded, you end up playing an extra round. No, I suppose not with four getting it. It would be an even group of 32, but
yeah, he could afford to take the blue into the left middle.
oh boy.
Oh. Yeah, that was a great chance. Floyd, that yellow. Could seal the frame. Brown's a little safe, and so is blue.
Wow, Muhammad just needed the yellow there. He's going to be close to the pocket. Good chance here for Floyd. Only down by 25. Can still win, of course.
I think coming up on our featured TV table will be Tom Finstead and against Andrew Elias. Tom, a well-decorated champion in the Canadian scene. Jesse Fox from Ottawa has won his first match. Want any updates? Check out cloudsnooker.com. Cloudsnooker.com. That's where you can see all the results. And as we mentioned, all the tables here are equipped with tablets, and the players punch in their scores as it happens, just so all of you at home can keep updated.
Well, now Floyd not hitting the yellow there. Back to snookers required. Here in this deciding frame in this opening match of their group. But can't count out Floyd yet. He is a tricky veteran here. He can get you tied up, given the opportunity, Dave.
Yeah, you don't want to take anything for granted against Floyd.
Certainly, it's never over until that handshake.
Yeah.
But you think he might be still a little bit in recovery from the last couple of days?
There were some long matches ahead. Obviously, the seniors final is up on the OBS a YouTube page. I don't want to give any spoilers to the crowd, just in case anybody couldn't chime in. You can watch that final in its entirety against Gerard Morrison. But definitely on the second last day, Floyd did have a match with Jason Williams that went pretty long in the day. So a chance Floyd could get behind the brown here.
Very good opportunity. And Tom Finstad and Andrew Ellison, our main table folks, is just about to get started. So at the conclusion of this frame, we will switch over. Wow. Really trusting the table here. Doesn't go, so Floyd will come back. You know, the brown is in decent position to get snookers. You know, and he might even be able to get there if he can clip this green thin, but he's got to be careful he doesn't knock it over that left corner. Very close. Oh, out comes the blue. Not any better though. That's the other thing Mohamed's got to be careful of is to be careful not to move any of the other balls into a better position. That Floyd may be able to get that snooker.
But Floyd's given young Mohamed a good green. Don't know if he needed to hit it that hard.
Well, that's not bad, except if Mohamed pots the green. But I'm referring to the pink and black now. A little bit of a wall. Oh, the green's got eyes. Mohamed's really put a lot into that one, Dave. I think he might want to think about employing the in or over strategy here.
Mm-hmm.
Floyd trying to go through the gap between the pink and black there for the snooker behind the pink.
Yeah, Muhammad could either take the green pot on or get behind the brown.
Well, it's there. Nicely done, young man. You know, I've been told, Dave, that Muhammad is a player out of the corner bank, so he's a fine young player, I've been told. Does well. Except here, he's in a, well, done it to himself here at the moment.
Bill Humphrey chiming in, where can we find the current schedule? Well, it's a more of a roll-on, roll-off philosophy right now, Bill. So the tournament started today at 9:30. So those matches will get going, and then as tables become available, that's when players will be put on by our co-tournament director, Jim Weich. But to get a good idea, you can check out cloudsnooker.com to see those potential schedules and see the results, as we've had one here with Mohammed Hamidi beating Floyd Ziegler 2-1.
Yeah, great match. Good start for that young man. Well, we're going to keep this train rolling down the tracks, Dave, and we're going to switch back to our feature table with Tom Finstad. Andrew Ellis first frame. Tom up 6-0. Andrew Ellis, a player on the OBSA tour. Fair player, so there should be a decent match. So Andrew Ellis, opportunity here. Good red. Not too bad on the pink to left middle. Doesn't have to do a lot. There's a red waiting to right middle. And good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Rob Richards. In with me today, Mr. David Burney on comms. We have a full day of action here at the Cbsa Canadian Championship. All right, pardon me for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to make a few camera adjustments or see if we can get rid of a little bit of stuttering that's happening. it's now Tom Finstad back in action here. Back in the balls, folks. He had a good outing in the seniors. Well, it's Tom Finstad early goings in this match. First frame, 14-11. Tom in front. Backed up to the bulk cushion. Looking to get that white back to the bulk end, but he's hit the blue. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for stepping away. Just trying to fix the cameras, dial it in to get it absolutely perfect. There's a little stutter that we're still working on here in the background, but we will continue. Andrew Ellis in the lead. All right, folks, my apologies. As soon as I come back, my phone rings. Once again, sometimes things happen when you're here doing streams remotely, but right now, Andrew Ellis leads Tom Zane Finstad 39-17, 22 in front. Expect that to change here with that last foul. Make 26 in front. There we go. Bear with me, folks, as I try and dial in our cameras a little bit better for you. As I do strive to bring you the best quality streams that we can. Tom really going for one there. See Mr. Ellis, great lead, playing well. Ladies and gentlemen, you can follow along with every match currently in play by going to cloudsnooker.com.
Looks like Andrew's doing quite a job here on Tom Finstead. No, you just want to excuse yourself from the booth for a little comfort break of your own. You're just going to run into a lot of Canadian snooker royalty here.
Absolutely, Dave. He's doing quite well.
As I mentioned that Bob Hargrove was in the house, also Didi. Both of them are instrumental in running the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame. So gonna have to probably step aside at some point, either today or tomorrow, because they want to have a good discussion about that great organization, really honoring everybody who has done great work for the sport in Canada. Great to see our good friend Wayne Binder tuning in. I think last time I was on the stream and Wayne chimed in, he was convinced he was going to dust off the old queue. So hopefully you've done that, Wayne, and we can see you at a tournament sooner than later. And from afar, Finstead concedes. So Andrew Elias takes that first frame, 57-17. Tom's up against it. He's going to have to dig in if he wants to avoid the whitewash.
Absolutely, Dave. But again, you know, Tom's one of those players that had a good outing in the Seniors Championship, so he's played quite a bit this week already. Andrew Ellis, of course, didn't play the Seniors, I don't believe. But so he's could be a little bit more fresh.
See Arsalan Yami in the chat. I do agree. Yeah, good match is a best of 7, but it sometimes comes down to just the dollars and the cents. We're really fortunate that Corner Bank is able to help us out. Really, John White and Jim White are real supporters of the sport. They own the room, so they can do whatever they want. I know back in British Columbia, I personally don't own a room. I'm very fortunate that the community there and the room owners let me come in and run the tournaments. But we do kind of have the deal of, oh, you can start the tournament early as long as you get out early, because I would appreciate having my paying customers be allowed to come in the evening. And so we make it work. And sometimes we have just shorter formats on tournaments. But, there's a lot of good and promising news coming out of the room here. A lot of things on the future, and maybe venues can be set up that we don't come into rooms. So if we do have venues, then you might see those long frame matches.
Absolutely. But this group stage, absolutely excited for it. Dave, to be honest, I look forward to this event each and every year. The group stage is exciting. A little different with the group stage this year, though. Um, Change the format a little bit down to best of 3. It used to be best of 5 in the group stage, but there was less players in each group. Now, however, there's more players in each group, and more players get out of the group, so they've reduced from 3 to 5 to best of 3.
True, and it's a juggling act. Like, all of us are here for a labor of love.
Absolutely.
No one's paying the bills. Well, some bills might be paid for the winner. They could probably afford the rent for a month or two. But we've got to encounter that the majority of people do have another job that they run to, so they can't step away too much time, or they might be unemployed, and we don't want that. But AJ and Randall, both on the stream, want to talk to you guys about Alberta. We need to get something going out there.
Yeah. I just want to thank everybody for joining us today for their support and appreciation. It's truly amazing that people have come out on early morning here. Pretty much all day, Dave, since we've started. We've had a good following already. And we're not even 2 hours into our stream. So we are going to be on track for setting new records here on the Cbsa YouTube channel. If I look at the analytics, Dave, we got viewers tuning in for the seniors. Of course, the analytics for the Open is not through yet, but if I look on the analytics through YouTube, we have viewers tuning in from all around the globe, really, for the seniors. We know I have a couple people on the Pro Tour that look forward to the Canadian Open every year. We'll keep them nameless for the moment.
It's a very nice, extremely long plant there by Andrew, but it was fortunate. Obviously, the red is right over the green pocket.
Yeah. So doesn't have to worry about his weight. Just got to concentrate on the blue.
Yes, our friend Arslan chiming in that there might be another club opening up in Calgary. That's great to hear. But, it sometimes can be a lot of talk in a snooker room. Action is what we'd like to see. So I believe with you, Arslan. I'll believe it when I see it. But that's good. At least their heart's in the right place. And good morning to Michael Cannon chiming in.
Mr. Cannon, hello. Oh, it's Andrew Ellis. 11 in front in frame 2. But he's just missed that blue, Dave, and he's left a... Well, I think... Well, yeah, it does appear Tom has a red. He can get through to the red just below the black to that bottom right corner. or maybe he can't. But at first glance, well, as we always say, Dave, players at the table have the better view than we do from our vantage point.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes they see shots that we can't see, and sometimes actually we question them why they take certain shots because we thought a for sure pot was on or elementary safety. This frame's getting a little scrappy now. Pink and black getting rather tied up. Just tweaked a little on his follow through there, Andrew. Tom a chance to the left middle.
And just to go over some of the scores, folks, that you can follow along with on Cloud Snooker for matches currently in progress. Dan Bissonette leads Brendan McEachern 55-11 in the first frame. Sylvain Etier, yesterday's referee, did a fine job. 1-0 up just now over Ravi Sundrail. Also in action, Chucky and Kwan, Eddie Galletti, first frame. Also have Sarus Saremafar versus Mikhail Vizina. 20 points apiece in that first frame. And then going down our list, Dave, we have Alain Lavoie, who was in our chat yesterday, facing Fern Loyer. Fern leading that one by 10, 40-30. Andre Waugh facing James Power in the first frame. And it's Fad Wahid, 1-0 over Bernard Smith. So that's our rundown, folks. You can follow along with all the scores available for every match in progress currently, along with any high breaks, group standings. It's all available at cloudsnooker.com.
Very nice. Long red there. I don't think there's a path. Is there a path through this to this pink? Oh, this is tight.
It's very close.
Yeah, it's kind of surprised Andrew got down pretty quick. I guess he saw something we didn't see, but alas, it doesn't go. So, blue to right middle. For our Calgary friends that are tuning in, I have heard that Royal Canadian Legion #1, right downtown Vancouver, the basement has about 8 or 9 snooker tables. I believe they need a lot of love and attention to them, but maybe a potential venue there. Legions sometimes can be a bit sticky, but usually they're there ready to help. I was at that Legion a few years back for a Sled Island Music Festival. So I first discovered that they had all those tables in the basement. Obviously, they weren't in use as there was a musical concert going on. But definitely food and drink was available at that Legion. So potentially a place to look into for our Calgary friends.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting. All the reds are getting pushed down, and with that pink over the corner, except for now, are mostly going to be towards the right side of the table.
Yeah, looks like Tom's going to use this red on the right cushion. Use that pink to help it go into that top right corner. Oh, doesn't want the pink to go in.
Well, he's okay.
Amazing how quick can a match of snooker. That ball can be your ally and your enemy almost in the same shot. Yeah, they get it done with a few more inches on his cue ball. Get tight behind that pink because there is a red open for Tom to hit. Funny, it's got a little story to relay from the great Bob Hargrove. As I was just, when I took a break, he told me the story when he was over in Sheffield in about 81, I believe, 1981. Mike Watterson had just opened up a new room, but Bob was over there enjoying a match with Bill Werbernick and Ray Reardon. It seemed like Bill wasn't making his shots and Ray really wasn't taking anything on. So
That's right.
the majority of the group felt like, well, let's go up the hill and check out Watterson's new club. So Bob's like, all right, let's go see what's going on. So they walked up the hill in Sheffield to go check out this new venue. And when they got in there, they had found out that Bill Werbernick had potted a 145, the high run of the term, the highest at the Crucible so far. Obviously, this is pre 1983. Boy, was Bob fuming at his group that day. So it's to show you, never turn your back on a snooker table. You never know what you're going to see. It's fortunate with that double kiss.
Yeah, you got away with it. You know, only 7 points of difference. Not a lot of scoring thus far.
I don't know if this red that's just open to the top right. If you had a bit of angle, maybe you could come back for the blue, but it might be straight on, so just a safe shot here.
Oh boy, okay. I thought he was going to play the more of the open red. See, now, if he had played the red that's still open that Tom's in, going right now, Tom would not have this option. Now, this is going to be interesting. I mean, there's 3 balls that kind of look lined up to that bottom right corner. So Andrew's got to be careful here. He doesn't leave one over the jaws. Well, he has, but he's a little nudge off the pink, Dave. Helped him out there. Got a little coverage. Looked for Tom to come off that right side cushion, of course. Oh, he hit it, but my goodness. Well, this frame is going to be more than likely a low-scoring affair.
Yeah, it certainly is messy. Well, here's a chance at least to get the pink back onto its spot. And the angle will bring him back down to the table. I think there's a few plants in the garden down there, but no real straight-on red. So it's unfortunate he ran into that black. Did he get the cover on that red near the top right corner? If not, it's definitely an 11-foot, 11-inch shot here for Tom, going the full length of the table. Hello, Victor, tuning in from Brazil. Yes, Randall aptly said there. There's some great enthusiasm in Brazil. Victor, you might be able to help us out, but I know our Brazilian friends have told me that I think it was over, they're saying either between 500,000 to 1 million tables in Brazil. Now, these are 5x10s. That seems to be the norm down in Brazil. Really looking forward to being down there again in late October, early November for the Pan American Championships. Always the Brazilians, a great bunch. And some strong players. Igor Figueiredo, quite a beast on the table. Not sure if he's going to be in that championship, as he won it last year in Sacramento, both the Open and the Seniors. It's the second time he's done that. Oh, Victor, I'm not sure if you know of John Talese. Great gentleman that met down in Brazil in 2023. A referee and just a sponge. I was just giving him a few constructive criticism points on his refereeing, and he just enjoyed it thoroughly. And Pedro and Januario. And Costa Rica has actually joined the Pan Am ranks, so maybe we could go to that island someday for the Pan American Championships. Tom just shakes his head there. Not happy with that result. Sure, the red went in, but its color is to be desirable. Tough with that red in the bulk area. Obviously, you could try and come off that brown, maybe with an angle, get near the blue. Maybe he's got a path to pot this pink. Well, he's fortunate the brown has come to his rescue. There's a lot of pace on that cue ball. Roland asking any suggestions for hotels or airports for the next Pan Am in Brazil. I'd say the best bet, Roland, just check out Pabsa.org. Pabsa.org is where you'll find all the details about the Pan Am. Just find the location. I've been researching a little bit that if you're coming from Toronto, you're probably going to fly into Sao Paulo. And then there's another airport that's close by. The name is eluding me right now. I know a head of PAPSA, Ajaya Pradkar, has been looking into the lodging. On your note, I might reach out to him during this tournament and just see if he can point the direction into any Canadians that want to go in and take in the event. Be some great snooker, and Brazil's a beautiful country. Myself, fellow Canadians Charlie Brown, Jason Williams, and Simone Lloyd were down there in 2023, and we certainly had a blast. James Power as well was there, the head of the NSL. And one thing you don't have to worry about in late October, early November when the Pan Ams go on is FIFA not getting in the way. That's the thing that's hiccuping a little bit of the National Snooker League and potentially a little bit of this Canadian Championship, although it's a full 56 players. I think they might have been looking for 64, but FIFA is rolling into town in North America. That is just doing a little dent of to increase the prices of accommodations, so making it a little difficult for people to travel. This Canadian event is open to any Canadians out there, from all the way in Halifax over to Victoria, up to Whitehorse and the territories. Covered it all, but it is an expense to get to these spots. I think one thing we need to do is create some provincial and territorial associations. Then those governing bodies, in conjunction with the CBSA, can run qualifiers and create some finances for the winner, so the traveling isn't too much to the pocketbook. Good discipline shot there by Tom. He's got Andrew and a snooker. Andrew should be able to get out of it. It's just, where's that cue ball going to be in relation to the 4 remaining reds?
Well, this frame coming down to it. Only 3 points in it now, Dave. 23-20. Tom in front. Mr. Ellis, of course, needs to get the hit, of course, but he's going to want to keep it safe. Oh, he's done so quite well. What an out by Mr. Andrew Ellis here in the second.
Yeah, Tom just gives an interesting look at his opponent, being like, really? You did that? Well, impressive. Oh.
Well,
Kicked out a red, but fortunately it's kind of close to that left cushion. It could be a lot worse for Tom. A little shot to nothing here for Andrew on that red above the pink.
yeah, his main concern there is getting the white back to the bulkhead, which he has. He has coverage on the 2 reds to the right corner. Oh, I think Tom can actually see the red to the left of the black here. It's going to be thin. Oh, he's played it well. Andrew's got to be careful here if he wants to win this frame. Perhaps just a containing safety dump shot. Cue out to the bottom cushion. Now will Tom venture out for either the long red or the red to right center? Red to right center is a little risky. If he's going to go for a pot, more than likely will be the long red top right corner. What's he done there? Oh, I think he's got a little fortunate. There's a red that still goes between the gap of the other 2 reds. Should Andrew feel good about it? Does have an out, but it looks like it's the pot. Oh, wow, great pot. Has he got the white? Is he okay? Just. Oh, wait, precariously coming close to that left middle.
True. Interesting finish there by Andrew on his last shot. Almost looked a little bit like Julio Franco, the great baseball player that had an awkward stance when he was in the batter's box.
That's right.
He has a way of that, Andrew. It seems like he's, I don't know if he's channeling Andrew, not Andrew, Alex Higgins, I should say. You know, some people see the late great Alex Higgins. He was a wild one, you know, just twitching, nervy, just seemed quite chaotic at the table. But people don't realize when he came through the shot, he was pure and straight, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. And as Roland says, Andrew is a very competent and tough player. He very well is. For all the players in the OBSA tour where Andrew plays, he can get it done. Oh, it's a great putt, but unfortunate where the whites just ended up. As tough as this is, Dave, very hampered by the black. I do still fancy him to pot the pink, as long as he doesn't try too hard for position here. It's very easy for unwanted side.
Great camera angle, just showing how tough that bridging was on the tips of his fingers. And as you alluded to as well, Rob, going over the black, so striking down. So gifted a good chance for Tom with this red left middle. Nope, only black is the only color on its spot.
Wow, Tom's got a great pot, but look at this, Dave. He's going to be over the black on the pink now. A little bit more room, a little bit more space between them, but still difficult.
Yeah, it wasn't straightforward. It thought about it before it dropped into the pocket. Yeah, we're already knee deep into day one here, and the room is buzzing. All 8 snooker tables, I should say, are in play. And the room is filled with players about to play or had just come off a table. Even some fans sitting around and enjoying the great action.
That's right, Dave. So, ladies and gentlemen, do settle in. We are in for another full day of action here from the Corner Bank in the CBSA Canadian National Snooker Championship here for 2026. We'll be here, as I always say, Dave, from the first ball to the last ball. If we're able to bring it to you, if we can switch the camera around, absolutely will. But Tom leading this second frame, 30-22, 8 points in front. He's going to want to get on a color. Well, he does have a shot at the blue here. This is going to be interesting. If he can stay on this side of the yellow, Dave, pot the blue, stay on this side. Possible snooker in the future. Well, maybe he's got the putting out. Can't exactly see how far that yellow is away from the green. But with that blue, once it's counted, he's 14 in front, so Andrew requires the 6 remaining colors here in frame 2.
Oh, Tom's got a bit of stroke of good luck there. Andrew should be able to just thinly snick off that yellow, but just bringing the coin down. It's going to come cushion first instead.
Yeah, he's played at a decent pace too. However, it has come off the cushion. Chance for Tom to putt the yellow. Missed the blue, but he won't.
And thank you to our Brazilian friend Victor, just commenting where you can find the Pan Ams and exactly the airport that you fly into in Florianopolis, down there in Brazil. Thank you, Victor. So I know some people are chiming in to find out where they could fly into, where to stay for the Pan Ams. As I mentioned, I will try and reach out to President of PASA, Ajay Pradhakar, to see where the tournament lodging is staged. And Sleezo of the Seven Seas is wondering when Jason Williams is playing and will it be streamed. Not exactly sure when Jason is playing. I said it's a roll-on, roll-off philosophy right now. After the first batch of matches that start at 9:30, as soon as tables become available, Jim Weich and Presley Backus, the tournament directors, will put a match on an open table. And it's tough to say if it will be streamed because there's a lot of matches to get through today. They can't really pick and choose and kind of wait for certain matches. It's kind of so hopefully it will. I'm pretty sure at some point over the Open Championship that Jason will be on the stream. But
Oh boy.
Kwan is in the building, so he's definitely a potential could win this. He's
Yeah,
a runner.
Mr. Kwan is a very distinctive, very tough player. When he gets in these big tournaments, if he can get rolling, he's going to be very, very tough. Um, he's done well, but we haven't seen him go too deep in these events. But he could be one of those dark horses. The other player out of Master Q is Edward Ling, who's improved his game immensely, Dave, over the last little while. We've seen, I'm not sure you've seen it, but he's posted several videos on different days of numerous century runs, playing very well. So he's definitely up for the challenge. And if those two meet, that would be a heck of a match.
And with Canadian Sahil Nair battling it out on the pro ranks, he won't be participating in this tournament, so there will be a new champion this year. Will it be a past winner or will we have a brand new champion? Right now it's only day one.
That's right.
David Burney and Rob Richards in the booth. Glad that you're tuning in on the OBSA YouTube channel.
Of course, the winner of this year, Dave, is going like you just said, is going to be a new winner. Won't have a returning champion as Sahil is on the pro tour, but last year's finalist Alan Whitfield looking for that crown once again. He is a previous winner, former Canadian champion, looking to get back to that top spot. Of course, he will have to make his way through several battles to get to the knockout stages to put him in position to do that. But he is one of the favorites as well. There's quite a few players that we can say are the favorites. Of course, there's always a few of those unknowns that may arise. And snooker being the game that it is, that can happen more often than not. Oh, look at this. Nice play, Andrew.
Yeah. Knowledge by a tap on the table from Tom. Yeah, Tom just missed it on that brown. Definitely needed brown and blue. So we still got a bit to go in this frame. Andrew Elias leading 1 frame to 0.
Yeah, just to let people know at the conclusion of this frame, whether it's a going to a decider or match is over, we will be switching over temporarily to our other feature table while we reset the camera, and then we'll come immediately right back for either a new match or the conclusion of this one, Dave. Tom's got a good line.
Didn't
Oh
get it,
boy.
but this is decision time.
Yeah, I think he's got to go back.
I don't know, but that was close. Andrew did have that brown into the green pocket and had an angle to take him down for the blue. Tom was really close there. Expect him to hit it this time.
Yeah, he'd like to hit it on the front face.
Well, let's put it in the same spot.
He's got it. Well, you know, that one there was even better than his first one or opportunity that Andrew had. So you're right. A little surprised he didn't have a better look at that. Or he didn't really look at the angle too much.
Well, Tom's gone good to make contact, but pretty much the same shot that Andrew had in his previous potential attempt, just
Exactly.
to the yellow. So maybe he just knew something we didn't know, that if Tom does it, he'll still have a pot on. It was tough going along the ball cushion there.
Well, Tom only in front by 5 now, so those penalty points really added up. Still requires the blue, does Tom. Of course, Andrew needing the pink. Oh, this is not going to be too good for Mr. Ellis here in the second frame. Tom, a fair rest player at times. He's going to need a good one here. Slight draw needed for the blue. Doesn't need the pink, so it doesn't have to be exactly perfect positionally on the blue, of course. So that's what he's done, just stop the white, ensuring he has a chance to win the frame here.
And this pink definitely will refuse Andrew to come back to the table in the second frame and put us into a decider. Get to see that Manitoba's represented. Blake Martell and Donnie Chemiskey just entered the room.
Okay, so as we said, I believe they're going to take a few moment break. So we're going to switch our feeds over to our second camera, where we have James Power leading Andre Waugh 1-0. But not to worry, folks. We will come back to Andrew and Tom momentarily.
This is Andre and Matt are in between frames here as well.
All right, folks, so we're just in a a break here at the moment, but we will see what happens. We know both matches are, well, currently on a break. But you see, Mr. James, the natural power, has returned, leading Andre Wall 1-0.
I don't think either of these reds go for James. Maybe the lower of the two just might pass by the red it's close to get to the right middle. Oh no, the pink's in the way, so it's just a relatively safe shot. Good weight by James Power.
Andre Wall, very good player. James playing well. Should be a good group for both these gentlemen. A good tight match, of course. And our feature match with Tom Finstad and Andrew Ellis, they're just resetting the table, just waiting for Tom to return. And as soon as that does, Dave, we'll go right back to it.
Yeah, lots of snooker happened here day one of the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships. Cloud Snooker is the great resource for all your needs there. It has a list of all the players in their groups, how the standings are in real time, and as well, every table here at the corner bank is equipped with tablets, and players are punching in their scores there to give live scoring. So if your favorite player isn't on the stream, but they are in a match, you can still follow them, their live scoring function.
All right, Dave, so Tom has returned, so we're going to switch our cameras back over to our feature table for the third and deciding frame. Tom Finstad, Andrew Ellis, 1-1. Tom to break. Wow, he's hit the blue, Dave, and he's left the red on. Early opportunity here for Mr. Ellis. This red left corner be in prime position right away. Of course, being the left-hander, he's going to need the rest. Oh boy. No cut there. Hit it dead on, Dave.
But didn't sell the farm to Tom. He does have a blind cut of this red just above the black.
Wow, that red. Well, black covering the pot of that red. But if Andrew can control his white, might be able to keep it behind the blue with some effort here, of course, though. Oh, sure. Tom's got a good angle off the other red now. If he can drag it up, might be a gap for this red to middle as well. There was a gap. Nicely played. And not too much of a challenge for position as that blue awaits him.
Yeah, I wonder if that just first frame was a wake-up call to Tom. He wasn't successful in it, but he's come back to take the second frame, and we're in decider, these short best of threes.
And good morning or afternoon, Danny Mack. In regards to Terry Davidson, I'm not sure what Terry Davidson is doing these days, actually.
Oh, nice long cut back on that red.
And Nitten147 appreciating the commentary, Dave. So thank you very much, Nitten147. Wish you the best of luck in this year's Open.
Tom has the angle to come off the top cushion beyond the black. Maybe not, but he's held it enough that he's got a blind cut, can trickle it in, and hopefully hold for that red just to the top and right of this black. Well, they went through quite a bit. This is the last open red.
Yeah, just looking at the schedule, Dave, we are right on track as we have matches scheduled throughout the day with the last scheduled match around 8 p.m. this evening. So these 2 out of 3s are good. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to follow along with your scores, you can visit cloudslooker.com. And if you follow the players' schedule link, you will see the lineup of approximately what match is going to be playing at an approximate time. As Dave mentioned earlier, it's a roll on, roll off, so when the table's available, the next match up will go. Oh, Andrews let Tom in near. Tom looking to build on that 19-point lead here in the third. And with these open reds, Andrew could be down a fair bit, Dave.
Yeah, definitely come by if you're in Southern Ontario, down at the corner bank, 925 Warden Street in Scarborough, just east of Toronto. That's where this venue's at. Admission's free to get in, and our good friends Dee Dee and Bob Hargrove with the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame have set up. They've got some great merchandise over there that they're selling, t-shirts and hats that I can see. So maybe there's a break in action. I'll have to saunter over there and see what they've got.
Now, Dave, are they in some previous national championships? They've assigned one table per group, and I know it's roll on, roll off. So when a match is finished, the next match goes up. But this match here is, I believe, a Group D match. Following this match will be the next scheduled Group D match.
It's just going to be a roll-on, roll-off philosophy because I believe Nitin Sharma and Levi Myler are not in this group, and they were our first TV table match.
Very true.
So
Yeah, they are Group H, so a little bit less predictable, folks, and we don't have control of who goes on what table. I know each and every one of you have your favorites and would love to see them on stream, and me and Dave would love to bring that to you, but it's pretty much up to the powers that be, and if they are the next match, then absolutely they'll be on the stream table if the stream table is available. But do like and subscribe. Join us in our chat here today. Join us. Be here all day. Andrew had opportunity there. Didn't get it.
Those subscriptions, so those show those YouTube people that there's people interested, and also marketers. I know some people have chimed in that the ads are taking away a little bit from the action. With those ads, they can pay us a little bit of money, and in turn, that money can go to creating more cameras. So potentially in the future, there could be a camera at every table, and the viewers can just have a selection of what table they'd like to tune into. Obviously, some won't have commentary.
Yeah, that is the ultimate goal, Dave, but technology is expensive.
Tom always getting a little help from his friends, using the black there to put that red in.
And the reason I was asking, Dave, I was looking at the groups, and if another group, the next Group D match is Steve West and OBSA's own Anita Chan, one of two female players in the Open.
Does Ontario have a women's snooker champion?
Good question, Dave, but currently, no, they do not. Um, you know, I, for one, am trying to get more women involved. We have, every time I go to my local club, Monte Carlo Billiards here at Mississauga, there's quite a few good women that play on some of the 9-ball tournaments and trying to get them interested in snooker. They feel they like snooker, but they feel that they're just not good enough. But they really, you should see these women play 9-ball. They absolutely are great. You know, it's just a matter of bringing them over and getting that interest a little bit high. A little bit of nerves because the table's bigger, the competition is a little bit more fierce per se, and it's just something that they're just not used to. But I'm absolutely 100% sure that they would absolutely love it. If we can get more women, then I would love to host a women's championship again. Because we know back in the day, the woman, incredible lady who founded and incorporated the OBSA, Sherry Richardson, was a former Ontario champion, women's champion.
Oh, that's great news. Yeah, we tried that this year out in British Columbia to create a women's tournament. All of it was there. Unfortunately, we didn't get many women turning out. It seems like it might have just overlapped with a pool tournament that a lot of the women in the community in BC were involved in. So, but hey, we'll keep trying. I know Mary Ann McConnell lives on Vancouver Island. Actually, has played in a couple of the World Women's Snooker events, the
That's
U.S.
right.
Open. I think she went over to England previously. So it's
Well,
tough a
Dave,
little bit in BC as our tournaments are in the Lower Mainland, and some players do come from Vancouver Island, and that means they have to travel by ferry, and those
okay.
schedules can be a little unpredictable at times.
Yeah, well, I think next season might look into it. I think even if we got two players, I think we got to go for it. And it'll just be those two players battling for the title. I'd like to see 4 or 8, mind you, but you got to start somewhere, right? Create some kind of buzz, some kind of interest.
Yeah, that was my philosophy as well. Even if I had two, I'd be happy with that with the BC Women's event. I feel like snooker is like the Apollo mission. You know, they didn't get to the moon in Apollo 1. It took them 11 tries, but they eventually got there. So we'll keep knocking down the door because eventually it's going to open someday.
Absolutely. But have a look at what's happening here in this match. Tom has now jumped out to a 46-point lead here. 46-0 in, well, the third deciding frame. So perhaps a spark of life has come back to Mr. Finstead.
Yeah, he did lose quite handily to Andrew in that first frame. But Andrew's kind of burnt out a little bit, or maybe Tom's kicked it into high gear. But that's is it covered enough that he can't hit the red by the black? Seems like it has.
Well, where's this cue ball going? Oh, he's left 2 reds on here for Andrew to be the lower of the 2. He can get on the blue, put a few points on the board. So 4 open reds. Get that blue back in the spot, and at least he can, play around with the blue for those open reds. Oh, where's he going? Not right in between. I don't think he can see the blue, or can he?
It's like Quan, Kathy just chiming in, curious about merchandise that's on sale. Pretty sure they probably would have some corner bank merch for sale here, as that's where this venue is. As I mentioned as well, the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame is here. They've set up shop. They've got some nice merch with t-shirts and hats. Don't think the Cbsa has any merch, but definitely a good idea for upcoming events. That really helps the word get out. As I was trying to find some sponsorship for an event in the Vancouver area, and I went to a business that I've known and talked to them, and unfortunately they weren't up for buying an ad in the program that we provide for the BC Open, because he told me the one thing that really sells his product is baseball hats. But yeah, Bob Hargrove and Didi are doing what the great Mel Brooks did in Spaceballs, merchandising. Don't worry, kids, there's no Snooker Hall of Fame flamethrower. But always good to get some. I think might be looking at getting tote bags. Those are always a handy thing, and water bottles are becoming a hot commodity in the merch world.
Very true.
Tim Gooding makes a great point. Tom stays down on the shot for a period of time, even after the cue ball has left the tip of his cue. Whereas Andrew pops up a little sooner.
Yeah, and I think that could be just a bit of nerve with Andrew at times, but I tell you, if he can get over that and stay down on the shot, he's going to be quite dangerous in this group. It's his first match. Tom's been here since the beginning of the championship, the senior championship, and doesn't really get nervy too much.
Well, I'll do you a favor, Kathy. She's chiming in the chat. She's a huge pin and sticker collector. So at the conclusion of this frame, which will be the match, we'll just step away for a few moments and just check in with our friends at the Corner Bank and the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame to see if they have any of that type of merch and report back to you. But right now we've got a match and decider. Definitely Andrew up against it, trailing by 51 points and 51 on the table. Black is pretty tied up, so if he's able to steal this frame and steal this match, it's only one in the round robin, but he'll be beaming with confidence. But it's a tough hill to climb.
He's going to need quite the effort here. I think his goal is not, he doesn't want to pot any reds unless he can get on that black. But with that red close to the black, Dave, if he can get a shot on that red, he could possibly open the pink and black.
Oh,
But
great pop by
yeah,
Finstead.
I think that is going to seal the deal or be very close to it. Tom can pot this brown, take the points, and play a snooker off the red that's closest to the yellow on the left cushion. Oh, he went for position.
Yeah, I think it's going to be handshakes here now. Difference is 56, and there's 43 on the table. Oh, Tom's feeling it now, and I think Andrew was polite.
There it
Let him run.
is.
Tom's happy to take the concession right there.
Yes. Well, Tom Finstad is your winner, folks. 2 frames to 1 over Andrew Ellis after Andrew winning that first frame. All right, Dave, we're going to switch over to our other feed where Andrew Waugh and James Power. James Power, as we see in action, 1 frame up, but he's trailing by 30, 31 to 1.
True, and I've got some detective work to do, so I'll be right back to find out all the particulars on the merchandise in the room.
Well, it's going to be an interesting frame, interesting match. James, the natural power, looking to claw a few points back here in this second frame. He's in good position now. Wow, several reds open. I mean, he's trailing only by 15. Sorry, now 14. Pardon me. 4 open reds to go at. Won't worry about the 2 pairs of 2 on the cushions. Oh boy. What's he done there? He's opened everything up. He's left a pot on. That's unlike Mr. Power. As they say, no excuse for missing a block off the spot. Definitely not like that. Yeah, well, I have a little bit of a network glitch here at the moment. It should sort itself out. Some things, folks, unfortunately, are not under our control, but we're doing the best we can to keep a smooth and consistent stream for you. And don't forget, folks, we do have a chat goal in our chat today where you can purchase a super chat or a super sticker. Any dollar amounts are greatly appreciated, and everything goes a long, long way to help us keep our streams going, to improve our services each and every time. So I thank you all for being here. Spending your valuable time with us today. right now, it's Andre Watt looking to close this frame, or to win this frame rather. I would have liked to come down a little bit further for this next red to right middle. Still available to him. We have a whole host of new players in the house. Oh, he's overcut it and he's left a red over the bottom right bag. James will have to, well, you play the plant here, of course. What an event this is. Oh, he's got the pot, but he's overscrewed it to the cushion. Won't make this pink to the right middle even easier. However, he does have that red that it could be a larger pocket. As long as he doesn't hit it thick. Wow, he overdid it by quite a bit. .26 the difference. Andre Watt leading this second frame, 44-18. So our feature table is just getting started. Players are getting warmed up. And we'll get right back to that. The table has the better view, a better camera. This match will be, well, expected to be one of the longer ones. And that match will be Phil Snake versus Frank Amaranti on our feature table. This is our secondary table. When nothing is available, this is where we go. However, our feature table is just getting set, folks, which should be an incredible match. So they are doing well to keep us entertained here today. And we are bang on schedule. Doing well for time. Wow, Andrew Wild jumping out to a 50 to 18 point lead. 32 in front now. 59 on from what I can see. Andrew Wild, of course, playing out of the Montreal area. He's also one of the players in the NSL, the National Snooker League, which championship is coming up the following week after the Canadians conclude, which is June 12th, 13th, and 14th, National Snooker League Championship out of Markham, Master Q Billiards. So mark those dates on your calendar. We will be live on the NSL TV channel here on YouTube. James looking for the snooker. It was left-handed to him by Mr. Waugh. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up in just a few moments' time, when they're ready, it will be Phil Snake and Frank Amaranti. So stay tuned. We'll be going to that match as soon as it begins. We will not miss anything. A great match that should be. Frank playing well. Phil Snake had a good outing in the seniors. He was the previous champion. Looking to win the Open this year. This is a fairly decent camera, except if somebody on the table behind this one at the bottom of your screen is in the bulkhead, then we can't see our table. That's why we use this table if and when we have to, but we have good matches coming up on our feature table, so tournament director is doing well. James looking for a little bit of a stretch here. He's going to need a longer mini extension. He's got the extendable mini extension. Yeah, he may have to opt for the rest here. Didn't want to, but I think that is his best choice. Well, James got the yellow back, but he's left the red on. Top left corner for Mr. Andre Waugh. $33 the difference. So 2 reds required here. Oh, he's not opting for the, he could take the brown, but he's just going to tuck up behind the green here off the right side cushion. Really digging in deep. He is trailing 1 frame, so it's absolutely necessary that he wins this frame. There's no hit. So I think the difference is, well, 38. So it can go back, but he's got a putt on here. This red to left center. He's going to take it. I'm not sure if James left a marker on the table or it was just a bit of chalk. More than likely just a bit of chalk. Andre Watt taking this red on for frame. And it is there. So thank you all for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Rob Richards. David Burney on a bit of a break at the moment. However, I am very appreciative for all your support each and every time we go live. Without you, I would not be here, so I do appreciate each and every one of you for your spending your time here today. James now requiring snookers with a red on the table, foul and a free ball. Could get him back in it. Why opponents don't take the color balls out? Easy answer is because while opponents or players are instructed to respot their own color balls in the players meeting before the event, so players will be respotting their own color balls while their opponent is in the chair keeping score, marking the score. So it's not anything. I know it's a bit unnormal, but just to keep the flow going, make sure everything is on track. Players not at the table will keep score. Players at the table will spot their own balls. However, periodically you may see somebody step up and spot a ball for their player. And Kathy, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We love you being here. Hope you're enjoying your day. And hello once again to everybody tuning in. And I do hear that the crowd all gathered down at Monte Carlo Billiards having a bit of a viewing party here in Mississauga, Ontario. Interested in our upcoming match in just a few moments' time. It will be Phil Snake versus Monte Carlo's very own Frank Amaranti. Oh, this frame still continues. Andre needs a swerve. I think he's got it. Yes, he does. All right, folks, so snooker's required here. We're going to switch over now to our main feed, Frank Amirandi and Phil Snake.
Got another great, tense match here. Frank Amirati taking on Phil Snake. Both these players could go deep into the tournament. So a tough one to tell on the onset. But Kathy, I found out some information from you. The Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame is looking to get stickers and pins. They don't have anything right now. And talking to Jim White, unfortunately, there's no corner bank merchandise in the room. They did have some nice kind of Moscone Cup style t-shirts. Jim was telling me they picked about 80 up and they were gone in moments. Very hot item to have. But you might be able to order some merch from the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame's website, or you can get it fresh here at the Corner Bank, site of the 2026 Canadian Snooker Championships. And as well, our good friend David Putty has come into the room, part of the Canadian Q Sports Academy. Him and John Wallace are doing a great job to instruct Q enthusiasts of all ages. And they don't just confine themselves to snooker. They do teach a little bit of 8-ball and 9-ball. Good to see. I think right now we're happy if juniors pick up a cue and try either discipline, whether it be the snooker or the 8-ball. But personally, I'd have to see the juniors pick up the cue and battle it out on the 6x12 tables. And it's David Burney in the booth. We're on the OBSA YouTube page. If you have any comments or questions, the chat is open. We're happy for everybody tuning in. Feel free to put your support. Great little read there by Frank. I don't know if he was expecting that. He's taking on Phil Snake. The general comes all the way from Oshawa. NI Class 17. Looks like they're tuning in from Thunder Bay. Our good friend Matt DeSherry is playing. I guess Vince Chalmers as well is from the land of the sleeping giant. I hope you've got your coffee and Persians up there in Thunder Bay and enjoying the snooker action. Now we're just early in this best of 3 round robin match. Well, he's given a chance for Phil. So threads into the right middle, but unfortunately there's reds up table, so Phil was to falter. Might be leaving Frank in. Mr. G1069 is curious about no refs to respot the balls. Yes, unfortunately, we only have a couple of refs. Sylvain Ache actually is playing in the tournament, and our other referee, the head referee, Kevin Patrick, is only one man, and he's got 8 tables to look at. So in the early stages of the tournament, players are instructed to keep score on the tablets, so everyone's informed on the Cloud Snooker webpage, and to respot their own balls. Obviously, they can call over referee Patrick if there's a shot that they want him to look at. But we're slowly growing. Hey, it's the best seat in the house if you want to be a referee. Lots of work. You're always on your feet, but we are working on programs at the Cbsa to get referee training. The players definitely appreciate that. It's just all the focus on playing their match rather than worrying about respotting balls and counting scores. LN1 class 17. That's Nicolas 17. How did I know you had a coffee and a Persian? Well, I am a Confederation College alumni. That's why I know about that pastry that is famous to Thunder Bay. Yeah. Do let us know if I think it was Fat Cats was the pool hall up in Thunder Bay, as I remember, but that's going on almost 25 years ago. Hopefully it's still up and running. Looks like this red above the black will go into the left middle. And you can just stun down to hold for the black. It's the first match for both these players. Well, first frame jitters. That's why both players are struggling just a little bit. Quite a table we have here, just black and yellow and green on their spots. Red spread out dominantly in the bulk area. Both these players probably played them South a lot in the past, so great respect there. I know if they falter on a poorly played safety shot or take on a gutsy red and miss, they might be sitting for quite a while. There's a good chance for Frank. It's the heavens a little bit. Didn't want to cannon into that red after potting the red. Glenn Cathy's wondering what's the best way to get involved with snooker. Not a lot of young people enjoy snooker in KW. So whereabouts is KW? And if you're wanting to be involved in playing or you just want to get involved with administration or behind the scenes, feel free to expand a little bit, Cathy, on your question, and I'll do my best to answer. Wow, Randall Morrison, you are well traveled. KW. How did you know that was Little Germany in Canada, the Kitchener Waterloo area? Very impressive. Well, Kathy, you can definitely reach out to the team at the OBSA. That's a good start. They're doing great things here in Ontario to promote the great game of snooker. So you can reach out to them. They're always looking for help behind the scenes just to get tournaments going, various clinics and stuff. So that's a good start. Young people, that's a big question. Because, yes, how do we get the youngsters interested in it? I was a youngster when I did get interested in the game, but that was back when the Sports Network TSN in the late 80s was just trying to find their footing and they were showing anything that they could. And that's where I first saw snooker. So it's a little tough for youngsters because some of these snooker tables and even pool tables, they're in establishments where minors are not allowed because of the serve of alcohol. So, and right now, we don't get a lot of snooker on terrestrial television. It's more on demand. WST Play is doing a fantastic job. But it's only really if a mother or father enjoys snooker and they watch it that their youngster is probably going to at least be exposed to it, and then they can make the decision if they like. I think what we need to try and do and push is potentially some camps, whether it be in the summer, spring break, or Christmas break, just to expose some kids, get them out of the house. Hopefully the parents wouldn't mind throwing a few bucks. That's what happened to me when I was young. Golf was my first game, and my father got me into some golf lessons at a local course that was near their cottage up in the South River area. Great Dave St. Onge was the professional up there, and they had a 1 week junior clinic where it starts off with putting, and then the next day is chipping and around the green. Third day is short irons, like the pitching wedge, 7-iron out on the driving range. Then the next day would be long irons and woods, and then the fifth day was what do you want to work on. So I agree, Kathy. I think this sport is definitely on the rise here in North America. So it's just informing people. I know at the beginning when I started commentating on snooker events, a lot of people were wondering what that was. They thought it was a dirty party trick I was playing.
Well, Dave, what a match this could be. The Reds are open. Frank leading 21-0. And watching Frank practice over at Monte Carlo here in Mississauga, he's playing good. Just depends, as you know, how you feel on the day.
I think, Kathy, it's just going to take education. Just inform people what it is. Start talking about it. Get a sir. Even in our home country of Canada, some people are bewildered that lacrosse is the national sport. Some people don't even know what that is. And it helps with these lovely streams. That really gives a chance for people to view, and then you can direct them. Well, what's the snooker all about? Well, head over to the OBSA channel, and you'll see what snooker is all about. You see some great potting, great tactical play, high drama. It certainly will get intense as this tournament progresses. As we get down to Championship Sunday, there only can be one winner, but 56 players are battling hard to be that champion, to be Canada's best. Agreed as well, Tom Gooding chiming in that there might be a business opportunity for kids with the small snooker tables, the 6 feet by 3 feet. That is definitely a great idea. When I make a trip over to Sheffield each year to take in the World Championships and shoot some photos. Been talking to a few of the WPBSA team members about Q-Zone in the school. That's a program they developed, and they did bring in said 6 by 3 tables. The kids loved it. They're getting out of the class. They don't have to be sitting at their desk, being bored by the teacher. And actually, the teachers enjoy it as well because little do the kids know they are learning arithmetic. They're learning some geometry with all the angles. And they're as well learning some great sportsmanship and fair play. I think the one thing sorry, Rob, go ahead.
I was just saying I would certainly love to see that here in Ontario. We know, as I was saying during the seniors event, where we touched upon the subject, that I'm pretty sure there's some of the teachers that would fully enjoy it as well, Dave.
Yeah, and as we were mentioning in the senior side, it would be nice if we could get some documentation from the world body, the WPBSA, just to state how effective that program is. Obviously, us snooker fans in Canada and to our friends in the US, because I think it would excel there, that program as well. We enjoy it very much, but when you get it from some people that actually made it work and see the results, I think that could help us with the various educational boards here.
Absolutely. But this match here, Frank out 33-1. All the Reds in the top half of the table. Phil's got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, he can definitely get back into the frame, but it's going to take some time and a lot more pots than taking reds on with black or pink. Because he's only got really the bulk colors to deal with, Phil does.
Well, he'd do well if he can get a red and possibly somehow get the blue back on the spot. He wouldn't have to move his white around too much. And he's only 32 points down, so he's still well within it, even with just the blue. The blue and the bulk colors will get him there. Oh, it could be a mistake.
Yeah, this is the time that Phil needs to jump.
Absolutely. If he's going to do anything, now would be the chance, the time.
Yeah. It's like he's just seeing something on the cue ball that he wants to get it clean. Yeah, the Snake Man's been lying in the grass. Needs to attack. I'm just trying to see if I can locate head referee Kevin Patrick. He might be busy at another table. He's got a big job to undertake right at the beginning stages. And that's why we have the players self-refereeing themselves. And cloudsnooker.com is your resource. That will list all the groups, all the results as they happen, and as well live scoring function there, as every table in this tournament is equipped with tablets, and that's how the players are keeping score. So all of you at home, even if you can't make it to the corner bank, can keep up to date.
Well, here we go. I think he's going to, wants that white to hold up. He's nice on the black and an angle to get right back up the table. So he's got to, Phil's a great player, but he's going to have to cover a bit of mileage here. The ball colors are not on the spots except for the green, Dave, but the green still pots. Everything still pots. And as long as Phil's still at the table, he's going to close that gap.
Yeah, everything is there for Phil. It's just, as you mentioned, the amount of real estate he has to cover on these large 6x12 tables. I think I only heard once of the Bumblebee break, but that was done in an exhibition where a player took 15 reds and 15 yellows and then ran all the blacks. Or ran all the colors after that, I mean.
Right, yeah. A perfect yellow game. The red on the cushion above the yellow there won't bother Phil just yet. He's got 4 easily accessible reds available to him.
Yeah, that bump looks like it's all right on that red. Just taking a look to see if it goes past the yellow. Yeah. Just a bit too much.
A little bit of a stretch.
Watch out for that blue, Phil. Oh, was he close?
Very close. Still close. That would have been absolutely devastating if he had just nudged the blue there, Dave. Well, not ideally on a color, but brown's still available. Not so straightforward though, as he's going to want to keep position on his next red. It's a little bit more difficult in person than it appears on camera.
It wiggled and waggled and then dropped. So the break continues to go slowly but surely. Phil Snake climbed himself back into this first frame. Best of 3 round robin match. And Tim Gooding signing off out there in the UK. Really appreciate you tuning in. And definitely feel free to come back tomorrow. And we'll be here all the way till Sunday.
these reds nice. You know, he's not diving down for the high value colors.
Yeah, just got the one open red.
This is where he's got to think a bit. What he wants to do with that last remaining red. Does he play position to play safe or for the pot? And I don't think it's touching the cushion, so depending where his cue ball ends up.
Oh, he might just be all right with the angle on the green to pop up for it. Be a fantastic steal if Phil could take it. That's his 14th pot in a row. Impressive stuff. Usually when you have 14 pots, you think the score would be a lot higher, but unfortunately, as we saw early in this frame, a lot of the reds were up in the bulk area.
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult pot without the rest, but even with it, it's more so. And he's played it well. Wants that white to run. Now, does he take the blue on to left center?
Yeah, it's not going to give him the angle. He could come across table, but he'll have a long yellow. Pink, yellow pocket kind of puts him up for the yellow, but the distance he has to travel, it's obviously missable.
Well, he's tied the frame. I mean, I wouldn't be upset or put it past him to roll up to the pink here and play the snooker. Because he's somewhat, not really hampered by the black if he plays the pot, but if he doesn't get it, he'll be on the yellow. But yeah, tuck up to the pink. Phil is too smart for that.
Yeah, definitely well disciplined. You know, he's riding high, made a fantastic little break there. Took him right back in the frame. And you feel like, oh, just another one good pot and I can keep it going. But
Yeah, you could tell that. You could certainly tell there, Dave, that he really wanted to go for a pot, but I mean, he was kind of on the blue, but to come across the table, you have to play the blue at pace and high probability that the blue wouldn't be accepted into that left middle. So didn't want to leave the yellow on, so roll up to the pink. Snooker was the smart play there. Oh, good hit by Frank, and he got out. Might leave a pot on, but it's going to be a long one here for Phil. So he's got the yellow top left corner. Doesn't have to do too much with the white, but follow it through. Oh, didn't play the pot. Kind of surprised, but I would have thought he'd have a go at that one. Frank's got almost a shot to nothing here. White traveling naturally back up towards the bulk end where he is now. Of course, you got to play with what you're comfortable with. Still surprised. I mean, that you could have played the pot in the yellow, the left corner there, Dave, and white would have been pretty much safe in the bulk end.
yeah, you got to have a twisted mind to play this sport. I think once I asked Charlie Brown, that is. Why have you played this game of snooker, Charlie? And he's like, well, the heartache, the frustrations, the disappointments, but that one moment of brilliance just keeps me coming back.
Yeah, I think that goes for all players, really. We keep coming back time and time again, doing the same things and looking for different results. But as you said, that one moment of brilliance is what keeps us all doing what we love to do.
Snooker's big break, obviously, is the 147. That's 15 reds with 15 blacks and running the colors. So that's the bar, and not many of us get there ever in our lifetime. But it is that bait on the line that keeps us coming back because we're just might get a 30 break and knew that we maybe could get a 40. So like next time I'm going to do better. Just keep wanting to improve ourselves.
Oh, if that yellow goes, he's got him. And I think he has just. But you saw Phil was in a similar situation during the seniors, where he was able to spin the white even at this close distance, Dave, and make contact with the object ball. And I believe yesterday it was a similar situation, but it was the green on the top bulk cushion. And I think you can see the left edge. Oh, a little bit of siding got to the right edge. Well, this could be a possibility for Frank, but he's passed on one before. If he feels he can pot the ball and get good position, I'm pretty sure he'll have a go.
And the bell has Matt 7247. Curious about what's the prize money for the highest break. I don't have the list right in front of me, but I will find out for you at the conclusion of this match. At our tournament directors table, they do have a listing of that, but I'm a few feet away from there. So stand by for that price readout, or prize readout, I should say.
Wow, a pot there by Frank with the rest. Perfect position on the green. However, green to brown is there, but brown to blue, he's going to need to get prime position. Only requires the blue here. Wants to be a little bit high, and he is. And there goes our good friend Fastlane McWilliam, just passing left of screen. Going off to start his match, I believe.
And the birthday boy's in the room. John Wallace, J-Dub, has entered to start his campaign in the Open Championship. Hopefully he can get a few wins to make that birthday all the more sweeter. And as well, reigning BC Open champion CCU, we wish him a happy birthday as well.
Well, Frank potted the brown a little bit low on the blue, close to the cushion. Doesn't need the pink, so he only has to concentrate on the blue here to the bottom right corner. We'll put him 14 in front. Just has to make sure he doesn't overhit it. However, he doesn't want to leave it in the jaws of the pocket either. Frank having to dig down. Is he playing this? Not playing the right middle.
Looked like he was there. Maybe just put off Andre Roy on the adjacent tables about to take a shot. So.
Oh, it'd be a big shot to take into the middle, though, Dave. I mean, sure, he can control the white somewhat, but he's really got to dig down on it. No, into the corner it is. I think before he got up, I think he was looking at the right middle, but wisely took it into the corner. As I previously said, doesn't need position. But Phil will come back to the table. He's only required one snooker. Should the pink remain in play.
Yeah, black's in a good spot to get behind.
Well, if there's ever an opportunity for a solid snooker behind the black, this might be it. Oh, he overhit that by a mile. My goodness. Kind of need to hit it at that angle, but just a bit off center, off straight. With some draw, and he would have been close to the black. May not get it because of the pace he would have to hit it at, but here we are. Frank with an opportunity to put this frame to bed. And there it is. Frank Amoretti takes frame one from Phil Snake. Stay tuned, folks. Me and Mr. Bernie will be here in the booth when this match resumes. In just a few moments' time, if you need to get up and stretch, now's the time to do it. But don't take too long, because we have about 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, here comes Frank Amoretti, set to break off in frame two, hitting 1-0. That was a good pink to finish it off. It's obviously routine into the left middle. His opponent still needed a snooker, but it's good to get that frame done and dusted a little earlier. We've seen some matches previously today. Some players have just faltered on that frame ball that they really can seal the deal, but not Frank. The hammer is laying it down, and see if the Snake Man can respond.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nabil Azmat. Grateful and appreciative that you've returned once again. Frank looking for a 2-0 win. I don't think we've had a 2-0 victory here on our stream yet today, Dave.
No, not on our feature table. Levi Myler beat Nitin Sharma 2-1, and Tom Finstead 2-1. And both of those players came from behind.
That's correct.
So if patterns are a thing, Phil's looking pretty good to win this match, but a lot of work to do, and he's in tough with Frank.
Yeah, it's pretty much all up to the snooker gods. We're at the beginning of this frame, folks, so let's have a look around the corner bank here. Get you some scores from cloudsnooker.com. We have Peter Gayorkos 1-1 with Robin Peterson. Steve West leads Anita Chan 1-0. Lane McWilliam, or Fast Lane McWilliam as we know him, and Matt Tosheri are just getting underway, 0-0 there. Blake Martell leads Gus Legos 1-0. And of course, Andre Watt, James Powers still 1-1 late in the third. And Charlie Brown now in action against Brad Robinson, still in the first frame. And Vince Chambers leads Jeff Kennedy 1-0. If any of those matches, folks, are your favorites, you can follow along the scores on cloudsnooker.com while watching our feed, along with other results of the groups as well. Well, with those reds in the bulk end, Dave, is certainly going to change the landscape of this second frame.
Yep, quite similar to the first frame. But he might have left this red on for Frank. Kind of run through. It will open up the other red just to the right of it. This might be a costly mistake by Phil.
Well, Frank's off to another good start. Current break of 15, looking good. It's got a red past the green to the top right corner. Should be able to get out a bulk color for sure. Blue as well. If he wants to go into the bunch, I can see him getting on the blue here. Doesn't have to. He can play for brown, yellow, or green. And as I said, there's a red close to that top right corner and the cushion. Oh. Yeah, he was playing for the blue. Need the red first, though, Dave.
Yeah, I was just having some blue dreams there, just thinking a little ahead. It's good when you're walking around, do that pre-shot routine. Great Ronnie O'Sullivan always is looking at the table, planning 3 to 4 shots ahead. It might even be 5 shots. It's just how skilled he is, where most of us are maybe 2 or 3. But then when you're down on the shot, you can't be thinking about that color ball you're going to be on. You've done all your preparation. You just have to execute the shot, and you'll be on that colored ball.
That's right. But there on that red, that miss from Frank, I simply think he just overhit it quite a bit. His arm pretty much just got away from him there. Needs to get it back because, as we said before, if patterns have anything to do with this match, then we could possibly very well see another deciding frame. So just having to clean the white again, having a little discussion table about what chalk you're using, what chalk are you using. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're using even sometimes, not very often with the town chalk. you can still get a little bit of chalk on the white over time. Not often, but more likely than not, it can pick up some dust off the table or even a hair. But Frank did well in that first frame. He's got to keep his composure, not worry about what's happening on the table when he's sitting in the chair.
Yeah, a little difficult with the rest there and putting some bottom on it for Phil.
You know, he did have a not a straightforward putt on the yellow to go into the bunch. Wouldn't have had to use the rest, but you know, Frank won't mind this opportunity. Not an easy one. It looks straightforward, but it is close to the cushion, and players have a tendency to want to overhit them just to get the white. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, it looked pretty straight as well. So he had to hit it with pace to create some opportunity for a color after that red.
Yeah, sometimes when it's pretty straight, instead of pace, you might want to use just a touch aside just to get the pace into it without actually hitting it hard.
Oh, Phil.
Oh boy, he's actually got it safe though. Yeah, see, Phil wasn't even playing position on the color there, just looking to putt the red. Unfortunately, he's only missed the red and left it safe. But Frank in front, only by 9, Dave, 15-6 here in the second of this group stage match at the Cbsa Canadian National Championships, here live from the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada, where we are broadcasting on the OBSA YouTube channel. Thank you everybody for joining us today. Thank you Mr. Bernie for once again stepping back in the booth and putting on the headset. Having a wonderful day.
It's always a wonderful day in the snooker room, being in the booth, being able to comment on the action and as well engage with all you great audience that we can do on these YouTube streamed events because the chat is open. Got players ranging, or fans I should say, ranging from novice to well versed. So any questions you have, we'll do our best to find it out for you.
Is there a gap? Touch aside, did he get enough? He did. You know, that looks pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but that was well done. Could have easily hit yellow, brown, or even the black on that path.
I look to have sneaked by that yellow, but that could be punished. It looks like Phil can flick off the left of the bunch red. Travel into ball because he's done so. This just almost ran into his
That's right.
opponent there. Just got carried away with watching how his shot would finish.
But one thing I know about Frank, he's got a great practice game. When he's practicing or playing with the boys at Monte Carlo, he's some days he's absolutely untouchable, unbeatable. If he can bring a bit of that practice game into the competition play, as you know, Dave, it's two different practice game and competition, two different animals. But if he can bring his practice game with him here today, he's got a great shot going forward. I guess pretty much that can be said about anybody. We all have a great practice game, but sometimes under the pressure of competition, um, doesn't always work out the same way. You know,
Yeah, it's always nice in a competition in the early stages. Just get a few pots in, then you feel like, okay, I do belong here. I can play this game. You get shut out early on, it starts to hurt a little bit.
yeah. And for those new players that are just starting to play, don't get discouraged. If you start losing or not playing well or not making a lot of balls, that's all part of the learning process, really. You know, Dave, I don't know about you, but when I first started playing, I lost a lot.
Well, first BC Open I ever participated in 2014, I went undefeated. Won every coin toss in my match, but I lost every match. Got to take the positives, and I'm still playing, and my high break is still -4. So you just it's that might be a tough thing to pass along to the juniors. They might want to get some results quickly. You got to realize that over time you'll get there, and when you do get those results, they'll be well deserved.
Absolutely. Okay, and Andre Waugh has defeated James Power 2-1, folks. But there's quite a few matches left. You only got to make the top 4 to get out of the group to the knockout stages.
Yeah, Frank very fortunate he didn't cannon into the black. He missed the red, but hitting that black would give his opponents 7 big penalty points.
Be close. Yeah, little curl at the end because of the siding. Frank played with that. Nicely done into the bunch.
Just got to avoid this red on the top cushion. Should be easily able to. Oh, he went a little bit thinner than I thought he was going to. Yeah, those two open reds kind of are blocking each other. Roland makes a correct assessment of the game. If it was easy, where it would take away all the challenge. As John F. Kennedy once said about the space mission, we choose to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it is hard. Well, Frank's in with a red. Got the pink. He's got some few open reds, so let's see what he can do. No, my apologies. I thought he had put in a red. Does not have a red just yet. I got ahead of myself.
Yeah. Oh,
Sorry
he's
about
still,
that.
and he still doesn't, unfortunately. But he's gotten away with it. He's blocked off. Well, no, I think Phil can see the red, the bottom cushion, get back to bulk on the right side of the table.
It's not Phil's greatest safety shot there. It's a little fortunate that cue ball's gone close to the right cushion. Looks like he's got an angle he can run through. Be onto the blue. Tough to hold for the pink in the opposite middle bag.
Oh boy, what's he done? You know, big difference from the first frame to this one for Frank. Starting to miss a little there. Is there a path here for Phil to the bottom right corner, though?
Slim, very slim.
Oh, apparently there was, but went a little high. So Frank Amoretti in with another opportunity here. He's missed the last one, quite abnormal for him, but needs to get that arm going again.
Yeah, nice mid-range red there. Potential just to float down off this brown or stun down off the yellow. It's a little tough with those 6 reds in the middle of the table. Each is kind of blocking each other. Maybe a plant just above the black. It's a bit tough with the
Oh
space
my.
between the reds, but Frank won't get a chance to see any of that as that yellow fails to drop.
Yeah, but 2 balls above the pink spot. Are they lined up for the middle? Won't matter. Phil's got a pot here to the left corner.
Oh, this could be a great opportunity.
Absolutely. Could Phil slither to the winning line in this frame? I don't know. I thought that was pretty good. Yeah, Phil's feathering, as we saw yesterday, is quite different from what we see from most players, Dave. It's almost reminds me of how Vito plays.
Mm-hmm.
With that really fast feathering back and forth and then pause. There it is, and then strike. But the one important thing, doesn't matter how long you pause or what your feathering is like, if you can maintain that and do it consistently, that is key.
Correct. It feels like, when Phil just sets that bridge hand down, it's a real quick feather, but then it slowly calms down to a very deliberate drawback and pause, as we saw right there.
Yeah, and I've known Phil for quite some time, and he's been like that since his younger days.
Wow, but a gift of a pink.
Yeah, took his eye off the ball just for a split second, and that's all it takes Frank's got to be feeling pretty good now. He's got to take advantage of it. He's only down by 12, 28-16. Yeah, he's got to get on the open red, just above the black first. Unless the top red passes, then he can just roll through, Dave. But I don't know about you. I'd like to try and get on the open red left corner first. Ensure your position. All right, playing the red on the cushion. Well, it's not easy from here.
No.
Going to be stretched, bridge hand, or will be raised a little bit.
Looks like he's a little straight as well onto that red into the left middle. So that makes it that difficult because obviously he's going to be hitting that with gentle pace. And be on the wrong side of the blue. So big red to keep the break going here for Frank.
Not bad. Except he's going to have to make another good one here. Need to go in and out of bulk. Should have no problem. There's really nothing in his way here. Just waiting for somebody on the opposite table. I think Jason's there. Jason Williams now in action versus Joe Pullitz. Also from Mississauga. Joe is.
And Christopher Farrington, 927, chiming in about where the ref is. No, unfortunately, we don't have the budget or don't have the people. This is an amateur event. But we're always looking for people that want to referee. Get in touch with us at the Cbsa. Fire us an email. There is in the works of giving some referee programs. Get people trained. Kevin Patrick, the head referee, does a great job. He's happy to train new pupils. He's done a great job with Ernst Bezimer of the USA.
And I will say, though, there is a referee on hand, Mr. Kevin Patrick, of course. Should the players need the assistance of a ref, they can simply call him over and he will be happy to assist them. So he's more of a floating ref overseeing the event this week, as he was during the seniors event. But for the most part, Dave, players are quite capable of going it on their own.
Yeah, if there's any really big sticky situations, they can pause their match and call over head referee Kevin Patrick. I know Sylvain Etier is playing in the tournament. He is our other referee. Not sure if he's in action right now or enjoying his lunch. But if he was just enjoying hanging out, he could be hollered over to a table. And Christopher inquiring if this is a tournament that gets a tour card. Unfortunately, it does not, but it guarantees a spot, the winner in the IBSF World Championships.
Well, Frank doesn't like his position. It's not ideal, because if he plays the pot and doesn't get it, because he's not going to be playing it with any amount of pace, he's going to be leaving something on, either to one of the left, right middles or the corner, depends on where he goes. Bridging over that middle pocket is not the nicest place to be. Especially right there, you see his cue just kind of in that groove between the leather and the felt. I mean, he played it well. He did well to pot the red, but obviously not happy with his position. Should be more happy that he actually made the pot. Because Dave, if he doesn't like the black, he can also play away to the bulkhead, play a snooker. No, just because you make it red doesn't mean you have to pot a color. Ultimately, I think Frank will attempt this black. Natural take him to the red.
It's a great recovery shot there.
Yeah, from here, you can go pretty much anywhere.
I think he'd like to get this frame done and dusted here and punch a 2-0 match win. Great question.
Dave?
Sorry?
I was just about to say, Christopher has another question for you. How do Canadians get a tour card?
Well, there are some Q Tour stops that are popping up. I know there was one in Canada that will be, I think, maybe coming up early in the new year. There's also one in America, and there's two in Brazil. So the one way the Q Tour stop is if you win that Q Tour stop, then you'll go over to the final stage of the Q Tour, wherever that is held, and the winner of that obviously gets a tour card. Then there is also PAPSA, the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association, have created an open tournament where the winner of that, which is staged in Brazil this year, gets a 2-year card. As Sahil Nair, the Canadian, did it a couple of years ago at La Bande de Coin. And Igor Figueiredo got back his tour card last
That's right.
September in Sacramento. So potential there, and as well, in conjunction with the Open Tournament, with the PAPSA event, they run a seniors event, and the winner of that plays in the World Championships seniors side that is staged at the Crucible Theater right after the World Championships.
Oh, have a look at this now, Dave. We're now at snookers required. Frank in front, 55-28. There was 27 in front with 25 on. This could be our first 2-0 victory on our main table. Breaking the streak.
Yeah, just to conclude that thought on Canadians getting over onto the Pro Tour, it is nice to see because it's changed quite a lot. In the past, players were wanting, if they wanted to become a pro, before they really kind of opened it up, they had to go over to England on their own money, play in a big tournament, and if they won, then they'd qualify to get that tour card, but still no money payouts from the tournament. Then they're on the tour, and at that point, if they wanted to make some money to survive, they'd have to win. So it's a tough ordeal. It's getting a little bit easier, and as well, they've also instigated like a £2,000 minimal wage for players. Obviously, if they get into tournaments and they win more money than that, they have to pay that back. But at least it keeps them afloat, keeps them not balancing between their day job and snooker. They can focus on what is Frank done there.
Oh my goodness.
So wild it made me lose my train of thought.
Yeah, still a snooker required though. 23 now. Oh no.
Just the one.
Pardon me, 25. Pardon me.
Yeah, just the one snookers. There's 22 points on the table. Black's not in a bad spot.
Oh, pink's decent.
This fellow like to take on this brown and use the blue to try and get behind a pink or black.
Well, he might, but he had a chance there. He just didn't hit with enough pace. But if he's still gonna need one snooker if he plays the brown, or if he puts the brown or not. So keeping the brown on the table, gives him an extra ball to hide behind. But even if Phil does not win this match, he's still in good standing to make the top 4 of their group. And I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe the group stages will finish on Friday morning, and then I think we're going to start the 1 or 2 of the knockout rounds on Friday as well.
Yeah, I believe Championship Sunday will have the semifinals and finals, and potentially maybe the quarterfinals and last 16 will be on Sunday. So maybe, as you said, on Friday, the round robin will conclude. You can't give the points to him back like that, Frank. On Friday, the round robin will conclude, and maybe the first round, 32 players battling out in the knockout phase, will dwindle it down to 16 that will play on the weekend.
So 16 on Saturday and top 4 on Sunday.
And Sunday night, one happy Canadian.
Well, Phil's only down by 21 now. Frank, he hooked himself on the brown. He miscued, hit the blue, and now he's gone in off. He's, wow. Can't believe what we're seeing, but that's the game of snooker. It's got a lot of ups and downs. Phil looking for the cross double, very risky, and he's left. Oh my goodness. That is very surprised that he played it. I mean, he felt good about it, Dave, but the risk was so high.
Yeah, because Frank was definitely fortunate on that in off that he didn't sell out the red. Because Phil could have easily ran table, but
So now we're back at 2 snookers. Oh, that's okay. It won't bother Phil. It won't phase him. He's not a man to let it fester too long. He'll simply rechalk his cue and get set for his next match. It's just the way Phil is. But Phil's going to give it a go.
yeah, he's not out of it yet. I don't blame him for coming back. Just 2 snookers. Frank can just see the right side of the blue near the pole cushion.
Yeah, well, Phil's got a tricky one here. He's got to be careful he doesn't clip it thin enough to pot it. Had a good line, just short of pace.
Frank could put him behind the black here.
Or at the very least, get that block on the cushion. I tell you, if Phil can get a snooker here, Frank's going to be in big trouble. But still, 2 snookers required, so could it be too much for Oh, what's he done? Almost at a loss for words, Dave. He's left the pink right over the bag. Fairly close to it anyway. Well, there it is. This match concludes. Frank Amoretti defeats Phil Snake. Frame score of 2-0. Well, as always, Dave, we're going to keep this train going. We're going to switch over to our other table momentarily, where it's Joe Pullitz in action against Jason Williams. Jason in front, 38-19.
Sounds great. Sorry, I was just distracted a little bit at the conclusion of that final of that match. The birthday boy just stopped by to say hello, John Wallace. So come on down to the corner bank. Could be a good birthday celebration here this Wednesday, June 2nd, or the 3rd, I should say. But just looking at that chat with Christopher Farrington, that's nice to see that in England there were 8 two-year cards handed out. The thing is, snooker is global. It is the World Snooker Tour. Yet there's so many tournaments based in England, and definitely it makes it tough for a lot of non-Brits to compete. Really, you look at the Chinese players, the sacrifices that they've had to make, such a culture shock. It wasn't that bad, obviously, for the Canadians when they went over in the 70s and 80s, because there isn't that strong language barrier. But it is a sacrifice. The great Canadian Cliff Thorburn had quite a commute, traveling over the Atlantic to play in snooker tournaments way back in his day. So I think we just got to keep on doing what we're doing, baby steps, and hopefully it will grow, and hopefully there will be more global events. I know talking to some of the governing body people over in England and Sheffield, they'd love to get a tournament in America or Canada, or back in Canada, shall I say, because Canada did have a ranking event. But the thing is, obviously, it comes down to dollars and cents. Because sure, you could throw a one-off tournament, and we do see it a lot sometimes. Some of these organizers in North America do come out with big tournaments, big prize money, but it's only one deal. We want to see longevity. Snooker's a slow burn, so it should be a slow build off the table. But if anyone's got deep pockets and wants to help grow the game and support it financially, we're all ears.
Well, Dave, I just having a look at our schedule. I believe our next match coming up on our feature table is going to be a very good young player in Kevin Lee. I believe he plays out of Markham, Master Q. I could be wrong about that. And also another great player, gentleman from Kingston, Ontario, Indy 500 Lodi. As we see, as we know, Kevin is practicing on our feature table right now, just getting ready for his match. And as soon as that match comes up, folks, we'll go right back to our feature table of the day. But right now, Joe Pullitz, Jason Williams. Joe down by 35 with 35 on. Oh, no, pardon me. Let me put my glasses back on here, Dave. 25 down. There we go. Just getting used to these things, so it's sometimes I forget to put them on. So Joe's still in the frame, except he's given one up here to Jason, former Canadian champion, looking to make it 2 times this week. Oh boy. And there's Mr. Floyd in the background just passing through. Well, there we see Mr. Galletti in action, of course. The only problem with this camera, folks, if it's somebody in the bulk end on the other table, we get to see them up close and personal. Jason in front, 46, 24, 22 advantage, 27 on. Still requires the green. Jason's just got to wait for somebody on the other table to play their turn. Close quarters at times. May have a putt on this yellow if he can see enough of it. It's thin, so he doesn't need much. Oh, he almost got it. Is he going to leave it? I don't know if there's a gap if Mr. Pullitz can get to it. Requires the 6 remaining colors here. So we're all set for that match on our feature table, our main stream table. So we'll get to that momentarily. Will be Kevin Lee, great player against another good player, Indy Loti. There's another former Canadian champion, Mr. Eddie Galletti, who's also made a 147 in the Canadian Championships. Only player to do so, I believe. Be a great feat if he can win this event so many years later. But he did win an event earlier this year in the OBSA, the Ontario Snooker Tour, out at Shooterville in Burlington, Ontario. So he's definitely got what it takes to get the job done against the big heavy favorites. All right, folks, we're going to switch over now. And here we go. This is, pardon me, Kevin Lee, Indy Loti. Kevin Lee to break things off here in frame one. Still best of three group stage match. Just to keep you all informed, we are still on perfect time with our schedule. So everything is working out just about perfect. So this should be a good one. You know, Indy is done well. He has all the potential. He's got the tools. If he can keep his arm going just like Kevin. Kevin, a great young player. I've played him a couple times. Well, once I've played him in the Ontarios. We've seen him play in multiple events. Of course, he's in tough here with this queuing. Doesn't want to touch a red or else it would be a foul. Wow, he's played that absolutely beautiful. Stroked through the white, didn't stab it, didn't try to kill it or put any pace into it that wasn't needed. And I believe the black does go to the bottom right corner. Pink available to right middle as well. Oh, he's got to make the red first. My goodness. Now, I think that, well, Indy's got options here. Doesn't have to play a pot. Safety is always an option. If he's not comfortable with anything available to him at the moment, he can put the white back to the bulk end. But I believe he's got a pot. This red will go, from my view, to the right middle. Also the red below the black, I believe is tight, but it could go to the corner. Obviously, this one here is a lot more clear, A lot more pocket to aim for. Oh boy. And he's overcut it. So chance now for Kevin Lee to get things moving here in frame one. The Reds are open nicely. Well, that's a little surprising, but once again, hasn't really left anything on here for Indy. Could be a bit of nerves to start this frame. Oh boy, he's come short again. You know, it's very surprising. Kevin Lee has had some good opportunities already early in this frame, and he's only 10 points in front. So Indy's really got to pick it up here. If he can, Kevin's going to be in a bit of trouble. He's not taking advantage of the opportunities that are being presented to him. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us once again here on the OBSA YouTube channel, where we have a chat goal going of our super chats. So do click on that goal. There's all dollar amounts available. Purchase a super chat or super sticker now. Help show your support and appreciation for everything that we do. Helps keeps our streams alive and the best available streams to you that we can. Coming up later, we're going to be continuing the stream here with the Canadian National Championship until the end of the week, till the last ball is potted and that trophy is presented. And then I will be involved in the NSL Championship on June 12th, 13th, and 14th. So every dollar counts, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you all so much for your consideration. It's truly an honor that you're all continuing to come back each and every time. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful year, and we're not done yet. We got a long way to go today. Is there a bracket Lenv 113? There is. This is the group stage matches, but if you go to cloudsnooker.com, you will find the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship at Cornerbank, Toronto. All that information is there for players, the schedules, the groups, results, tournament details, and so forth, all at cloudsnooker.com. And Nabil Asmat, thank you so kindly. I'm going to have to come see you one day, Nabil, at that club of yours. Perhaps sometime in the off season. Wow, bit of a slow start. You know, it's a quick match, a quick set, being best of three. Sometimes matches in the first frame are slow starters. Bit of a feeling out phase to see how they're doing, how their opponent's doing. So they're a little tentative about going for pots that they would normally go for. But sometimes it can be an issue. Kevin there missing pretty much a straightforward pink into the middle. Yeah, well, I mean, let's not be too hard on the young man. He's a good young player. Plays quite a bit, practices hard. When he can, of course, there is the thing that we all deal with, and that's just paying our bills. So we all have regular jobs. But I guarantee you, every match that we show you, both players will be absolutely giving you their utmost best that they can at the moment. So chance now again, another chance for Kevin. Let's see if he can put a score together. Trailing by 11 now, 22 to 11 in favor of Mr. Loti. Couldn't hold for the blue, needed to go a little bit further down to make this putt easier on himself. Played to Brown. Oh, just overdid it, just a touch. I think he's gotten away with it. Hasn't really left anything for Indy. Indy looking at a possible plant here. Quite a bit of room, but might be worth taking on. Keep that white in the bulkhead. Won't have position on a color per se, not guaranteed. That was a big risk with not a lot of reward, unfortunately. But sometimes when things aren't going your way, if you feel they're not going your way, then you gotta throw your hands up and try something different. Kevin out, poised to close that gap. Not a big gap, but to get right back to it. So we are back, folks, on our main feature table. Kevin Lee, Indy Loti. First frame if you're just tuning in. Well, David, welcome back once again. What, maybe because you're on site, you can tell us what's the atmosphere like? What's the feeling and the players? What are they saying? Okay, we'll get back to Dave in a moment as we're not hearing him.
It has been
Oh, there we go.
electric in the building. Uh, there's some words probably I can't repeat that some players are saying, as obviously sometimes defeat is a tough pill to swallow. But on a whole, everyone's really enjoying their times here. Place is buzzing here Wednesday afternoon. There's cool drinks for everybody because we know it's a little warm outside. The kitchen is active, so everyone's getting well fed. Snooker royalty is here. You know, Bob Hargrove in town, just solid gold he is. Past Canadian champions, Floyd Ziegler, as we also saw Jason Williams in the tournament. A lot of players that have traveled far. Charlie Brown has come all the way from British Columbia. A good representation of Manitoba with Blake Martell and Donnie Chemiskey. If you're in the Southern Ontario area, just outside of Toronto, we're just east in Scarborough. We're at the Corner Bank, located at 925 Warden Street. Come on down and pay us a visit. Admission's free, so you can't beat that price.
Yeah, very good place. Yeah, both players in this match, Dave, seem to be struggling a little bit in the early going. Um, they've both had great chances and gifts where they weren't able to capitalize. As you can see by the scoreline, only 1 point separates them. Kevin Lee 23-22 in front, but I expect a difference in frame two from both these gentlemen. Kevin Lee and Indy Lodi both play on the Ontario Snooker Tour for the OBSA. Kevin Lee, I believe, playing out of Markham. A great young player. Hasn't really shown it here yet, but like I said, it is the first frame. Indy Loti, of course, playing out of Kingston. Sometimes also plays out of the Ottawa area. But Indy Lodi, a great player in his own right, does well in the Ontario qualifiers all season long. So if he can get his arm going, he's going to be a challenge for anybody, really. You know, he's played a couple times against former champion Canadian Williams and Jason Williams, pardon me, and taken him right to the limit. And I believe he has defeated him a couple times. So we will see how this match turns out. And as you know, Dave, snooker can be up or down. It just depends on how the players are on the day and in the moment. But Kevin certainly needs to get his arm going. That's a ball he usually pots, so a little surprised. Of course, you know, with the added pressure playing in the Canadian Championships, he's playing on the stream table where not only that he's on camera with all the viewers watching, it's in the direct sight of all people that are live at the venue.
Yeah, when Indy gets in, he can be quite a prolific potter. So just struggling a little bit. I think this might be his first match of the day for both these players. So always tough a little bit in the onset of the tournament to get your feet wet. It's a good long pot there by Kevin. And Stecker 7247 tuning in all the way from Switzerland. Glad that you're enjoying the feed. Maybe you're in Bern. I am David Burney, but I was in Switzerland once and enjoyed my time. So I'm joined by Robert Richards, but I don't know if there's a Rich Switzerland in there, Rob, unfortunately. Nice to see Christopher Farrington. We appreciate your comments. Tuning in all the way from where the Beatles came from in Liverpool.
Yeah, I can see Dave quite the crowd building up at the corner bank today.
Yep, it's starting to get a buzz, some good noise, some customers. That's what the players are going to have to deal with as well, because they have pool tables in here, and sometimes pool table players can get a little animated.
Yeah, but for the most part, it's not too bad. You know, it's just an element of business, really, and it's the players are aware of that, and they should be okay with it. Great chance here for Kevin. My goodness, Indy really needed that block to go. But Kevin hasn't shown too much in this first frame, so it's 50-50 on what he's really going to do here. We can see what he should be doing, and he'll absolutely do his best, but yeah, only the next few moments will tell us.
I got a question for Christopher Farrington. Since he comes from Liverpool, does he know which Beatle was the best snooker player? Because I don't.
Yeah, Kevin's hitting that groove a little bit. He's got to be careful with his white here. Wants to avoid the block. For the last red on the cushion to the right corner. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why he wanted to avoid the block, because he was in danger of pushing it in the path. All right, Dave, you got to do me a favor and find out. I just saw something very awesome that just walked by, and that was somebody wearing beautiful purple shoes. Has nothing to do with snooker, Dave, but they looked fantastic.
Well, style is an important thing, and as long as you follow the dress code, you can kind of be your own individual look. Don't see it a lot in
Right.
snooker these days. A lot more on the traditional black and white or all black, but those wonderful purple shoes are owned by Jesse Fox, the player coming from
Wow.
Ottawa.
Yeah, I think he was just sitting behind you moments ago. Those are fancy. Hey, I'm not one to talk. When I played in the Canadians, I wanted to stand out a little bit, so I wore my all white, trying to channel my inner Kirk Stevens. Of course, I didn't, but I had a good time trying. You know, there's only one Kirk.
True,
Yeah.
Captain Kirk, but I never knew him to have a mustache. So, do you think the razor would ever come out on that, Rob?
Well, you know, if I took my hair down, I would have had the mullet like Kirk did back, when he made the 147 at the Masters against Jimmy White. But, I really wasn't willing to push the boat out that far. You know, thought about it. Charlie Brown got a good kick out of it, though. Because I managed to get, Dave, I managed to get a vest that looked pretty similar to the one he wore during that match. And if I'm not correct, I think it was Jim. He had some kind of outfit or wardrobe malfunction or something with his luggage. And it was Jim White at the time who provided that outfit for him, or the vest or something. I could be wrong, but that's just the story that I've been told. So it's quite interesting.
Yeah. Charlie and Kirk are real good friends. Charlie always enjoys coming to Southern Ontario to pay a visit to his old buddy.
So we're getting the later stages. Kevin now in the lead, 25 in front. So 48-23. I think he
And
clipped this one.
you just missed a trick. Could have got behind that black and pink. There's no pot on for Kevin, but Kevin might be in a bit of trouble here as well. Kind of shoulders sunk on that shot.
Yeah.
Maybe you can stun into the red and be behind the brown.
Oh, it's a lot of pace. This red's coming right back up. Indy might find himself in a bit of trouble if that red stops. See, in the last one, Kevin should have played a touch more pace. Played the red to the right side cushion. Wouldn't have given Indy that opportunity. Fortunately for Kevin, Indy didn't get the snooker, of course, but he very well could have. Wow, and he's overhit it too. Except he's got coverage. Oh my goodness. Here we go, the run of the ball. Slowly tilting towards Mr. Lee in this first opening frame.
WBI, a fan of our streams, chiming in, Googled it, and actually found that Paul and John were fans of snooker more than Ringo and George.
All right, and Danny Mack says I'm correct that Kirk lost his luggage and Jim White lent him his clothes. So a little bit of an odd fact that somehow I remembered. So thank you, Danny Mack, for confirming that. And Debbie Bye, good to see you're back, my friend, here on YouTube on the OBSA, enjoying her snooker with the rest of us.
Ooh, it's a big miss there by Kevin. Planning for this, if you wanted to put that red in the pocket. Indy just trailing by 25. It's there for him. Can he capitalize on that mistake?
Yeah, Indy's not too happy with his position here. He should have been a lot better on either the brown or the blue. Sure, he's got a choice here still, green or yellow, but should have been a lot easier for him. Well, he's going to keep that rest out.
It's a tool you definitely have to master if you want to be successful on a snooker table. I think Robert Waldo, tallest man, reaching, what was he, 8 feet, 10 inches tall?
Yeah.
Maybe he could reach every corner of the table without using a rest.
How long would his cue be? Jeez. My goodness, it'd be taller than I am with my arm held up. He'd have to get a specially made case to keep that thing in. Even if it was two-piece. Actually, no, he could use a one-piece case for his two-piece cue. Should fit. But this frame, Dave, getting interesting now. Indy's got to hold himself together. He's got a chance. 16 down requires, well, now the 3 remaining colors, but he's overhit the white. But if you're going to be on the wrong side, go past it. at least from here, he's got an option. He can run it into left center, or he can play with a little bit of drag and play the blue into the top left corner, the yellow pocket.
Yeah, it just has to be precise with that ladder shot that you mentioned, Rob. Drags down, doesn't want to be snookered on the pink with that black.
Oh boy.
I think he was thinking about the pink a little too much. I think put that blue in the left middle and see where the chips fall. Don't think a pot would have been on, but possibly could have put his opponent in a snooker. Don't blame Kevin for taking on that tricky back cut for the blue. It is his frame ball, and pink and black are kind of tied up, but there might be a nice angle, unfortunately, here for Indy to take blue, right middle, and just open up the pink and black. But you can tell by that horrendous follow through. You know, 17 in it. And he just needs the one snooker. Black's not in a bad spot. Well, he tried, but fortunately he's sold out this pink left middle. All Kevin needs to take the first frame. And you can't believe it. Neither can I. He pots the pink. That's a concession. Kevin Lee takes that first frame, 53 to 42. A little surprise there.
Wow. Very, very surprising, but my goodness.
And just
Welcome
slowly
to
up
snooker.
break. And the action here, just going to do a little promotion for the west side of Canada out in BC. If you want to find out what's going on in British Columbia, feel free to check out bcbsa.com. That's bcbsa.com. It's under the umbrella of the CBSA, but that's your source for finding tournaments out there in the Vancouver area. We do have a Pan American qualifier happening June 20th to 21st. It's cutthroat. It's a big entry fee. I believe at $225. And it's a winner takes all because the winner will get their flight, lodging, and entry fee paid for both the senior and open Pan American Championships. Just noticing a little bit of movement on Kevin as he's coming through. It's kind of a rocking emotion. Just kind of it doesn't lift it off the cue. He keeps his chin glued to the cue, but it just comes up just a little bit. Seemed to do all right for him in the first frame, but you kind of want to keep that just frozen. As you can see, a little bit with Indy doesn't really bring up a bit, but yet he goes in off and Kevin doesn't. It's nice to see he's going for his long pots. He's just off by a few millimeters. Once he gets that dialed in, Kevin is going to be a dangerous player. But it's gifted a nice easy opener into the left middle for Indy. He's got the pink, he's got some open reds. And he can put a substantial break here. Yeah, pink is now rather tied up. Draw back for the blue. Put that through like a hot knife through butter. Great pots, great cue ball control with the rest. Just like to free up that black and pink. When you have the pink and black with reds, they're a lot shorter shots and always coming up for the blue. Fortunately, he's got a couple reds in the bulk area, so being on the low side of the blue naturally will go up into bulk. Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on our other featured table, as that's birthday boy John Wallace taking on Levi Myler. Potentially, if this match comes to a conclusion. Earlier, that match is still on. We might jump over there. Indy definitely wanted to put it into a decider. If you want to see any updates, head over to Cloud Snooker, cloudsnooker.com. That's your resource for all your Canadian national snooker needs. Let's see all the group standings as they happen in real time. Yeah, as it stands right now, it's early. It's only day one, but Amar Sadiq has a high break of 66. He leads the tournament. But I don't think that's going to last too long. So Indy breaks down on that break of 26. Fortunate enough that blue has gone into a rather safe position. Looks like Kevin's actually staying down now a little bit more still. He doesn't have that rocking motion as I first saw. Maybe it's just that one shot. Well, he drops a little bit as he delivers that cue through the ball. Just an observation. As long as you can drive that cue straight through the cue ball, you should be all right.
Yeah, Kevin's got a good opportunity here. Of course, winning that first frame should give him a little bit of positiveness here. Not ideal on the peg, but he's okay.
This is nice work by Kevin on that missed blue by Indy. Developing the table quite nicely. Pink is now open to at least 2, maybe 3 pockets. Black's still tied up, but blue on its spot. Always a reprieve just in case you go out of position on a red.
And there goes Amar Sadiq off to one of his match, I would assume. Another contender, of course, for the title, Dave.
Yeah, was the runner-up in the 2022 Pan Am Championships that was held at this very venue. Lost to Ali Al-Said of the United States.
Well, Kevin's back with another opportunity afforded to him by Indy. Let's get past the red. He's just on the black, so he's okay. Tricky black though. Stretch a little bit. Still comfortable.
He was playing for that pink, and you can see he had to take on that black, but it was tricky.
Yeah, I think that was a case of trying to be too precise with his white for position on the next red, not concentrating fully on the pot.
Just don't know what that pink just passes that red on the left side into the top left corner.
Well, it appears so. I tell you, India's a fierce competitor. I've played him a couple of times. It's always a good fight, a great match. So, high possibility of another deciding frame, which is not out of question, that's for sure.
And our Swiss friend Stecker 7247 is inquiring about why the opponent is not respotting the color balls as they do that in Switzerland. Well, the opponent right now is sitting in the chair, minding the iPad that's keeping a run of score for everyone to see on the stream, and as well all the other tables that are not streamed. Players are instructed to sit at the tablet so they can keep up-to-date scoring on the Cloud Snooker website, so everyone can know the progress of their favorite players. So that's why you're seeing players, the opponents, not jumping to the table, as I do know in some countries that is the custom etiquette. How is the snooker scene in Switzerland? Stecker 7247. You know, I had a friend that was in Reykjavik, Iceland, and it came across a snooker club that had 10 beautiful star tables.
Wow. Yeah, I like how Kevin's starting to hit the ball now. A little bit more smooth. Good pace. Oh, he's closing that gap a little bit. This green top right corner should get him on the red into the opposite corner. Oh, he's okay.
Yeah, not ideal. Needing to use the rest for this red left of the round. Does he have an ankle on the green? Definitely does on the yellow to come back table for that red left of the ping, because that other red is a little tricky on that bulk cushion. Nice controlled shot.
Yeah, he's starting to. This is the Kevin that I know, Dave. He's starting to hit his stride a little bit. Could be trouble for Indy. Wow, and as soon as I say that. So, possible snooker in the future here.
Yeah, let's give an Indy a tough cue ball. Go to the left cushion. Doesn't have a lot of the cue ball to work with. Indy does, but he could gently roll this red into right middle and still be on the pink.
And it's there. Nicely done.
He got high, but maybe just a little too high on that pink. Definitely being high gives him the natural angle to disturb that red on the top cushion or even get on it to one of the corner pockets, but that's always a tricky pot. Like to just get it out a little bit.
Good weight there. Now, this is decision time. These pots are tricky, Dave, along cushions. Sometimes if you put an excessive amount of pace, the pocket just won't accept it. And it's so easy to leave it for your opponent. So Indy just concentrating on the pot there. Might have a go at the blue here. Let's have a quick look at the score. Knows he's in front.
Yeah, he'd like to be a lot better on that pink or a color. Just
Yeah, the
it's the
blue.
long blue. I don't know if he can get on the yellow.
Well, he can, but he's got to force the white. He may just roll up to the pink here. Wouldn't surprise me.
Just had enough pace too. I think his heart stopped beating for a moment there. Looked like it almost was gonna roll up short.
Oh, good hit.
Yeah, solid on the yellow. He has left a mid-range to long pot here for Indy.
You know, he could play as he's looking here towards the right side of the table. Play the left side of the yellow as we see it. Cue ball will come off the left side cushion, bottom cushion. Get the white back into the ball around the green, blue, right side of the table. Opting to try behind the black. Oh, good nudge. Does he have the left cushion covered?
Fans are enjoying that. I'm hearing this little spatter of applause. Great snooker there by Indy.
Yeah, it's always nice when you're at the table and you make a great play, whether it's a pot or a snooker or safety, that you hear the crowd in attendance with a little applause. It might give you a little bit of more of a positive attitude going forward.
Well, that's nice to hear about the scene over in Switzerland. As Stecker says, it's very small. He plays in a club in Zurich that has 9 snooker tables. That's not bad. And one of the best players there can make breaks between 50 and 120. So that's some good standard. Obviously, Alex Ursenbacher, I believe, is the lone Swiss player that I think he's still on tour. He was. Not sure if he's fallen off. And Michael Reed over in Liverpool. Wondering if these are match cut pockets and are the tables heated? Unfortunately, the tables are not heated. And I believe the great Pat McCarthy put these tables together, so they should be match cut pockets. Most mechanics do have the templates for snooker tables. Sometimes the human touch can make things a little different.
Well, here we are in the business end of the frame 2. Indy Loti leading by 17 with 27 on. Had to play it with a heavy pace. You know, he's still got a pot on the green. Once again, doesn't have to do too much with the white for the brown. Of course, he still needs the brown for the frame. The green will only give him 22.
Yeah. Might want to try and just dangerously get behind that blue.
Wow.
Hot.
I mean, yeah, good putt, but didn't need all that pace though, Dave. Perhaps playing it with a bit of caution that if he missed, it wasn't going to stick around the hole, around the pocket, but still, this is giving Kevin Lee a chance to tie the frame now with 22 behind, 22 on. Oh, it hits the knuckle. Nope, just got by the middle.
Ooh, that was dangerous. And even more dangerous. But ooh, lots of stuff wheeling on that shot. That black almost went down. He almost got the snooker behind the blue.
That's right.
10-second frame.
Oh, it's going to come off the cushion. How much? Oh, brown goes. Doesn't have to do anything with the white here. Not an easy putt. Good effort. And I say good effort because he managed to keep the blue in place.
Well, Debbie Bye, I will definitely pass along those good wishes to Jim White. He's a hard man to catch right now. He's running this tournament, so he's running on afterburners. But definitely, I'll let him know. Oh, he's gone past it. So Kevin does have the opportunity of putting him back.
Yeah. Kevin now only 18 behind. Can steal this frame and ultimately win the match, Dave.
So looking at the angle, does it go by the blue, this brown, into the green pocket? I feel like he was just stun run through on the brown. Hopefully get the cue ball tight to the ball cushion and push the brown down to the top end of the table. He's a bit wider than we thought.
I think he's okay, and he's going to have a good look at it. But, well, a number of things could happen here, so. And it does require the brown. Wow, Kevin's going to have a pot here. And although the black's close to that right side cushion, it's on, Kevin's side of the table. So it's not too bad, but he's just going to need to be precise with his white when he gets there. Should he get there. Yeah, good solid pot. Like I said, it might take Kevin a while to get going, but if he gets going, he's just as dangerous as anybody else, Dave. – know if he overhit it, he wants it to go, and that's, this is not all bad. If he pots this to left center, just needs to control his weight, come off 1, 2, left side and bottom cushion. He should be fairly close to that black with a decent pot. Of course, he needs to be close to the cushion as he doesn't want to have to use the rest.
And missed it, but he didn't sell it out.
No, but Indy's been known to play some wild pots. But this one here I think is a little bit too wild even for him. He can play it dead on and play it around the angles, or he can play the pink side to side.
Yeah, if he's playing the pot, he's got to commit to it. If he's playing the safe, he's got to commit to it. Ooh,
oh, he did play the pot. Second chance. Oh my goodness. Oh.
What's a thin cut for Kevin?
Yeah, these are not gimmies, especially where the white is. It's a back cut from here, Dave.
Very long and thin back cuts. That's why Kevin's taking a good long look at this.
Yeah, if he doesn't think he can cut it in, if he tries to cut it in and doesn't, well, a number of things. Good chance he's going to leave it for Indy, but he could just roll up to it at pocket weight. But he wants to be careful not to give Indy a pot here. And where that cue ball is, I mean, if it was, a couple inches off the cushion, it might be a little bit more tempting, but.
And
yeah.
just a wild one cushion shot might just be out of play just because it might look where he wants to hit the right cushion. Might be actually where that middle pocket is. Big shot. Kevin right here. Oh, he's got it very nicely done.
Yeah, the only thing there was he had to pretty much forget about where the white was going to be to give himself at least a chance here. At least now he can either play the pot or play safe with a chance to win the match.
Yeah,
oh, that's a lot of pace. Misses the white, he might be okay.
Tension here in this round robin match. Frame 2, Indy needs it to force a decider. Kevin would like to get the whitewash victory. So I'll come down to this final black. Well disciplined. I was giving Edward a chance Kevin, I should say, not Edward. I was thinking of Edward Ling for a second, and he's just in my vision. Kevin just could. The black needs to run. Does it ever need to run? Not a gimme, but he really wanted that black near that top cushion. So Indy, chance here for frame 2. And he falters, and this has got a lot of things reeling. He's given a chance.
Oh boy.
These are tricky along the bulk cushion. Kevin gets down quite quickly. And the white stays there. Kevin Lee comes back to steal that frame 55 to 51 and takes the match by a 2-0 margin. Shall we slide on over, Rob, and see what's happening with Levi and John Wallace? They're just in a little break. It looks like they're about to get, I think, maybe frame 2 going. Both players might have just...
Oh, and there's those fantastic Jesse Fox shoes. New nickname for Jesse Fox. Prince. Purple Rain. Purple Rain has got to be his walk-on song.
I don't know. The Thunderbarians, Matt Teixeira might have something to say about that, as he's the Persian prince. As a Persian is a nice treat up there in Thunder Bay.
Very true, very true.
You've been up into the Twin Cities that it used to be, Rob? Fort William and Port Arthur?
Unfortunately, no, I have not. But this match is, it's unfortunate this match is only a best of 3. It's been, they've played before, and John's come away with the victory, Levi's come away with the victory, so it's going to be very interesting to see how John responds, being 1-0 down. Because mentally, it's not that bad. You're 1 frame down, but you're also 1 frame away from losing the match. Oh boy, and Levi continues his potting ways that we saw from the 900. Are you kidding?
John needs to punish him here. That's a routine black that Levi makes 99 out of 100 times. John not able to capitalize there. Levi right back in.
Well, Dave, it looks like another good match is getting set on our feature table of the day. It looks like Alan Whitfield is warming up. If I check our Cloud Stucker schedule, we'll see who that is. Oh, very interesting match coming. Alan Whitfield and Dan Bissonette out of Mississauga. So as soon as that match is set, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get back to our feature table.
Right now it's Levi breaking down on that red to left middle. See what the birthday boy can do. That's definitely a present there, playing safe. Black went in and out of bulk. Both players always happy to see the black around the reds. There's our good friend, Steady Eddie Galati. Good to see that he's still playing. Yeah, he's been around the sport for so many years. Well, John's got Levi in a bit of trouble here. Just really can't see. Real ideal safety shot. Just containing one. Maybe he's tempting John to take this red into the left middle.
Yeah, John's a little too smart. I noticed John has well, especially in that occasion, his pause was a quick pause. It was back, brief pause, and then straight through. Which is okay, like I said before, if it's consistent. If he keeps that up, then it should be okay.
Yeah, it's got another little birthday gift as Levi's cue ball rattled in the jaws and stuck around the business end of the table. John really got into that. I think he was more playing for the potential pink if it goes by the black. Perhaps it didn't. That's why I just drew it back quite a lot. He's got a slight angle on the yellow to come back down table.
And once again, Bradley Grierson, thank you for your support. Truly appreciate it. Each and every one of you, grateful you're all here. What a wonderful day it is here in southern Ontario. It's nice and sunny outside, quite warm. And the action is just heating up here at the Canadian National Championships, Dave, at the Corner Bank.
Yeah, just day one. Lots of round robin matches. There's going to be a lot more tomorrow as well. We'll be starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then Friday is when it's going to get a little bit more interesting as the round robin stage will come to a close and we'll get into the knockout phase.
All right, so our match with Alan Whitfield and Dan Bissonette is almost ready to go, folks. So we'll get you back to our main table in just a moment. All right, so we've had the handshake, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep you apprised of this match. Switching back over to our main feature table. Alan Whitfield to start things off here in frame one. Oh, just nudged the blue a little bit. I tell you, he's gotten a little lucky. Now, Dan's a great player, but he's really going to have to pull it all out here if he wants to do well in this match.
Yeah, Alan, a former national champion. So he knows what it takes to go the distance.
And there goes Simone and the gentleman, Joe Attia, who I think just concluded their match. Simone, only one of two females, I believe, in this year's competition. Anita Chan being the other. Of course, Alan is somewhat of a man on a mission here this week, Dave. Reaching the finals last year. Falling a little short, to say the least, against Sahil Nayar. So right now, theoretically, Alan is the top man.
Yeah, usually the winner has the target on their back, but Sahil Nair is overseas, battling it out on the pro circuit as he won that 2-year card back in 2024. La Bande de Coin, the Pan Am Championships. So, as you said, it might be up for grabs as last year's winner is not here, but Allen being the runner-up, it's definitely looking like the man to beat. We are on the OBSA YouTube channel. If you have any comments or questions, feel them to fire our way. We'll do our best to answer them for you. Let us know where we're tuning in from. Got fans from Switzerland, down in America, Brazilian is tuned in, and definitely a wealth of Canadians watching this national championship.
Yeah,
This is David Burney with Rob Richards in the commentary booth.
yeah, what a wonderful day this is.
Yeah, Cornerbank is the venue, owned and operated by John White and Jim Weich, located at 925 Warden Ave in Scarborough.
Chance there for Dan, but my goodness, that couldn't have worked out any worse for him. He's left one on to the middle, and I believe the red top of the bunch will go to the bottom left corner. And Allen, well, you know, Dave, I think he can actually get on the block from here. As long as he's careful, of course, but he may take the one to middle first. Well, I think he's come up a little short for the green. Have a quick look at the yellow, but yellow's got the same kind of angle, both going towards that bulk cushion. Wow, had a great bit of side there.
Yeah, it looks like he's just got enough angle on that red at top. The other red's in the middle of the table that he can sun down for the black. Ooh, he had the black, but he didn't get the red.
Yeah, I don't think he's given anything away here. But Dan should be able to get that white in behind the bulk colors. Looking for coverage, of course. Dan's a very methodical tactician. Knows the game quite well. Just a matter if he can get it transpired from his brain to his cue. Just like the rest of us, we all think a good game. Or at least we think we do, but oh, he's not. Wow.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting path from the brain all the way down to the Q arm. We can see it all there in front of us in the brain, but just sometimes for us, it malfunctions down to our arm.
Yeah, and sometimes our brain just does not want to get out of bed that day. But early goings, and Dan's, you know, me and him have played numerous times. Numerous times. It's quite a good match, but his long ball potting and some of the balls that he can pot that I believe are safe. Thin cuts, back cuts, long distance, short distance, it doesn't matter. Oh my goodness, he's done it again. But of course, on the other end of the spectrum, Dave, if he's having a bad day, if things aren't going his way, then they tend to go really good or really not good. And right now, he's off to a rough start.
Yeah, can't be giving points away to last year's runner-up. Sure, it's not vintage Whitfield right now, but soon enough, the bear's going to come out of the cave and start attacking.
Oh boy, what are we seeing?
A very true table that rolled very straight. Unfortunately, it went in off
Well,
for Allen.
yeah, I mean, we don't get to say this often, but they've potted more whites in this frame than they have object balls. Allen's potted one red and the green, and Dan's potted two whites, and Allen's potted one white. So 3 whites have potted versus 2 object balls. So what is the over-under on object balls potted in this match, folks? You might win yourselves a cookie.
It's a nice long red there by Dan. As you were mentioning, Rob can be quite proficient with those long pots.
Oh, he absolutely can. He can be quite deadly, and then, you know, he can make breaks and keep it going. Like, even with pots here, most of us might look at this black and say, no, we're just going to keep it safe, especially against Allen. But not Dan. Allen just having to look there, make sure Dan was not hitting the red before the black.
You got to see some of these players definitely come in, and they're aware of certain players' abilities. Talking to Sylvain, he was saying he was going to be in tough because he was in Levi, Nitin, John Wallace's group. But sure, they're strong and they're expected to win, so you can just play underdog Sylvain and just slowly pick things off.
Absolutely. As long as you go into every match, Dave, with a positive attitude and belief that you can win, you should be just fine. Rely on your own abilities and carry on. But it's Dan right now, leading 20 to 12, 8 points in front. Of course, 8 of those points that Allen scored were from fouls. But, you know, Dan's going down toward, you know, he doesn't have to play this one into the corner. He is going to quite possibly, good chance he's going to knock into one of those reds on the bulk cushion, on the bottom cushion, pardon me. He does alternatively have a red in the right middle, which shouldn't be too difficult. Wow, he played that nicely. That'll work out for him. You know, I mean, some might say this would be an upset if Allen doesn't win this match or if Dan does win this match, but it's simply going to be a great match either way. You know, on paper, sure, Allen might look like the favorite. Wow. A little bit of commentator's curse there. You know, Dave, I thought commentator's curse only existed if a player was making a maximum. course, Allen has got a nudge. He does have a pot on. If this goes in the corner, it'd be better, but I don't think it does. But this red does go into the bottom right corner. Use the other red to nudge out of the way and stay on the black here. Yeah, it's a little tricky. He's not too comfortable with it. Just going to have a better look at it. So, does have the one to left center as well. Well, it just finds its way in. Well, Allen in front, 44-21. Out of position, playing safe to the bulk end. Dan come back to the table, 23 points down. Allen had a break of 32 there to take that 23-point advantage. Mr. Bissonette looking to run the white off the bottom cushion, back up table, needs a bit of luck. Won't quite have it. Long red on for Mr. Whitfield, former Canadian champion, former Ontario champion, played in the IBSF, he's played in the Pan Am. Of course, he's done well. Doesn't like the long pots, the black's not available. Opting to play two cushions to knock the red safe, but Dan could take this red on, quite possibly develop the black to left corner. Not easy, of course. He's going to have a quick look, but it's a big ball to take on. Should he miss, he's going to be leaving quite a lot, and he's already trailing this first frame, best of 3 by 23. Well, Dan's managed to get out of there somehow, some way, but he's done it, folks. My word. Oh, look at this. Well, Allen's got a little bit fortunate on that one. That was not his best attempt, rather poor. But he's going to give it a go here. Second chance, gets it to left center. That's 4 in the side. Dan now has got to make the best of that gift given to him by the snooker gods, folks. And he's done it. He's there. He's on the red to get back up towards the blue. We have some great matches coming your way later today, folks. If you follow along on cloudsnooker.com under player schedule, now make sure you at the top of that page or the tournament schedule, select the correct day. Make sure it's selected on June 3rd, which is today. You can also see what matches are scheduled to come up later on the 4th and 5th as well. But we have quite a few matches to go. And this is day one, ladies and gentlemen. This is the group stage, day one of the Canadian National Open Snooker Championship. Mr. Bernie has taken a brief break for the moment. I'm your host, Rob Richards. Grateful each and every one of you are here. Truly appreciate your help and support each and every time I go live. Everybody that follows here on social media and Facebook and YouTube. This is the Cbsa YouTube channel where the world is watching, folks. We have players from around the globe tuning in today because we have some of the finest live snooker and most live snooker you will find online right here on the Cbsa YouTube channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe, folks, so you get those notifications of when we go live. So another close frame. Dan's pulled within 3 now. Alan's still in front, of course, 44 to 41. Oh, he's covered all reds but one. Alan may have a go at this. Looks fairly straight. He can draw back a little slight draw, be on the blue, or he can, well, he's queuing down on the white, so it is going to be draw. Oh boy. Well, if Dan, I don't see Dan taking on the red by the black. A little difficult. He's got a great safety. Leave the white in the bulk end. This red off top cushion, side cushion, and bottom cushion. White come over towards the brown and yellow area of the table for coverage. That would be his goal, I would think. Oh, he hit that really soft. But that will play, that will do. And looks like Mr. Vito Puopolo is getting ready for action. Not sure where that match is going to be, folks, but right now we have a great one in front of us. And Levi Myler has defeated John Wallace 2-0, folks. And it looks like Vito Puopolo and, well, let me get that score up there. So it's Vito Puopolo and Sarush Saremafar. We will check in there once they get underway, but we will be sticking with our feature match, Alan and Dan, for the time being, of course. Looks like Alan Whitfield's jumped ahead by 27. Done well on this break of 24. Needs just this red here. It looks like Alan is going to be capturing frame one. 28 in front. This gives him a 35-point advantage. Oh, hold the phone. So 35 in front. Allen had just enough to putt the yellow there. And he's on the green to right center. I don't see Dan coming back to the table, but if this green drops, certainly not. Well, Allen's not even going to give him the choice here. He might just clear up. Possible 59 in front of him to continue his campaign of 2026. Wow. Just wow. Look at the white. And he's on the block. Would you look at this? Just this block for a great finish. Well, didn't get it. Didn't need it. All right, let's switch. Nope. They're just having a bit of practice right now on our other table. Just playing containing safety. But you know what? Wouldn't be surprised if Dan takes this red on down the cushion. Doesn't want to go too high just in case he doesn't get the pot. He may play the red to the right of the black spot as well, which is what, well, he's attempting that one now. Didn't get it, and he's left it. You know, if Dan can keep a positive attitude with himself, he'll have a good outing. May struggle against Allen a little bit, but bit of a tough group. However, you only got to be in the top 4, so he's got you got to be in the top 4 of 7. So you got a 50-50 shot of getting out of your group to make the top 32. So Vito and Sarush Saremafir have not started just yet, folks. We will check it there when we can. At the speed of this match, is a good possibility we'll be able to capture that on film. Alan doing a good job to make, well, he's trying to do a good job to make this quick. Alan is, of course, in that group of one of the top favorites for the event, for the title. Yeah, he wanted a little more angle. Didn't want to be so close to that cushion here. Inject a bit of pace. Might catch the knuckles. Wow, look, he's played that off the knuckles of the bottom right corner to get the white off the cushion. Very smartly played. Oh, and then he does that. My goodness, what's he done there? Well, he's only scored 16. Still trying to work a few of the bugs out. We see Joe Pullet sitting at top of our screen with Frank Amaranti, two good friends of Mr. Bissonette. Showing a little bit of support for their man. See what Dan can put together here. If he can clip this red. Not going to hold for the block. Oh boy. And he's left the red on. Allen is just come right straight to the table at a quick pace. Wants to get it done. He's a very attacking. My goodness, he's come up short. In and out of bulk it is. Needs to pass the pink. He's going to be tight to that cushion though on this next red. So we're not straightforward. Only 6 points scored Allen leading 22-1 here in the second. This red not guaranteed. And there's Miss Anita Chan. Well, Allen's played that very smartly. He's going to need another good one here to get back in position in this frame and keep this break alive. Oh. May have taken that one for granted. However, he's left the door open, not completely shut yet. Only 30-1 in front, so Dan 29 points behind. Was waiting for a moment. It's been gifted to him by Allen. Oh my goodness. Dan certainly, well, has come off the rails a little bit in this second frame. Had a chance in the first, didn't get it done. He's got to forget about that. If he comes back to the table with another gift, another scoring opportunity, he's got to take it for, well, he's got to make the most of it. But now it's just a matter of how many points more will he be in the hole. Okay, only one, so, and he's been gifted an opportunity to get on the block. Mr. Bissonette needs to go to work here as he makes an adjustment, grabs his cue. Hopefully he can refocus and readjust. Two reds waiting for him. I think Dan may have felt as soon as he touched the table, the black may have moved. Wants the white to slow, and it will. I think he's good on this red to left center. Get back in position on the block here. Two pots, get him right back in the frame, give himself a chance. Would like an angle to go in the bunch. Does he have it? Nope. Not quite. Still got a red to left center. Now he may be able to stun his way over to the right side of the bunch so he has an angle to come back for the black or screw back. Yeah, needed a lot more screw there. Now has his angle on the blue. Can he get into the bunch? It's going to be a great effort if he can. This blue will put him within 8 of Allen. Looks pretty good. Oh, he just missed. I don't think he could have come much closer, but taking the paint off the bunch of reds there. But it's Dan Bissonette Allen Whitfield. Allen leading 31-23, 8 points to the good. Well, here we go. Allen's at it again. Dan had a good effort, just not quite good enough. Allen looking to end the frame. 17 points in front. A little while to go yet, so it's not out of range for Mr. Bissonette just momentarily. But give it that few more moments and it just may be as Allen continues to put the balls into the back of the leather.
Sorry, everybody. I just had to step away a little bit.
There
Just
we
in
go.
The great Bob Hargrove came and paid a visit, so it was great hearing some stories of his travels in this great game. Just a stand-up guy. So it was good hearing some of those great tales that he has. So definitely come on down to Corner Bank if you want to hear from Bob. You know, little
Hall of
kid from,
Famer.
yeah, a little kid from small town New Brunswick traveled throughout this world with this great game of snooker. So, kids, hold on to your dreams. Things can happen. Looks like this has been a little bit closer of a frame. Still Allen leading. Kind of took a little glance at the scoreboard. Rob, was there a high break at all by Allen? Or was he just chipping away, making 20s
Well,
and 30s here and there?
he did make a 50-plus break to end the first frame, but other than that, not much really.
Yeah, looks like Dan's in a bit of trouble here. Out of that red, but just a little too close to the black. So he's snookered there. This has got to run.
Well, Dan's going to have a look, but I think the way Allen's hitting it, I think you got to put it back. Because if he's trying to hit it soft, there's a good chance he could knock it right over that left middle.
Oh, he's missed again. Looks like the result of the third attempt is a touching ball, so Dan just wants to make sure his opponent is aware. Sometimes when your back is turned with no referee at the table and your opponent shoots away, you might be questioning what happened. It is interesting in these short sprints, best of three, it does lead it to a few upsets here and there. You can get one of the stronger players on the ropes. Win for you can happen. It's a nice long red there, cueing over the ball. Bradley just chiming in. Question if not sure if Dan scored the 2 fouls. Not too sure as well, but we got to kind of leave it up to the players. They're self-refereeing.
Yeah, I believe he did. I saw the score. So, score is correct. Allen 59, Dan 36. So, 23. Allen still requires the green, and this yellow is going to be close that top left corner, Dave.
Yeah, is the nap going to take it? So just ran short of pace. The nap was pulling it down to curve it into that pocket, but just fell short of pace. A good opportunity for Dan to capitalize on that blunder by Allen. That's a shot he'd like back again. Just threw his arms on in disgust just after he went through the cue.
Yeah, certainly. It looked like he played it with a bit of side, but from the angle, I don't think he needed it, really. So, a bit surprised. You know, perhaps he was trying to maintain the white after he potted the yellow, but at this point, if you got to go ball for ball one at a time if you need to.
And that yellow wobbled just a little bit for Allen, forced him to be out of position on the green, so just had to play a safe shot. It wasn't successful. Left a long pot on for Dan. But as you said, Rob, Dan can be quite a proficient long potter. That time he was hoping for the snooker behind the black, and he's gifted a long pot for Allen. So green is Allen's frame ball.
Well, match ball, really.
And he's quite happy as that pink is very safe. ball Dan needs to prolong this match. So Alan doesn't want to disturb that at all.
Okay, here we go. Dan Bissonette with a chance to pot the green. Remember, he can only tie this frame at this point. Yeah, that's one thing about Dan. He is a great long ball potter, but when he's not potting well, you see shots like that happen, which is unfortunate because he's a much better player than what he's shown today.
Trying to knock that green near the black ball. Just wonder if just the length of that shot took away him on the left side of the green and maybe shooting the cue ball towards the black ball. Oh. Alan is now given a chance to win the frame. Still pink pretty safe.
Wow, that was a little careless there, Dave.
Yeah, sometimes those can be clever shots. Those coming off the cushion first and then hitting your object ball really creates distance. But going in and off is not the plan for Alan Whitfield. But too much pace, ran on. This might have the angle on the brown actually to take it into the yellow pocket and maybe nudge the pink a little bit. No, he didn't nudge it a little bit. He nudged it a lot and almost put it onto the opposite side cushion.
Wow, what an out this would be. I mean, my word. Al's just sitting in his chair and nothing he can do, just watching on. Oh, Dan's going to have a play at the double. Good opportunity. You got to take it, I think.
Yeah, the angle down for the black, so it's all there for him. Big shot on the pink, though. Oh, can't get the pink. Did he? And he fluked it into the green pocket.
Oh, my word.
Plum on the black. And Bissonette, this black, incredible second frame steal. He's got it. 65 to 60 in the second frame. And stand by, everyone. Frame 3, the decider of this match, is coming up.
Yeah, and folks, we're going to Vito and Sarush match on our other tables. Unfortunately, going to have to wait just a little while longer now.
Alan's set to get us going, breaking off in frame 3. He's got that mind of a goldfish. Forget that last frame. Forget that in-off on the green. It's only one frame, and you need 2 to get a match win in the round robin stage of this 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship. Now that Miss Brown hasn't really gifted anything for Alan. And again, gearing up for a long pot. Very close. You almost got the snooker. I think there's just a slim path for that red that Dan was on. And Al can nick off the left side. Yeah, a bit reckless there. Is there a path past this blue for the red? Doesn't look like it. I think Alan will get down on it pretty quickly. Just coming over to take a peek. Confirms that it doesn't. Doesn't want that black to go in. Down it goes. Playing for it just ran a bit too much. Nice try on that thin cut, but he's left a good chance for Alan to get started. path for the black. Let's see if that. I don't think that pink passes the tops of those reds. Because the angle actually is looking a little too severe on that red left to it. So had the angle there. Let's come up top cushion beyond the black. He's kind of getting in the driver's seat, Allen. This is exactly what he needs to compile a good, strong, impressive break. He could win the frame with one visit. Dancing around the black quite nicely. Oh, spins away in disgust. Can't believe it. Sorry. Back on the spot. Oh. Anybody can miss in this game. Obviously, on the amateur side, we see a lot more misses. We do sometimes really high breaks, but Dan can't capitalize. Didn't leave anything easy for Dan. Room is buzzing now. Getting close to the end of the workday, so people are starting to come in. Let's get the blue. Oh, that's tough going over the yellows. Probably looking for the brown to take him down table. Did he run on just a bit much? This red close to his cue ball could be blocking the path of that open red on the right side. Apologize if there's any background noise bleeding through. So got some players just discussing their matches just behind me. I have a designated booth that's isolated from the action, kind of on the ground, just in the middle of all of it. It's definitely a great seat. I have a shot to nothing here. Red just above and to the left of the black spot. pin that he likes, so it's run in and out of bulk. So Alan Whitfield's small lead in this deciding frame over Dan Bissonnette. 25-13. Lots of reds on the table. A little cagey affair. There's 7 players in each group and 4 moving on. There's a percentage that you will move on, but you don't want to lose any silly matches. This one's definitely been a battle. Hasn't been Alan's finest. So an unfortunate in-off in the last frame that cost him. Missed a relatively easy black that spun him around in fits. But Dan has given him a chance to get right back into things. Certainly feels like last year's runner-up is feeling it a bit. Just not getting a groove on. So yeah, if Dan can punish him, this definitely would be a shock. Dan's been around the game for quite a while. Not sure what the head-to-head is between Alan and Dan. On the onset, the odds makers definitely would favor Alan in this match.
Yeah, like I was saying, Dave, he is on paper the favorite, but Dan certainly has the ability to get it done if he can keep himself together. And being honest, if we're looking at the record of this table, a lot of the matches, the player who wins the first frame is not the player who wins the match.
Yeah.
Well, Dan's great chance.
Right now.
See what he can do here, Dave.
Yeah, and he's always got that recovery red that's close to the right middle, just in case he squeaks out of position.
Yeah, it's early going in the break, only 16, but the Reds are sitting pretty. There's nothing better when you're a player in a match like this to be in the balls the way the Reds are sitting. It doesn't really have to go into them. He just has to control his white.
Yeah. Sun up into that red below the play for the red to the right middle. I don't think there's a path for that red just below the pink to go through, but maybe he might want a chance off that last black and stun up and cannon into the red below the pink to hold for the red to the right of it.
Oh, he's overhit it. No, it slowed down off the second cushion. See how Dan chooses to play on here. Can he get through the gap? I think he has. So he's got a choice here, Dave. Play a thin red into the bottom right corner. Not advisable. More so the second red in the group of three there to the right middle. Carry him into the other red. And it's still on the black. Nicely done.
Yeah, he's trying to open up those reds.
He's got one safety red on the cushion now. The other three, pretty much all he needs.
Oh, he's broken down. Unbelievable, and he's left a red. Big chance for Alan
Wow.
Whitfield.
I thought he would just play that plain ball straight through.
Did he see the winning line? He's definitely in stride to do it.
Well, Alan's got to, pot a few balls here. He's going to need that one on the right side cushion. It's on his side of the table, of course, so that made it a little bit easier. Now, this is where he's got to be a little cautious, a little mindful. I don't think the pink goes, so he's just got to make sure he doesn't hook himself on the black. And naturally, he doesn't. Now, this could be interesting. Angle here to pot the black, not only pot the black, but disturb the red on the cushion and still have a pot on the red to the left corner. Well, welcome back, Green Fernandez, tuning in from Northumberland, England. Dave, truly have viewers tuning in from all over the globe. Wow, Alan's faltered again.
Yeah, just not exercising that killer instinct that we know he has. He almost drove his cue down to Alaska going through the floor.
But you know what, Dave? If Alan doesn't win this match, that's going to give him a lot of drive going forward.
Yeah, we see that a lot sometimes, even in matches. When your back is up against it, that's when you really start producing the goods. You start fighting.
Yeah, Dan can clip this blue, and it's going to be hard to control the white, though. Oh, he's overdone it.
Thinking too much of the red, maybe. So Alan might be able to put his red behind the pink. And let's put his cue ball up near the ball. There's going to be some distance. Didn't get the snooker, but it's relatively safe. It's not potable, but Dan might be able to play a drag shot to create the snooker as well.
Yeah, I think whoever pots this red, the way the colors are sitting, are going to be a heavy favorite for the frame. However, I think Dan's got the snooker here. As we see Alan with a little tap on the table. That would tell us that he does in fact have a snooker.
Nice pace, well played.
Well, easy trick here for Dan. Slim off the left side. Knowing Dan, he might even play the pot, the top right corner. And wow, that's actually looking like what he's doing. Wow.
Ooh, that just bended a little. I think the nap might have taken it. So he's giving.
Yeah, not so sure about that one. He had an easy play to keep that red safe on the right cushion, white in bulk, but now he's actually left a possible pot on here for Alan Whitfield, which may cost him not the frame, but the match also. Yeah, that was a risky pot he took on, Dave.
A nice angle on the green.
Yeah, so Alan, trailing by 3, still requires the pink, but it's all there for him.
Yeah, just needs to maintain his focus. He's wobbled a few. Definitely has the ability to seize this frame and match.
Alan's he's a great player. He's a bit of a perfectionist at times, so he's going to be replaying this in his mind before his next match and aim to do better.
Wrong side of the blue here. He's got to go around the world. This doesn't look too bad.
Pretty good from where he was, but it's not over until that ball's in the back of the pocket, Dave.
A little awkward bridging on the cushion. The pink drops, so Alan Whitfield avoided a scare there. Didn't think it was going to be 2-1, but Dan Bissamet, he's a tough customer and a tall drink of water. So,
all right, we're going to check in with the end of this match here. Vito Puopolo and Sarush Saremafar. Vito on a break of 50. He leads 1-0, so this match is over. But we are still waiting for another match to come up on our feature table, of course. Vito Puopolo, another one of the favorites. Former Canadian champion, of course.
Yep. Former Pan Am Seniors champion.
Played at the Crucible in the World Seniors against Tony Drago.
Now, I'm just going to step out of the booth for a little bit, say hi to some friends while we wait for this next match, and might get a little bite to eat as well.
All right, so sounds like a plan.
Hopefully we can see a nice, good match on our feature table when I return.
Oh, Vito does not get the pink to clearance, but he gets the match. Congratulations. Vito Puopolo defeats Sarush Saremafar. 2-0 here. So let me have a look around, folks, see what other action we got going on. Okay, so we don't have a match on our feature table, but we do have Edward Ling leading Andrew Ellis 1-0. He's up 61-9, so 52 the difference with 43 on. Wow, what a pot there by Edward Ling. Andrew Ellis does concede. So Edward Ling is your winner, folks. So Well, not sure where we go from here. But we will find something. Swing our camera around. I think Frank Amaranti at the table, just doing a bit of practice. So we're going to go back to our feature table and, well, have a bit of a wait. So good opportunity here, folks. If need be, go ahead, refresh your drinks, get a few snacks, and settle in because we are going to be here until the end of play, whichever match that may be. So we're a bit ahead of schedule, so we are just going to, as we see the crowd develop, sit and wait for our next match to come about. Folks, a bit of a standstill at the moment. There's a match prepping on our second table right now, and if nothing starts here, we'll get to that. It will be Hugh McEachern and Presley Backus. All right, folks, we're going to stay here for the moment, but our feature match, or our match on our feature table, is just about set. So we're going to head over there momentarily. Okay, while these two figure out what's going on here, let's switch over to our featured table match between Tom Zane Finstad and Miss Anita Chan. Anita has been playing for a few years. She's done well. She's improved her game quite a bit. She's got a great coach in the Ontario champion, Levi Myler. Well, unfortunately, she's going for a thin clip on the red. Didn't get it. Cost her 4 points. Tom has a pot here. Same red Anita was attempting. Same pocket, bottom right corner. Oh, doesn't go. Not a bad idea. Ashley left the one on. I think she has. The one at the bottom of the bunch. But Tom has this thin red to right middle. Doesn't go, so Tom will just play it carefully. He's not going to give an inch. He won't be taking any liberties here. He's a definite proper player, this man. Oh. Nita looking for a fuller contact. Having a bit of an issue with her arm. She's got a decent sized brace there. It could be limiting her swing. Tom's going to need to pot this red, but he's going to need to power through the bunch here. Yeah. Lifted his head there on contact with the white. He's got fortunate. He knows it. This will be might not be the most potting exhibitions of matches that we've seen today, but it will certainly be one of the most entertaining, to say the least. Nia Chan looking to contain it. Has she done so? Well, yes and no. This thin red will go to the left corner. Tom nicely on the block, played very well. Green Fernandez, no, there's quite a few matches. Our last match is scheduled for 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're going to go all day and into the evening as late as we have to. If I can get matches on camera by simply turning the camera to another table, and I can get a few, then I will do so. We generally like to stick, or I like to stick with this table because it's our best camera, it's our best view. There's nobody popping up in front of it. Anita Chan finds herself 20 to 1 points down, 19 points behind. Well, here's some applause in the background. That could simply be a good break or a great pot or a good win. However, whatever it is, we wish everybody the best of luck in this year's competition. This is day one of the open event. See Tom get this red. Oh, I think it could have rolled off just a touch. Does Anita Chan have this red below the pink, left of the bunch? Can she play that red as a plant to the one over that left corner? She's going to roll it through, get on the black. If she pots the red, no, very close, but she's going to leave it. Oh my goodness. Absolutely trying her best. Tom looking to get in the reds. Failed to pot the black. My word, he's opened them. Anita's got some awful queuing ahead of her. Unless she takes this red to left center, she's got to watch she doesn't run into traffic, get on black or pink. Well, understandable there. Using the rest to the middle. Not always easy. But she tries hard, and we appreciate it. I appreciate any match when we have players playing properly and giving it their best, and I assure you, this young lady is giving it her best. Just as Tom will be giving it his best, won't be pulling any punches. That's not too bad. Still on a red to right corner. Oh boy, did not expect that from this man. Kind of twisted his cue upon delivery there, unfortunately. Wow, good puff there. Oh, she's okay. Is she on a color? Oh, I don't think she is. Oh, she might have a go with the green here. That's about it. Looking to just get the white back. Wow, that's not ideal. Table's not ideal either. Tom out to a 27 point advantage, 29 to 2 in front. Oh boy. Tom would love to put a few colors together here, but even he's struggling at the moment. In front by 30. Anita comes back to the table. It's going to need a long rest, possible extension too. Absolutely, Bradley Gerson. I mean, she gives it her all. She gives it her best, and that's all we can expect out of any player. So I'm proud to actually give her the airtime. Absolutely deserves it. Tom just lending a hand there. Well, Anita's got a lot of work to do to make this shot happen. Wants that white to hold up. Oh, and she's just okay. I think she can get the queuing angle of the black. So she's got a difficult putt. Reds in the open. Down by 29 once that score. There we go. Now it's been updated, so 32 to 3. Still in favor for Tom. Not taking the black on, going for the double on the blue. The red might be in the way ever so slightly. Well, not gone to plan. Tom's going to have a difficult time scoring or putting any runs together of any significant value. Oh, he's going to grant Anita another opportunity here. Red left center. Not a lot to do with the white. A little bit of draw. She'll be on the pink, nicely on the pink to bottom right corner. If she has that shot in her tool bag, this is the time to bring it out. But not yet. Opting for the safety instead. Tom putting Anita right on the ball cushion. Difficult cueing. Not a lot to play for here. She can see the red closest to that corner. She may have a go at it. Nope. Didn't have the angle, just playing it from behind. Left one on to left center for Mr. Tom Finstad, folks. Oh boy. Not sure what actually Tom did there, but Anita will be grateful. Chance to pot a few balls here in the 2026 Open Canadian Snooker Championship. I am your host, Rob Richards, and I'm very grateful for each and every one of you folks for tuning in today of day one. We are live on the OBSA YouTube channel at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. And up now, we've started another chat goal, folks, where you can show your support and appreciation by clicking on that chat goal and purchase a super chat or super sticker. All dollar amounts count and are greatly appreciated, each and every one of you. Thank you so much in advance. Do have a look. Help us continue to bring you these events, increase our streaming capabilities, and improving each and every time. And as I said, every dollar goes a long, long way, folks. Anita on a break of 7. 2 balls in a row. Make that 3, a little bounce, and she's nice on the block here for her. Wow, nicely done. Tried to chip the red off the bottom cushion to make it easier for herself, but it's a good pot in the black nonetheless. Bradley Grierson, yeah, I mean, Tom's got quite a few cues, so not really sure. Wow, Anita on a break of 16 here in the Canadian Open Championship. She's kind of out of position here. She could take the green onto left center. She got a pot in the pink. Green's a little bit easier, but it's close together. She's now within 13 of Tom, 32, 19 behind. Well, that last minute adjustment ends up overcutting the green. But she's got safe. Now within striking distance. Oh, and that's a foul and a free ball. Anita just taking her vest off as it's not a requirement during the group stage. No, Anita put him back, but she's now in a bit of trouble. She may have this red down the cushion, left side cushion. She's looking at the red in front of her, but from my view, I don't think she can see it. Got to be careful with these. Wow. Great putt, Anita Chan. Great compliment to the Ontario Snooker Champion as her coach, Levi Myler. This block will put her within one of Tom. Wow, a little nervy. Didn't get position once again, but that's okay. She's made a game of it. Oh, I need a chant. Tom Finstad, frame one, folks. Tom's in front by 8, 32-24. All right, sorry about that, folks. Just getting a few things set as it's getting later on, and oh, we got dinner coming up, so I got that started, folks. So we are good to go for the next little while. Thank you so much for tuning in and staying tuned in. Helps us out a lot. Don't forget to like and subscribe here on the OBS8 YouTube channel. Truly where the world is watching today, folks. But right now, Anita still within 8 points of Tom in this opening frame of this match. That was a timely fluke if I've ever seen one before. All right, folks, sorry about that. Just thinking about a little bit of food to eat, just to keep myself going just before, well, dinner gets ready. And then, well, right now, I mean, close enough frame. Anita's in with a chance, 25 on, trailing 39-27, down by 12. She does require the 5 remaining colors. Ooh, I think she's okay, but she's going to be snookered behind the blue here. Yeah, Tom digging in, playing proper. Anita Chan wants to play the game how it's supposed to be played, doesn't want to be gifted anything intentionally. Oh, good attempt. I don't think Tom will have her put back. 12 in front for 16 points in front. Still needs the brown. Well, there you have it. Frame 1 goes to Tom Zane Finstad over Anita Chan, folks. Stay with us. We're not going to cut away. We're not going anywhere. So now just about set for frame 2. Oh, we are underway. Anita's got to be proud of herself. She did well in that first frame. Had a chance going into the colors, and she can putt 6 balls in a row, folks. So if Tom doesn't have the frame 1 going into the colors, well, it's still up for grabs. Oh, let's see if she can do a little bit better this frame. Tom fouls with the white top right corner of the green pocket. All right. While we're beginning the second frame, let's get you a score from around the corner bank. All available on cloudsnooker.com, folks. Right, my mic is a little bit louder, gone up, so we will change that. All right. So we have Sylvain Etier and Frank Amaranti in the first frame. Hugh McEachern and Presley Backus in the first frame. And okay. That match is listed twice. I'm not sure why. Possibly they started on 2 different tablets. Not sure what's going on there. But it's also, as we see, Tom Finstad 1-0 over Anita Chan. Michelle Vizina versus Matt Tosheri in the first frame. Alain Lavoie, Gus Langos in the first frame. Dimos Zachariou leads James Power 1-0. Bernard Smith and Vince Chambers in the first frame. So a lot of matches now just underway. So we're doing good on time, folks. We got a couple more matches to go before the end of the day. And if we don't have a match on our main table right here, then we will be able to turn the camera and look for more, any action at all, and I will bring it to you if it's available to me. Oh, Tom's jumped out to a 32 to 4-point lead here in the second frame. Oh, and he's potted the white again. Makings of a great billiards player here. All right, so there might be some issue with the cloud scoring. But we won't worry about that. So Hugh McEachern and Presley Backus, we're not sure what that result is. It's still showing as 2 matches. With the same ID number, so I'm not sure Presley is going to have to figure that one out. So the match on our secondary table is, let's see here, Joe Pullitz and Peter Gayorkos. And they are just in the first frame. So if need be, we can always get to that one. Right now, Anita's come back a little bit, only trying by 16. No pot on, just playing the safety. Wanted the white closer to the cushion. She's left a long pot on here for Tom, though, to that top left corner. Tom didn't really capitalize, and Anita's at it again. So it's going to be interesting here. If she can grab a frame from Tom, looking for red in left middle. Looks good. Looks good. Oh my goodness. Miss Chan in with a chance. Send her your best vibes, ladies and gentlemen, your best energy. Wish her well. Oh, beautifully done. She got through the gap. She's only now 1 point behind, folks, 33-32 over a veteran of the game. And there's nothing he can do but sit in his chair. If Anita can keep this up, she might force a third frame decider. Wow, she's giving it right back to Tom here. But she's doing well. If Tom makes another mistake, Tom wanted to get a little bit higher off that black, but he's now in front by 25. 57-32 to the good. Very commendable effort by Miss Chan here at the Open Snooker Championship. We are live on the Cbsa YouTube channel where the world is truly watching, folks. And I'm greatly thankful for that. We are on location at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada for this edition, the 2026 edition of this year's championships. What a great few days it's been already with the seniors finishing yesterday. Congratulations once again to Gerard Morrison, the new Canadian Senior Snooker Champion for 2026. And he is competing again in the Open, folks. So he's going to have all that momentum going forward. Sorry, folks, I have to mute my microphone for a second, take care of a bit of business, but Tom Finstad's got this match, this frame of match well in hand. Anita's done very, very well and should be very, very proud of herself. She'll watch this film back and see where she needs to improve. But here we come with the hug, not the handshake. You get the hug with Anita. So congratulations, Mr. Finstad wins this match. 2-0. But a bigger congratulations goes to Miss Anita Chan for a great, great effort. So right now, folks, let's keep this train rolling. Keep this boat floating. Here we got Peter Gayorkos and Joe Pullitz. First frame, Joe leading 43-6. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to stick here for the time being. Joe Pullitz with a 41-point lead here in the second, folks. Trying to get as many players or different players on as we can. Our feature table has a match coming up that we've seen a few of the players, and right now we haven't seen this gentleman, Peter or Joe, yet today. Joe, good friend of mine. Don't know too much about Peter. Another match that we could switch to if we need to after this one is Alain Lavoie and Gus Langlois. Peter getting a little fortunate on that one. Joe with a little smile on his face. Joe, one of the top players. Back in the day, he was one of the best players. Can still go with the best of them. James Steele, Jesse Fox, thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Oh, and Jesse, regarding the shoes, that's Purple Rain all the way, baby. Keep sporting those things, I tell you. If you can get those shoes and borrow a couple of those fancy player vests from Mr. Kirk Kluche that he used to have, man, you'd really onto something. But like I said, Jesse, those shoes, they're Purple Rain, baby. And actually, Jesse, I hope we get to see more than just your shoes. Hope we get to see you play on camera um, on our feature table. As we know, folks, I'd love to get that match. Jesse Fox doing great things for snooker in the Ottawa area, and hasn't been on our feature table yet, or a table that I can get to with said camera. So if I can, I'm going for it. Right now, Peter Gayokos is in tough here with Mr. Pullitz. Joe's got such a good touch. Joe leading by 39. Two reds remaining, so mathematically, Peter's still in it. Joe requires just one red, however. He's going to leave a pot on if he doesn't get coverage on the blue, and he won't. James D. Steele, yes, he is starting to play more and more often. Um, unfortunately, I don't see him. He's not playing in this year's Canadians. I think he was, and then he had to pull out for whatever reason. However, he is still playing. He was down here in the GTA area a little while ago for the Master Q Open. Great guy, love talking to him. I've known him for quite some time. Had a few years apart, of course. But yeah, great Canadian champion too, Mr. Kirk Kluche. And if I remember correctly, he used to play out of the Orange Monkey out in Ottawa. Of course, now I think he sometimes visits the Ottawa Snooker Club, one of the sites for the NSL, the National Snooker League. So Kirk is out and about. Joe's got a 45-point lead, one red, just left it over the cushion. So Peter's in tough here. Joe's in good stance to take this opening frame. Oh, he's going to want the white to stop. Oh, he had good spot to snooker Joe behind that brown, but in fact, he's the one that snookered. That's a little unfortunate. 37 the difference. 27 on. Peter's going to give it his best, but Joe's too crafty at this game. Very well experienced for anybody that knows him. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're having a wonderful day as much as we are enjoying the snooker. Don't forget, we're still here. We got a couple more hours to go. A few more matches to go. We're well on track to keep that 8 p.m. start of our final match. Of our final scheduled match, that is. And then, of course, we will be right back here tomorrow morning, bright and early. Set your alarms, folks, for 9:30 a.m. start. Sharp. All right, folks, if you'll excuse me just for a brief moment or two. This frame continues, and I'll be back momentarily. Folks, I've returned and still in the first frame, 22 remain. Joe still leading 62-37 in front. So 25 points in front he is. So only one snooker required now. Well, that should be it. So 25, this would be 29. Peter will require 3 snookers on the blue. But it's not over yet, folks. And we see our other match next to this table. This is why this is not our main camera, but we're going to stick with us. Steven 2861, Joe Post using an aid in addition to his gloved hand. Yes, he sometimes does, and yes, it is permitted. Because he has a slight disability with that hand. Bonnie, it's sometimes he has a little device to help him cue properly. Because he can't get his hand in certain positions anymore. But for the most part, he's okay as it is. So 62, 41, 21 the difference. 1 snooker required, and Peter will be right back in it here, folks. Well, hello, Andrew Cuber, 5649. Welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Absolutely, Stephen. I try my best. Sometimes I don't get to the chat quickly, but sometimes I do. And thank you very much, Bonnie. Truly appreciate it. And thank you for being here, along with everybody else here this evening. A lot of you have been here in and out all day long, checking out the great action here at the Cbsa Canadian Open Snooker Championship 2026, where we are live from the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. I'm your host, Rob Richards, saying thank you so much. We've got a great action here today and tomorrow. Joe looking to put this frame to bed if he can pot the blue, but not now. Almost had the snooker just off the black. Peter not willing to give it up just yet. Only 1 snooker required. He's worked his way back in. Joe trying desperately to get this blue in the pocket. He won't do here. Just going to play it full ball back up the table towards that top right corner. Oh, he got the double kick. Oh, is he going to get lucky? Behind the pink. He does. Going to need a little bit of spin to come off that left side cushion, though. Joe's not yet to put this frame to bed. My word. This is the frame that doesn't want to end, folks. Well, there you have it. Joe finally puts the frame to bed. Now leading 1-0 over Peter Gayorkos. So here we go. Peter to break off frame 2. Joe, first opportunity doesn't go, but he's got the white out. Was his first concern, not to leave anything easily on. But Peter does have a long red, bottom right corner. Good pot. Weight is a little bit high. Oh, it's going to be a tough block. Well, he's a rather tall gentleman, so we shouldn't have too much of an issue here. My word. Oh, watch that white. A little unfortunate. Giving a chance right back here to Mr. Pullitz. Early in the frame 2. Pocket weight. Now, what kind of angle does he have? Can he get back out? I think he's got a slight angle. Might have to play for the red to right center. Unless he got an angle to play for the red just above the white. Wow, it was straight. Oh, he's overdrew it. But you know what? It's not all bad. He can take two options here. Red to the green pocket, or a little slight nick this red to the bottom left corner. Well done. Joe seems to be cueing well at the moment. You know, he might choose to go into the bunch here. Doesn't have to, but he might. He did, just not full on. So the whites come off to the left. Still got a pot on this red that I mentioned before to the right middle. chance there. Oh, with a good strike. Oh, can he get to that red? I think he can to that left corner now. Oh boy. Well, break at 20 ends there. He knows he had a chance, but definitely should have potted that one. You would feel Peter's got to take advantage here. Joe is a strong player. Peter's out of position, unfortunately. We are approaching 9 hours live today of complete snooker greatness and enjoyment. If you're in our chat today, here's a question. I'm going to give you a little bit of information here in just a moment. Let's see. So the highest break right now is 66 by Amar Sadiq. My question to everybody in the chat, who in the event will have the first century? And go one further. Where will it be? What round? Will it be in the group stage or will it be in the knockout rounds? We don't know. But who do you think will have the first century of this year's 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship? You know, it's been a very long day for everybody involved in this event. Jim Weich running his business as well as putting on the hat of tournament director, organizer as well. So we are actually, I would think, just a little bit ahead of schedule. That's going to be great because these players have had a long day and they get to come back and do it all again tomorrow, folks. Peter not doing so good at the moment, down 1-0. 21 to 2 points down, 19. Joe is in front. Peter, good weight. Oh, he just clipped the pink. Well, I think Joe's actually going to take this red on. It's a little close to the white, so easily missed. He doesn't want to. Got to be careful of the push. No, good hit. Well done. Well, Joe has a very high point advantage here. 55-17 in front. So he's 38 points in front, one red remaining, 35 on. So snooker's required here, folks. As we saw from the last frame, Peter is not one to give up. Oh, he may have a snooker here too. Joe should be able to come off the left side cushion just below the center pocket. He could come off the bottom cushion if he just misses the pink, but left side cushion is a little bit easier. Oh. Well, we are on camera too, folks. Watching the end of Peter Gayokos and Joe Pullitz. 34 the difference. Joe leading 55-21. Peter got the snooker and the foul. He can now win with a block.
Yeah, always nervy stuff
Oh,
when you
did not
get
want
down.
that.
Seems, Rob, this might be a battle of the tallest and shortest competitor in the tournament.
Well, Anita might have something to say about that.
Yeah, she's kind of got her arm in a little brace. She's kind of walking around the room like the bionic woman. Yeah, I just was involved in a good conversation with our good friend of the community, David Buddy, one
Excellent.
of the runners of the Canadian Q Sports Academy.
Well, Peter was only able to pot a blue, so he didn't waste the red completely. But he does trail 55-27, 28 behind. So again, snookers are required because he did fluke that red, which is unfortunate. It's always a bitter pill to swallow when a bit of good luck is actually bad luck when you need snookers on the last red and you fluke it.
Yeah, many twists and turns in a snooker match. And are these both Ontario players, Rob? These names are a little unfamiliar to me.
Joe is, but I'm not familiar with Peter Gayokos. Peter. I was pronouncing his name okay a few moments ago, but it's been a long day, Dave, so might get a little tongue-tied here sooner or later.
It's the problem sometimes, there's so many faces in a tournament. Some players are new to us, and we just kind of get thrown into it, not having the time to have a little conversation with players. And some of them have very interesting surnames, very individual ones.
So that's why generally, because I know some players will watch this back, so if I've butchered anybody's names, I do apologize. I do my best. So Peter Gayorkos sounds about right, feels right, probably wrong, but we're going with it. Joe Pullitz, on the other hand, I've known him for many years.
Well, I don't see any Greek mafia knocking down your door there, Rob, as it looks like Peter's surname is of Greek descent.
Well, I don't think you would if they're that good. I'm just saying. But,
I'm gonna hit one. Just one.
So we got coming up is probably going to be the tail end of Phil Snake and Elias Hamidi. His name is Muhammad Elias Hamidi, but I've been told, Dave, that he likes to go by Elias. And I know Eddie Galletti is in action on table 31. Dave, just to your forward right. And for some other reason, I'm not exactly sure, but it's not showing up on Cloud Snooker scoring.
Yeah, we've had a little malfunction with the tablets. And actually, Eddie's taken on Donnie Chemiski from Manitoba. Yeah, it seems like a few tablets in the room have decided to shut down. They were all plugged in, they had backup power, but they've just ceased to work. So we do love the technology. Technology is great. You can bring the snooker action to all you wonderful people that can't make it to the corner bank. But sometimes when it breaks down, it just really hurts. So that's why you're not going to be seeing all the scores in action on the Cloud Snooker webpage.
Well, Dave, hopefully for whatever matches that we have on stream, that we have scored. I was originally going to go to that match because it's Don Comiskey and Eddie Galletti, two people who know each other for quite some time. I was quite interested in the match, but without a score, it's rough. People tend to lose their interest. Doesn't matter who's playing, really.
True, and maybe if we're at the onset of that match, we might be able to keep a running score. But it's a very active room now here on a Wednesday night. I think there's going to be a big pool tournament coming into town, so this place is going to start to get quite rowdy. And we could easily get distracted and maybe miss a red or two when we're having to do manual scorekeeping in the commentary booth.
Well, we're doing well on time. I've been looking at the schedule. We're already. This match is. Well, let me have a look here. Well, Eddie's match and Joe's match and Phil's match are all scheduled for 6:30, and they're already almost done. So the next scheduled match is the 8 p.m. group, and then that's all we have for the day. So we're doing well on time now.
That just goes down to efficiency. Jim White is doing a great job as well with Presley Backus running a smooth tournament over here. Obviously, they had to deal with the technical issue, obviously, of iPads going down, but the corner bank's still equipped with the old-fashioned rail scoring system.
Yep. And people can still go to Cloud Snooker. They won't see the live scores, but after the match is complete, Mr. Presley Backus, I'm sure, is updating it as he goes to keep the results flowing. There goes Sylvain. This is why we don't use this table camera very often, Dave, because of where the camera had to be installed is basically just under the light. So when somebody like Sylvain is in front, it tends to block our view somewhat, or cause a little distraction for the viewers. So. But we are getting on in the day, Dave. So we'll take what we can get. Joe leading by 30, 25 on, 57-27.
Oh, what a chance of fortune there.
Yeah.
Joe Fenfeld behind me enjoying that. I think he might possibly be the oldest participant. I think Joe's 71, if I believe.
Yeah. Oh, but isn't there an older one? Or did he just play in the seniors? You know who I'm talking about, Dave.
Big old Ernie Marsh.
That's the man.
And the man, the myth, the legend. I think he just participated in the seniors. I feel like I would have seen Ernie. It's great to catch up with him at the 2024 Pan American Championships.
Yeah,
Everyone
great
was
man.
delighted to see him in the room.
Very approachable, Dave. Very friendly, very approachable. I think when I was there for the first day of the seniors last year, I just had to introduce myself to him because to me he's a champion. Travels to these events. He might be slowing down right now, but 90 odd years old. All the credit in the world for traveling out and around. You know, well, Joe Pullitz does beat Peter 2 frames to nil, so we're going to switch over to our main table here now, Dave. Where Elias trails Phil Snake 1 frame to nil, and Phil has a 43 to 30 point lead. But it's Elias at the table on a break of 12, folks. All right, so we might get a little bit of stuttering now as the internet gets used up by more people in the venue. Not much more we can do with the settings, Dave, so we're almost done for the day, so we just have to kind of roll with it for the time being.
Oh, no, this doesn't convert on that blue. It's giving Phil a long red leading by 12 points.
That's right.
In the second frame that Phil could take for the whitewash. Yeah, you certainly need stamina in this game. There's some long games. They're not long frame matches, but they are long days. You might have a match early on, then you got a few hours to wait. Tough here at the venue. So there's not a lot of close by hotels to the corner bank. So retreating to your hotel after your match might not be the best choice, as Toronto traffic as it gets into the afternoon can be quite horrendous.
But I do know, Dave, behind the big screen TV behind you, at the other end, there's a very, very comfortable couch.
Well, one couch, 56 players. Not sure how that equation is going to work.
You only got to be the first. Or the last. But yeah, many times I've been there for several events and caught somebody getting a bit of shut eye back there as they've had a bit of a wait. Levi Myler being one of them. That was quite funny, that moment.
Oh, Elias, great long red there.
Wow, he's going to give Phil a challenge here.
Yeah, he dispatched the Floyd Ziegler, so Elias definitely knows his way around a snooker table.
He seems quite confident, too. Now, that's just the appearance on the outside, Dave. Might be completely different on the inside, however.
Yeah. It's a good attribute to have as a snooker player. Just be emotionless on the outside. Just be a stone cold machine, kind of like Stephen Hendry.
Yeah, you pretty much don't want to give your opponent any kind of clue of how you're feeling. Especially if you're not feeling good. And sometimes that's a challenge.
Yes, these players will feed on that if they see an opponent struggling.
But Elias is doing a good job here. 9 points in front. Just the blue. So it's a great possibility, Dave, that we're going to get another third frame decider on this table. We've had quite a few of them. This young man, he's going to be one to watch this year. But pink's still on the table, so this frame's not completely over.
Yeah, just 14 in it. Phil just needs the one snooker black on its spot and in a not bad place. Phil could either get his cue ball or pink ball behind.
Yeah, he'll do well. Well, it's a thin one. no danger of the white going in off unless he gets a little crazy, but pocket pace here. No trouble for this young man. Ties up the match, one frame apiece, folks. Stay tuned. Third and final frame of this match coming right up.
It's a funny little safe shot there by Phil. Not sure exactly fully what he was going for. He almost really just gifted the frame to Elias, but Elias did have to work a little bit for that pink. And here comes Phil Snake to break off in the third and deciding frame of this round robin match, and he just wasn't going to come back. Nope.
What has he done there? He's missed all the reds. Either that's the best break I've ever seen. I looked away for a brief moment and saw the white traveling around the table with no reds moving, Dave. But perhaps he didn't want to break.
Now, could that be considered a foul and a miss?
Yes. So Elias could have put him back and taken the 4 points. Because if he misses, as you know, 3 times, he loses the frame. Chance of that happening off the break, I mean, it's possible, but not likely.
That's a little interesting there by Phil. He's been around the game for a while, and he rolled up his sleeve, which is a cardinal no-no. That goes against the dress code. I know they've relaxed it a little bit. It doesn't full waistcoat and tie. But Phil should know a little bit better. Rolling up that sleeve does create an advantage because...
Well, I somewhat agree, but today they've had some people wearing short sleeves. Right? Like golf shirts kind of thing. So ultimately, yeah, rolling up the sleeves when it's a full dress is a no-no, folks. But because we're in the group stages and because they've allowed polo shirts, let's say, or golf shirts with short sleeves, then it's still not okay, but it's allowed by the rules, apparently, because what's good for one has to be good for all.
It is an interesting debate, though, to come up. If they had stated, yes, that they're relaxing it, that T-shirts, the golf shirts are allowed, or polo shirts, as we discussed. But if you come in wearing that long sleeve shirt, that's what you've come to wear.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, but the same could be said if you come in wearing a vest.
Mm-hmm.
Are you allowed to take it off if you come in with that?
Sure. We did see James Power earlier today. He was asking Jim White, co-tournament director, earlier. He was like, "Were ties necessary for this round?" He's like, "No." And in the Alex Higgins style, James Power just ripped off that tie and put it on his chair.
Yep. That's why I used to have, the traditional bow tie, and I went to the Judd Trump style bow tie.
And I think that's why there's been some great debate here at the Corner Bank of pulling this event a little earlier in the year. We'll talk potentially. I was talking with Sylvain Etier about this, and he's like, "Why not early April? Nobody's working on their lawn. Not many people are outside golfing or fishing." I'm like, "Well, what province do you live in?" Out in BC, we do that year round. But
Yes.
I get his point. Most people are still relatively inside, as the beginning of April's just a couple weeks after the beginning of spring as we know it. That lands on March 21st. But if anybody has any concerns, any questions, definitely get in touch with the CBSA. That is the governing body that is running this event. Send them an email. A good idea to obviously do a Google search for Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association, because in Canada, if you search out CBSA, more often than not, you're going to get Canadian Border Service agencies.
Yes, and we have nothing to do with them.
Yeah, a lot of snooker players would like to stand clear of those agents.
Oh, I'm not sure we can talk about that, Dave, but yeah, I agree.
This is good stuff in the beginning of this frame for Phil Snake. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's down on the ball, so he's going to roll up for the bulk or the pink. Off this brown, doesn't convert into the left middle. So Phil breaks down on 24. Now, if Elias can take out Snake and take out Floyd Ziegler, I got a good feeling this could be quite a dark horse in this tournament. So those are some big names to get a victory over. Ooh, a little careless there. Maybe there was an angle there for that red. Cannon to blue, maybe just colossal miss hit. Oh, the double kiss on Phil Snake. Might be a difficult pot for Elias. Need a lot of power, can hold for the black. Golden chance here for Elias. It's got a red top those three. A lot of draw here. Came out quickly. Flipped up with an annoyance. He's playing for that red. Just right of the 2. Let's have a long red into the yellow pocket. Didn't want to take that on. So you see a little shake of the head that he's got. Now, just didn't draw back enough on that black. Spoiled a great opportunity, but 16 break compels him into the lead. 36-24 over Phil Snake in this deciding frame. Round robin affair. It's day 1 here at the 2026 Canadian Snooker Championships. We're in Scarborough, Ontario, just east of Toronto at the Corner Bank. A very rowdy atmosphere now. Let's see. Snooker's usually played in a more calmer environment. These 6x12 tables are tough to move. Very careful not to go in off there. Fortunately, Kathy, the hours have not changed of the championships. Obviously, they've made an announcement to their regulars and the public around here that the snooker tables will be unavailable for the duration of this tournament, the seniors and open side. So we do appreciate John White and Jim White foregoing that, because there's a few bucks that could come in with table time rentals. It's great to see that they want to propel the sport forward. Hopefully in the future, someday we can get snooker back to where it used to be, more in conference halls of hotels. I think it'd be a win-win situation for hotels. They get players from out of town, so maybe even in town want to spend the time away from home and be right where the tournament is. Some of these hotels, I should say, we see these days are casinos. And some of these clientele that play the game of snooker don't mind a few bets here and there. Right now, Phil, it's a nice flow to this match here. Both players taking on some shots. They're not going tit for tat. They see an opportunity and they go for it. It's okay. Master Damage, you are correct. Chiming in that Legions do need help. They need tails. That's usually, honestly, the past maybe about 5 years ago, there were just a few rooms here and there, and if you needed to find a snooker table, you could go to a Royal Canadian Legion or an NFS, Army, Navy, Air Force Servicemen's Club. I was talking to some of our friends from Calgary, the Royal Canadian Legion there. Last time I was there, it had 8 tables in the basement. Maybe just Phil just put off a little bit by some of the spectators. Slim lead for Phil Snake, 3 points. 51 on the table. Very nice red there by Elias. Played that nice. He's going to need to use the redwoods. Master damage out there in the good country, White Rock, British Columbia, Crescent Beach. I wonder if you were down at that exhibition at the Royal Canadian Legion when Cliff came a few years back. The year's eluding me, but he did a nice exhibition there. Elias just got into it a bit too much. Yes, and the Legions actually, since they're non-for-profit, they can charge a little less for the table time. It's still in the green scene things. Right now, if you say an average $20 for an hour tables, not too bad. Obviously, you might just get one frame of snooker, and you obviously want to play a bit more. And sometimes when you look at other things, usually a round of golf is going to charge upwards of $100, and that's maybe 3 hours of your time. Oh, Elias, is he in again? No, he's okay with that cue ball. Now, we were talking earlier in the broadcast about hockey with juniors, buying all those paths and then the ice time. That can stack up. So I feel in the scheme of things, snooker is not too expensive of a sport. Just Sylvain Etche just caught Phil's eyeline, but Phil's having a good laugh. You might have seen a little anger on his face, but Phil, great character, can slough it off. And he's done the right thing, Phil. Phil got up, just asked him if he could carry on, regroup, focus, deliver. Obviously, when you are in a billiard room, it's always good to just keep walking. It's that walking and stopping that really throws players off. But players really can't blame anybody else. They're down on the shot. They see some distraction in the background. Get up, refocus. Even if they had some funny thought going through their head that's throwing their focus off, get up, recompose, and do your routine all over again. It's a nice blind cut there by Elias. That one ties us at 46 apiece. Elias is a little frustrated with that. Yeah, if Elias can just really dial it in, tighten those screws, get him really focused, he could be quite unstoppable. Just been able to not convert on a few shots, and that yellow really could hurt. Oh, that might have run on just a bit too much. It's a thin brown green pocket. Phil's just going to try and take this off 2 cushions, maybe even 3, and hopefully get pink as cover. Just a thin snick. He went the other way, and he's got behind the pink. Elias is showing promise, just has faltered a few times on some safety shots. You know, he's gifted a chance greatly here for Phil Snake. This looks good for Phil. Giving him every chance. See a little body language over there. He's trying to whoosh it over. This is an awkward stretch. Still needs the pink, but he's come up very nicely on it. Pink for frame and match for Phil Snake. That's going to be handshakes right there. Well done, Phil Snake. But Elias Hamadai, he's got some promise. He took apart Floyd Ziegler. And went to a decider with Phil Snake, so don't need to hang your head too low, Elias. He'll regroup, come back tomorrow, trying to push himself into the knockout phase. Always nice to see, as much as they're fierce battlers, they can share a good laugh afterwards. As we're seeing on our table here, it looks like Levi Myler just doing a little bit of warm-up. It's going to be next on our featured table. Looks like he might be going against Jeff Kennedy, possibly. I know someone early in the stream was hoping that Jeff Kennedy and Vince Chalmers could be on the stream. Fortunately, with the philosophy of the tournament, those first 9:30 matches are, once they're underway, once they come to a conclusion, it's roll on, roll off. There's a table available. Tournament directors Jim White and Presley Backus. Get action going on there. I'm just going to take a look and see where we are in the day. So I'll just step away, and that's also your cue, as we'll wait for our featured match here with Levi Myler and Jeff Kennedy. So grab that cool drink on this hot June night, and we'll be right back. I believe possibly our last match on this featured table.
However, in the meantime, folks, let's switch over to our second table where Lane McWilliam in battle with Kevin Lee. Kevin Lee leading this first frame 25-9. Alright folks, just setting the score up for our feature table, our main table, Jeff Kennedy and Levi Myler. Once that begins, we'll go right over to it. But right now, it's this man, Kevin Lee, with a 15-point lead, 25 to 10 here in the first, over Fast Lane McWilliam. I think he's got a red to, yeah, he's got the red to right center. He was just having to look at where he wants to put the white so he can get on the black. Gonna have to be pretty accurate here. Wow, he's got to make the red first. He's now giving Lane a chance. If the red to the corner won't go, the red to the center will.
Pink.
Just tuned into Kevin Lee and then McWilliam. So other table, they're just in the first frame, and Levi Myler and Jeff Kennedy have got underway. We might bounce away at the conclusion of this frame with Kevin, then head over to Levi and Jeff. And we actually have jumped over to check in the Levi, so we'll let Kevin continue that break in peace without us commentating. And we'll be on to our feature table here with Levi Myler and Jeff Kennedy.
Yeah, we will switch back to that periodically depending on what happens here. You don't want to try and bring get a good group of players, and we haven't seen Jeff Kennedy. We've seen Levi, of course, earlier in the day. Jeff Kennedy, a good player. I've seen him play a few times. But Levi's still riding that Ontario Championship high, so to speak.
Yeah, Levi faltered a little bit, and Jeff is in and looking promising. got a good angle really to open up these reds here if he decides. There's a few reds open if he just wants to nip them off, especially that red just below the pack.
Yeah, one thing he's got to be careful if he goes into them. He wants to hit the pink full or to the left a little. Definitely not to the right. Well, no chance of that happening here if he plays the yellow. I still kind of like him potting the blue though.
I do too. Like, he doesn't have to cannon into that pink and open things
No.
up.
Because that shot there that he just took on took a lot of effort just to get there, and he was like a ball away from snookering himself on absolutely everything. And now he's got, well, this is tough.
And if it goes wrong, it could be disastrous if he's trying to pot that left red out in the open. But thinking better of that, just to clip off the pack. 2 cushions into the bulk area.
He's played that fairly well. Could have been more. I did, I agree with you, Dave. The blue, I think, for me, would have been the shot. Didn't have to play it hard. Would have gone down there anyway. Canned into a couple of reds. Well-controlled cue ball, and he could have been off to the races. Certainly more than 9 points. But when you're on the table, the game is a lot more difficult than when you're on the chair. Like you say, Dave, many times, you've never seen anybody win a match from their seat.
Correct. You can get close to victory.
Well, I mean, I suppose you could in the off chance that a player misses the pack 3 times in a row.
There's one. You could really put a great snooker on your opponent and sit there, and they're just terrible at getting out of it. That they push us into the snookers required stage just like that, and
Well,
make a few reds and colors, and then there's a concession. But
yeah, I mean, I know several years ago, Eddie Galletti was in a match. I forget who he was with, but this poor lad, Eddie had him in such a snooker behind the yellow, and he was about a foot away from the pocket and 2 inches from the cushion, and Eddie got the white behind the yellow next to the cushion, and there was 1 red left between the pink and black. And with unlimited putbacks, I think Eddie scored 70 odd points in fouls.
ooh.
Yes, Eddie was down like 30 points at the time. By the time it was over, snookers were required for Eddie's opponent. So, yeah, it can happen. It doesn't happen very often, but yeah, it was tough. The points just kept adding up. It was foul 4, it was a 6, it was a 7. Yeah, it was. I'm sure he was not having fun.
Hemi 426RR tuning in from Pitt Meadows, British Columbia. Glad you're enjoying this Canadian Snooker National Championships. You're in for a treat because both these guys can play. Levi, reigning Ontario champion, at the table right now. A cluster of reds in the middle. Levi has got a red just on the lower right side. That's what he's playing for. Done well to get on it. He's got a trace angle to stun down for the black. And this red, once it goes in, will free up the red just above it.
Jeff just having I think that's Joe Attia. He's having a little bit of a chat with at the table. Not sure how Joe's fared, but I'm sure I'll find out later. As we have a little bit of a network backup. Ooh, Jeff going for one there. It's going to hit the black and will be on for Levi. You know, he can go up for the blue here. Probably a better choice. He could run it through and get on the black into the same pocket, but for me, I kind of like having a little bit more control. Levi, of course, a champion, of course. So he knows what's best for him.
I feel if you are in the room and an audience member, there is some nice close sitting. You're right by a player. Might be a best practice. They start just yapping, just silently nod. Don't really want to engage with them. Some players could accuse that of coaching potentially. They might not know who that fan is. There's two reds there for the shot of one.
Well, that's the special of the day, 2 for 1. Levi, I'm pretty sure, would have liked to have it sit over the hole. But, well, he's got a tricky one here. This is, if he gets this to left center, he's having a good long look at it, Dave. Can he get enough on the white to get position on pink or black? Without fouling, of course. Oh, yes, he can. Well done.
Terrific. Yes, Hemi 426RR has revealed himself. I thought it was the Masked Singer over there, but it's the great Gary Spence tuning in. Gary helps me out tremendously out in BC with many events. If you're interested to check out any of the events on the circuit in BC, check out bcbsa.com. That's bcbsa.com, a great source to find out what's happening with snooker in the Lower Mainland. It's just been year one of that association be kind of revamped, and hopefully soon enough we can include 8-ball, 9-ball, and Chinese 8-ball to the ranks.
Yeah, well, Levi on a break at 24 leads this first opening frame 53-9. He's 44 in front. And this black will take us to snookers required. So Levi making quick work of this frame.
Yeah, I'd love to get another red at least with color, maybe two more reds, just to squash any effort to bring Jeff back to the table.
Oh, I think he's got the left center here. Oh, he had actually more of it than he needed.
Yeah, 52, just having to think about it. I don't mind Jeff coming back to the table.
You know, you got to remember these players have taken the time off. They've paid the money to travel, include the airfare or gas money or flight, plus all the expenses throughout the day, entry fees, food, recreation, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, they're going to enjoy their time. And unless it gets really out of hand, then they'll call it, of course, because sportsmanship is still a thing here. You know, if a player needs 6 snookers, then the frame's over pretty much. But I haven't seen players or matches, Dave, go on past maybe 3 snookers, depending on where the balls are sitting.
You know, most of the players that are in the tournament are well versed in the sports and to deal with the etiquette. So most players know when it's over, it's over. It's you just got beaten by the better player.
Well, Jeff's going to give it a chance here. That red by the blue is an option. Needs to get on this last red. Oh, he needed the black. That could be framed, especially if he fouls now. No. Well, he's going to do the right thing and let his opponent finish his turn at the very least. No
Yeah,
direct pot, but
taking that black, hopefully developing the red on the left cushion that he could pot it, because just before with that red tight to the blue, a free ball is always a chance on that final red.
well, Levi gets the double-double. So sure, that's going to be framed now. So Levi's looking to be the winner of frame 1 here over Jeff Kennedy with 2 to play. Jeff down. Oh, yeah, there's the concession. I thought he was coming back to actually play it out, but he trailed by 56 with 35 on, so that's a huge amount of snookers and free balls. And with Levi, the way he plays, not likely. So,
Yep. Jeff just trying to fool us commentators. Don't blame him kind of coming back, warm up a little bit, keep that arm going.
yeah, absolutely. If there was a pot on, then yeah, try and clear the table and run him out. Feel good about your game or what have you. You know, we've all been there. He didn't get a lot of table time. It was all, you know, Levi playing the pots. Jeff had a few shots he could have played, like earlier on, that he made a few errors. And, you know, looking to correct that here. He might have to go with plan B in this match. Well, this long red will certainly tell us how he's feeling, Dave. Can't leave too much. And black is waiting for him. Oh, wow, he missed that by a fair margin. But I guess against Levi, if you get an opportunity, you got to go.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
didn't drop. Reprieve for Mr.
Hit that.
Kennedy.
Yeah, he hit that good, too. You know, you don't got to be off by much with these pockets. You got to be quite accurate, especially if you're playing with a little bit of pace too.
Yeah, the softer shots give the Jaws every opportunity to just welcome the object ball into the pocket. Just wonder if Jeff's come around to look at this other red that could be blocking the black to the top left corner.
Well,
And has he seen him?
I think he's okay. Of course, he would have liked to see him a little bit further down, have a better. So he's looking more at the pocket as well as the block at the same time. So now he's just got to have a look at the angle, forget that the red's there, and play the shot as if the red was somewhere else. Because it's quite possible if he hits it fat or thick, could leave that red on. Oh boy, what's he done? Oh, he's not going to foul again. Oh my goodness. Well, it's all happening now. Jeff Kennedy, I'm not sure why he played with so much pace. There was a red in the bulk end. And wow. I got no words, Dave.
I've got words. Just internalize it, Jeff. You know, you're just showing a little body language that shows that you're reeling, that shows you're frustrated, and your opponent's going to feed off that. Know that you missed a few shots that you make all the time. This is a pressure situation. It's our national championship here in Canada. You really can't get much higher than this.
Absolutely. And just because you have one, even two bad matches in a day, with 4 people getting out of each group of 7, you have that's better than 50%. So, if he comes back tomorrow and has a great day tomorrow, then hey, it doesn't matter where you finish in the group as long as you are at least in the top 4 of your group, you're through and still in with a chance.
Yeah, nice to see some supporters are trying to will on Jeff. That's what he needs. He just needs.
Yeah, but a lot of the times, you know, it's okay to talk to a player if they're at the table and they instigate the conversation. If they talk to you and you respond, okay, that's fine. I get that, but so much. I mean, Dave, one thing I don't like is if I'm concentrating on a match and I got somebody come up and tap me on the shoulder and start a conversation.
Well, and
If I,
anything
yeah,
as well. Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm pretty open in the room, and sometimes I'm trying to describe what the player has to do there, and all of a sudden, a little tap, tap, tap. I get there's a lot of faces, familiar faces. We all want to say hello, but people got to recognize that you and I, Rob, we also have a job to do,
yes,
and the players have a job to do at the table, and so do the referees. You don't walk up to the table and tap the referee and ask him, "Was that really a free ball?"
yeah. Well, I've done events there, Dave, and actually, um, the last time I was there, I think it was for the Ontarios. What was it? And I get a few tap taps, and people are asking me what the score is and this and that, and I just motion to my microphone, and I because I'm in mid speech, and politely they go okay, and another couple of times I get the tap tap on your shoulder, and the gentleman hands me a glass of water, thinking I could must be parched or thirsty from talking a lot. So they mean well, and we truly appreciate it. But yeah, especially if you're a player, if the player doesn't instigate the conversation, it might be best just to let them play and concentrate so that they can do their best. Presley Backus going through the tables, tournament director, making sure everything's running smooth. You know, this frame's not out of reach from Jeff Levi, only able to put in 14. Oh, is he playing the... Oh, he can't be playing the enough. Sounds like a tray full of glasses just went to the floorboard. Dangerous pot here. If he doesn't go straight in, he's playing the enough, I think.
I'm not sure if Jeff has had a history of English billiards. That would be a great shot.
Absolutely. But there's such a distance between the two. I think this is a better choice. Just leave the white on that side of the table behind the block. And he's covered the one to the left as well, so well done.
Levi's done well not to go in off that red.
Oh boy, Jeff. Wow. My goodness, what do you do there? I think it's all starting to unravel here on day one for Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, just looking to the heavens, shaking his head a little bit. Gotta put all that aside, Jeff. You probably will get an opportunity to come back to the table. Levi definitely is a player that could polish off a frame in one visit, but we haven't seen many of those today.
Yeah, and you know, the other... Oh, Levi called himself on a foul, so great sportsmanship there. As I was saying, if Levi were to work to foul there and pot a few balls, if enough points were available for Jeff to win the frame, there'd be less balls on the table that he'd need to clear up. So, you can always look at it that way.
Yeah, Amar Sadiq still holds the high break at just 66.
Yeah, so. I put a question out to our fans and our viewers, Dave, earlier, of who they thought would get the first century. Haven't really had any bites yet on that one. But I do believe it will happen.
That is a good question. You're making me think they're Rob first century.
Because right now, everybody is still in play. Everybody is still alive. Everybody still has a 50-50 shot, or better than a 50% shot of getting out of the group. So, you know, I mean, Allen's got to be a contender. Edward Ling, a contender. Nitin Sharma. Even Floyd Ziegler, quite possibly. Jason Williams. Oh, Jeffrey gets a gift. No possession, but great chance to roll behind the green here. Not a lot to think about here, Jeff, but, you know, absolutely take your time. I mean, hey, even Andre Waugh.
Well played there by Jeff. And Bradley in the chat makes a good point that there wasn't really a great transfer in the snooker world. We did have the great likes of Cliff and Kirk and Bill and even Brady and Jim. And it just didn't seem like it really transferred over to a new generation. Maybe when they came back from England, it just seemed like maybe snooker was on a little bit of a decline and the nine ball was getting a lot more traction.
That's right.
You kind of wish that that might have happened, that these guys that were doing so well on the other side of the pond, they're a great resource, obviously, if someone is to make it, like Sahil Nair, just to see what the lifestyle is like being a professional over there in the mecca of snooker. But yeah, as we're seeing the regrowth here in Canada. We're seeing a growth in America, but I feel like we did have the power in Canada not to call it this regrowth. We could have just been continuing to humming along. Maybe we wouldn't have had as many professionals. Maybe there was just a little downturn in Q Sports, but at least some maybe had the ability. So appreciate your point there, Bradley. I think you're spot on the nose, and I think some other players like Jeff and Vito, and even maybe a few players slightly older, might agree with that. That just transfer of snooker prowess wasn't really handled well.
Michael Cannon responds, Alan or Edward in response to who will make the first century. Alan and Edward, yeah, absolutely. You know, Edward's been my dark horse pick for a couple of times to win this event. Sure, he had a great match and a great opportunity when he just got edged out by Jason Williams at Master Q the year Jason won it, getting to the semifinal. It was an incredible match. So, and welcome back, KP. Make sure you don't leave the house. Have your ankle bracelet going off. You know, as you said yesterday, you're getting older and can't take the tasers anymore. Jeffrey Kennedy, Jeff Kennedy, pardon me, doing well here. Tricky red here, easy to miss, but easy to pot all at the same time, Dave.
Just hopefully he hasn't sold anything out. Oh, it's fortunate. It's going to be a tough bridge there for Levi.
There goes Mr. Hargrove down the right side of our screen. Up towards you, Dave. All right, so some of the 8 o'clock matches have begun there, Dave. So if we're lucky, we may have one more match to go. And I think we're going to be just under that 12-hour benchmark from YouTube as well. Levi, good start.
I'd slightly agree with you, Master Demand Damage, that Canada has been strong in snooker, but it did take a little downward turn a little bit. You know, why was it that Elaine Robidoux was our last Canadian professional that retired in 2003? and it wasn't until 2025 when Sahil Nair became the next Canadian professional.
I think it has to do with a height requirement, being able to reach the table. Because I don't think Sahil was old enough or tall enough.
But I just think the transfer
I
of
jest. Absolutely, I exactly agree. Yeah, I mean, in Canada, when I was growing up, the game was strong. There wasn't a lot of 8-ball, 9-ball pool, things like that. Uh, they were still around, but it kind of, billiards and pool was thought of as something that would happen in the United States, and snooker was Canada. Now it took a bit of a turn, and that was when I took some time off. It took a bit of a turn where snooker dropped out for a while, for many years, and pool took over. But as you know, Dave, now we're seeing a reemergence of snooker all over the place, including Canada and the United States. So there's a lot happening, a lot of good things happening for players on both sides of the border.
Yeah, I think things just go in cycles, as Renee R1T explains. In the 70s, they played in a room with 10 snooker tables and only one 8-ball table. Well, that's a little reverse in the past years, that most rooms have a lot of pool tables and maybe just one snooker table in the background. But as you say, Rob, as we preach a lot, that snooker is definitely on the rebound in Canada. You're seeing more rooms popping up, and they're welcoming these big 6 by 12 foot tables. It just seems like in the world seems in a funk right now. And I can't remember who the artist's name, but I remember the great musician of the Talking Heads, David Byrne. He was saying that it seems like right now that love and kindness is kind of punk rock.
True.
As you know, punk rock was always against the system, and well, it feels sometimes love and kindness is against the system right now. But there's a lot of love in this room, lots of smiles, lots of old faces, and friendships being rekindled.
Absolutely. Most players know each other from the Canadians, Ontarios, um, even the Pan Am events, or some of the like the Embassy Open out in San Gabriel, at the Embassy Club. But right now, I mean, Jeff's doing well to keep himself in this match, Dave. Only down by 4. Levi's had some great opportunities, but it's Jeff hanging on. Might have a thin one here if he get past the yellow. Oh, he did nicely. A little bounce. He may have a shot at this brown, but he won't be able to control the white as much as he would like.
Yeah, just a little thick contact on that red. Red brown's still on. Might cannon into one of these reds after. Now he slides through. Cans in the blue, and oh,
You're kidding. Oh, what is happening? You gotta feel for him. You really do. I think at this point there's nothing Jeff can do but smile. I mean,
uh,
it just goes wrong. It goes wrong. I mean, it's unfortunate, but he's not out of it yet. This red coming right back up.
just yeah, 8 points in it.
Yeah, and that's how he's got to look at it. He's got to forget about the foul, the fact that he's only 8 points down. That's, you know, one pot on the block. And he's got Levi backed up to the bulk cushion. Levi does fairly well from here. Thin red. Oh boy. I said fairly well, which doesn't mean all the time.
Yeah, surprising in off there. I thought he'd be able to clip that and maybe even get close to the green on the right cushion, but falters a little bit.
Yeah. If Levi's not too careful here, Jeff Kennedy may just nick this frame from him. But I do believe it is both of their last matches of the day. I don't see them playing again until tomorrow, so they're going to give it their all.
Yeah, Levi kicked off the tournament earlier this morning at 9:30 a.m. battling Nitin Sharma. They went to a decider, and Levi got the better of Nitin.
KP, you're not allowed beer. It's only whiskey for you. Dig it up out of their cooler in the backyard. Sit down, crack that bottle open, and let's all have a good time. KP likes his whiskey. As I've been told from our good friend, Mr. Everakian, who was oddly amiss during this year's event. Oh, Jeff. Wow, did he ever have a ton of siding on that, Dave? Didn't really need it.
Yeah, I was surprised as well not to see John Everakian's name. He was the 2017 Richler Cup winner at Shooterville, just down the road in Burlington, Ontario. He's going up tough against Renat Danka in that tournament. Renat from Chicago. Unfortunately, Renat is not allowed to be in this tournament as he's a full Canadian or American citizen, I should say. If he was Canadian, of course he could play. Or even, I believe this tournament is open to dual citizenship holders.
Yes. As long as they have a residency card and they're Canadian residents, then yeah, they can play. Otherwise, one of the top players that we have who plays in the Ontarios, Dave, is Ranveer Marwa Singh. Works out of Monte Carlo Billiards. He's a force to be reckoned with, but he's just hasn't been a resident that or long enough yet. So, not allowed to represent Canada. So, until then, I mean, when he can play, look out. He's coming for it. You know, he lost to Levi in the Ontario final.
As well with Alberta's own Albert Kenny, originally from Ireland. He's working on his status to become a Canadian.
Yes.
Gentleman did quite well in the Master Q event back in March.
Oh, absolutely. Final against Renat was great. And Albert's such a nice guy too. So I mean, if he gets that card, comes to the Canadians. Oh my goodness. That'll put people on notice. Well, if we have a look now, Jeff up by 1. So definitely not a lot in it. But the main thing is, even with those fouls he's had, he's within, well, he's in striking distance, but Levi's taking care of that.
Yeah. Levi Longpots.
Oof. Yeah, I spoke to him shortly after his match with Tony Knowles at the 900. The first Tony Knowles broke, and Levi speared in a long red, no position, but he just, I asked him what was he thinking with the long red, and he tells me, he goes, nothing. He goes, I wasn't thinking anything but putting the ball just to get my arm going, just to get out there.
Ooh, but he goes in off on that last red.
Oh boy. We've seen, this table has been good and evil. I mean, it's collecting those whites. by the handful. I mean, Phil Snake had a couple. Levi's had several today. But still Levi in the lead. Yeah, Jeff, just looking at, I mean, if he places it in a position where he doesn't need the rest, then he won't quite have the correct angle to get on the green. But this is a good opportunity for him.
Yeah, he's done well to give him a chance on the green. It's a little bit easier, doesn't need the rest, being a left-hander.
Yeah, he'll do well here.
Oh, but he didn't want to cannon into that brown.
Yeah, he's left it on. That's unfortunate. That was his moment, which now could be taken away by Levi. This frame, oh my goodness. I mean, I tell you, as good as Levi is, he definitely has his moments, Dave. You know, but then again, they've been going since 9:30 this morning, this man. So he's probably grateful that this is his last match of the day, as is Jeff.
Yeah, and that will leave Levi with 3 more matches to play over a 2-day span. As Friday is kind of transition day, we get out of the round robin and into the knockout phase.
Master Damage, you are more than welcome, sir. Great to have you here. Hopefully you can join us for the rest of the event. Wow, Jeff has a chance here, but he's so close to that block, Dave. This blue is not. Wow. I mean, you want to go for it, but he can hang it up very, very easily. Still needs the pink, though. Oh, boy. All Levi needs is a little bounce. He's got the little bounce. Wouldn't surprise me if he tries to play the pot, being this late hour. He could obviously just keep the white where it is, but the way he's looking at the white, yeah, played the pot. Does he get it? Second chance? Oh my goodness. It really is all happening here. And Levi does need the black. He's still 2 points down once Jeff counts the blue. Oh boy. Why has he done that? I know he was trying to get position, but that was difficult. Yeah, and in regards to the X rest, that just seems to be the standard rest. I haven't seen the other one. It's still available in some clubs, but Dave, have you seen the other rest? I'm not exactly what it was called. It kind of looked like a crown to me.
Yeah, just seen the crown rest on the long
Right.
rests.
Well, it looks like we might get a third frame here. Jeff only needs the pink. So we got about an hour and a half, Dave, before we need to go to part two, if we go to part two. So just this pink, right center or bottom right corner, right center for me. Oh my goodness. I have a distinct feeling that this ball is going to be sniped in by Mr. Myler. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, safety is straightforward though, but he's looking to the bottom right corner. White will come right back up the table. You know there, Dave, I think he was actually trying to play the pink into the black, not really the pot so much, but he needs the black. So good effort. Missed it by a fair amount, but if that was his thought, it was Jeff's got to be a little anxious here. Oh, he's going to hang up the pink. We're getting a black ball finish.
Yeah, so close. That pink almost dropped.
Oh my, what's Levi to do here? Ooh, this is nasty. Little smile on his face. Doesn't really give a clue what he's going to do here. Because with Levi, you could think he's going for the pot, he plays safe. You think he's playing safe, he's going for the pot. As you saw, he just comes over to have a look if there's any bit of distance. I think he's just going to run the white through to the bottom cushion. No, he played the pot and he's hung it up.
It's
That
looking
was
good for Jeff.
Oh, he's got to putt this. But we've seen people miss easier putts than this. Oh my. He is got to be going crazy. That's unfortunate.
Oh, but Levi can't do it.
I think Levi might want to play a third. Look at the block though. This is not nice. You know, if he pots this, or if he even goes for this after missing that last one, Dave, I'd be surprised. If he does go, I wish him the best. Nope. Oh boy. Well, Dave, double into the middle. Cue ball on the bottom cushion. Oh, he's cutting it right back in.
Oh, he
Oh,
might be
boy.
okay. Oh, it's gone enough.
Oh,
Oh,
well, that's it. Brad or Jeff doesn't need to make the block. You know, and no, not taking anything away from Jeff Kennedy, Dave, but that was possibly the only way he was going to win that frame. Unfortunately, I mean, he's a fine player. He doesn't have it with him at the moment, but Levi going for broke. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Jeff has stepped away for a moment. We are going to stay right here. And the conclusion of this match is coming right up. On our other table, let me see who we got there, folks. Oh, and just an update. Kevin Lee has defeated Lane McWilliam 2-0. So he was at a little shaky start to the day, but he seems to have got it in. All right. So our other match is just getting underway on our other camera 2, which is Matt Toshieri and Sarush Sarimafar. However, Jeff Kennedy has returned, so third and deciding frame here could be up for a great finish to the day. Michael Kennedy, I would absolutely agree with that statement. That the younger crowds are starting to take over again, just like back in '92. It seems like it's a bit of a cycle.
Yeah. Levi had many chances to win on that last frame, on that final black. Just surprised he couldn't do it.
Well, it's Levi Myler off to the races here, or could be, if he can get this right. Well, he's got a pot on. We'll need the rest. Position not guaranteed here, Dave. Yeah. Needed a touch more pace to get that black on and off the cushion. Wow. He likes them thin ones. So this red to the bottom left corner is absolutely on for Mr. Myler. You hear the crowd starting to build up in the background. Over in the pool area, having a good time as we are over here.
Yeah, something these snooker players are going to have to deal with.
Yeah, but like I said, for the most part, they've they've become used to it, because pretty much all our tournaments around here lately have been in venues like this that are actual businesses or public businesses rather. So until we can get it back into a venue, which would be, wow, fantastic. Well, Levi leading 28-1 in this third and deciding frame. Jeff's got him nicely behind the green. Very well done. That's got to give him a little bit of a boost from the crowd. Applauding a great effort there. I don't know, watching all this snooker and commentating all this snooker lately, Dave, I don't know about you, but kind of makes me want to play.
It certainly does. Want to dust off the old cue and get out there.
Yeah, and I don't mean just having some fun down at the local club. I want to play in an event like this. But being a part of it, still enjoyable. We do have, ladies and gentlemen, Master Q, June 12th, 13th, and 14th, the NSL Championship. So we're going to have more fun there. Those 3 days are going to be jam-packed of fun. We got the juniors, the regular championship, and the shootout. So the second chance shootout, I should say. So it's going to be rapid fire snooker at its finest. So mark those days on your calendars, folks. Well, Dave, it certainly has a feeling that we're going to need a part 2. But that's okay. Still early evening. Well, earlier than I'm used to with the Canadians. I know last year it was group stages ran on quite late most nights. Levi Black, the corner does go. He likes them thin ones. He has a good eye for those. Red waiting over left middle. Keep him at the table. He's got a good lead, 36 in front now with that red to 37-1, pardon me. He's come nicely down the table. Great position for the blue. Slight angle wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Dead straight's pretty good too. Yeah, this could be Levi's moment here. Levi just rolling along here. Break of 18, now 46 to 1 in front, 45 to the good. Looking to close this frame out in this visit.
Yeah, that will put all those missed black balls on the previous flame to bed. You won't have to worry about them.
Absolutely. And the potted whites. Yeah, he can definitely see the line here. Still six reds remaining, but 54 in front. He can definitely see the finishing line. Levi just ends up playing really strong when he needs to. As he's just picking off red color, red color. Yeah, he's picked up the pace around the table.
We might see the new high break. It's quite possible here. Right now it's at 66 by Amar Sadiq.
Okay, well, my pick for the first century is Levi Myler. Nobody chose him. I'm taking him. Or not. Or not. I mean,
Definitely the frame is his, so
yes.
long red into the green pocket. He'll definitely take on as he wants to continue this break.
Oh, it looks good. Yeah, definitely Levi's my pick, Dave.
Century might be still a bit tough, but
It would certainly be great to see.
I'm not sure if this is our last match on this main table, but it would be a good way to send us off into the evening of day one of the 2026
Well,
Canadian National Snooker Championship.
I've been looking at the schedule. I think there's one more coming up. I'm not sure who that is. I think it might be Fernloy and Gus Langlois. Langlois. I always say his name wrong, and I apologize. But yeah, because Eddie Galletti and Don Comiskey are still playing, and there's your winner. Levi Myler defeats Jeff Kennedy. Valiant effort, Jeff. But Levi is the winner, 2 frames to 1. All right, Dave.
And he broke down on 61.
Yeah.
Oh, almost had that high break.
In the meantime, we are going to switch over to our second camera with Matt Toshieri and Sarush Saremafar, where Sarush is in the lead, 25 in front, 51-26. And I can tell you for the Eddie Galletti fans, he is in a third frame decider with Don Kaminsky. So 1 frame apiece, leading 63-19. So 44 in front with what I believe is 35 on. And Don had won the first frame. Eddie's come back greatly. Right now it's our good buddy Matt Toshieri. Looking to clear up here. So there's Frank Amaranti, and here's Matt Toshieri. Great player Matt is, and from what I know of Sarouche, he's a fair player himself. So Matt from the Thunder Bay area, and I believe Sarouche is from the Ottawa area, coming down with Jesse Fox, I believe. Oh, Matt didn't do that too good. That's unfortunate. Well, all right, folks, I need to make a quick phone call. Please do enjoy the stream. I'm still here. Just have my mic muted just for a few moments. All right. So we're back. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bradley Grierson, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I agree. Some things are bigger than this. If you were, you know, uh, there's quite a few of us who do understand that. But let's keep the language a little bit PG. You know, there might be youth tuning in, so I appreciate it. Everybody, just keep it a little PG because we don't have filters on the chat. So Matt spotted something on the table. Down by 20. Oh boy. Sorry, no, he's down by 15. Pardon me. Oh, it's okay. Apparently our camera wants to autofocus here and there, but I do apologize, folks. So we do have our feature table set up, but we're going to stay here for the time being, as it's Thunder Bay's own Matt Toshieri trailing 55-41, 14 down with 13 on. And he may have just given the pink over the top right corner. Oh, just got into the white with a touch aside there, threw the white off. Well, here it is. He's got the snooker. Oh, wow. Did he ever give that everything? So Matt can actually now win this first opening frame. My goodness. So it's Matt Toshieri and Sarush Sarimafar first frame. Matt required one snooker, got the snooker and the foul, and now has a chance to nick the frame. Needs a good putt on the pink, and black was surely available.
What a pink by the Thunderbarian, just plumb on the black.
Yeah, I was just about to call him the Thunder from Down Under, but that would be a reference to Neil Robertson. But Matt needs a good mid-range putt here. Oh, no.
He relapsed into the sleeping giant.
He did. Yeah, me and Matt go way back. Originally from Thunder Bay, he lived in the GTA area for a couple of years, for about a year and a half, 2 years, and we played in the classic Monday night six red tournaments at Monte Carlo several times. He played in the junior Ontario several times, and then he moved back to Thunder Bay, and that's pretty much been where he's at.
Still, I don't think Sharush has got this on. It's a very, very thin black.
Well, there's value in going for it, as long as he doesn't hit it thick.
Oh, wow.
Gotta watch the middle, though. Wow, Sarush taking frame one.
Oh, what a battle that was.
Wow.
Getting late into day one, and we still got lots of drama.
Absolutely. And you see there's Frank Amaranti still going at it. Looks a little worse for wear, though, Dave.
The hammer is ready to stomp out some opponents, I'm sure.
Oh, he's playing Ravi Sundarao, who's a fair player. He'll give anybody a bit of a challenge. Yeah, Matt knows he should have had that frame, but Matt's really not the kind of guy, Dave, to let that bother him or hinder him going into the next frame. He'll simply take it as something that happened as an experience, something that happened in the past that he knows he can't change now.
Yeah,
You know,
I guess felt Thunderberry just giving him the good of the gears there. It's like that black was right over. How could you miss that? You're playing like you're from Fort William. We're from Port Arthur. So, a little inside stuff for any Thunder Bay watchers out there.
yeah.
That's a little history lesson way back when it was Fort Arthur or Fort William and Port Arthur. They felt like they wanted to amalgamate the city, and they were on the ballot. They had Lakehead, and then they had the Lakehead, and that split the vote, allowing the third choice, Thunder Bay, to sneak in and win for naming rights of that city.
Wow, very, very interesting. All right, we're going to stay here for the moment. The other match on our main table is Gus Langlois and Fern Loy. They're just underway, folks. However, this match is already one frame down. We're going to try and stay here because of our time limitation, so we'll be able to get a complete match before we begin our part 2. But we're cutting it close, Dave. We're cutting it close. We got about 50 minutes before that happens, so we might get a couple in. And yes, Debbie By from Revelstoke, BC is back in the house. So,
Yeah, famous last words there, Rob. A member of a BC Open qualifier once. Charlie Brown was battling Stephen Folan, and Charlie roared to a 2-0 lead in a best of 5. He's like, don't worry, it should be done pretty quick. That woke up
exactly.
Stephen, and he won 3 in a row to take that match. So, seems like in the world of snooker, if we say the opposite, it will happen. If we're going to go tonight to 1 a.m., we might not.
Oh, yes, let's go. 1 a.m. I'm all for it. Let's play tomorrow's matches right through to the rest of the day now. That might be something. Have a marathon.
I think our good friend Cliff Thorburn once was involved with a 36-hour match, if memory serves me correct.
Oof. Not continuous, though. There was breaks.
Maybe
Or is that 36 hours of play?
I think they were playing over a 36-hour span. There might have been a few breaks, maybe comfort breaks, maybe a little something to eat and drink, but no real big like couple hour turnarounds as some of these players have in their matches.
Right.
But hopefully the grinder will show up sometime during the week, and maybe we can find the truth to that interesting tale.
Yeah, well, here we go. Frame 2 underway. Sarouche at the table. Matt's got a good break here behind the yellow. But Sarouche's got a good red on the bottom cushion he can get behind if he comes 1-2 cushions. Or he might, he's not trying the 2-rail escape, is he? Yeah, he was. Caught it thick. May have gotten away with it. Well, Debbie, it's about 8:45 here. So, just saying. And we've been going live, Dave, for about 11 hours and 10 minutes, non-stop live broadcasting, and we are getting set to do it all again tomorrow. until the conclusion of Sunday's final.
Yeah, keep tuned to Cloud Snooker, cloudsnooker.com, as they might have a rough estimate of when that final will be on Sunday. Right now, obviously, with no players in the knockout phase, that needs to be created at the conclusion of the round robin, and we might have a better idea. But semifinals and finals are scheduled for that championship Sunday. So I could see maybe mid-afternoon is when we could get the final started.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very similar to the Colorado event, around a 3 o'clock our time, or rather, pardon me, the seniors event here in Canada. Of course, it just all depends on how long both semifinals go, because they got to give, you know, the winner of both semis the equal amount of time to rest. Should they, require it, one match might go long, one match might be short. But right now, Matt Tosheri, one frame down after missing that straightforward block. Seems to be no worse for wear. Didn't come across positionally as far as he would have wanted. Or he could have come too far. He's still got a pot on. He's got to nudge this other red out of the way. Oh, that other red came off the bottom cushion, knocked the black, so it's not potable. I don't think the pink, no, pink does not go in the corner. Too risky for the side, of course, so this could be a yellow top left corner. No, he's just dumping the white. Matt he might not have the best potting ability at times, but he is very smart. Oh, wow. Saru certainly likes to get into them. Well, Debbie, I'm not sure about Dave, but I am not at the venue. You know me, I am remote at home. We are in two separate locations. So it's a bit of work to keep everything synced and keep the feed running somewhat smooth. We had a few hiccups early this morning, but we worked through it, and it's been relatively error-free since then. Well, Martin Kelly, that's because the player is spying their own balls, because the opposing player is in their seat keeping their score. And then they'll trade spots when the turn's over, and then the other person will keep their own score, keep their opponent's score, while the person at the table spots their own balls. And that's just to keep the flow of the match going and make sure the score is done correctly.
Jim White's coming to help out Matt Teixeira. was just looking for the extended spider, and maybe there is just those
Ooh,
suction cup extensions that go on that would help him, because
yeah.
the regular spider is looking a little difficult for Matt.
Good thing Matt has a little bit of height to his side. Oh, he's going to double up. Is he really going to put the long crown rest on top of the long spider? I know there's a ball over the hole, but this, I mean, yeah, it looks fairly simple. Oh, he is going right up. You know, you still got to watch out for the other reds. If I was Sarouche, it wouldn't hurt to have a ref come over. But Matt is a fairly honest player. But the point is, he's not able to see any kind of slight touch here. Wow. Yeah, good hit. Well played. My goodness.
Yeah, got every piece of tackle in the tackle box.
Yeah, Sarouche helping out here. I think Matt was looking around. He thought Jim was going to oversee the shot. Matt looked over at Sarouche and said, good pot. And he said, they both agreed it was. No foul. Then they looked for Jim, and he was gone. So, but that was okay. Oh, another good one. Now, can he get to a potting red? Now, if he can get to the right-hand red of that line of three. No, I don't think he can, or else he would be playing it.
And that cluster of 4, I just don't think the bottom left, he's got enough of the red ball to hit into the top right. Usually that'd be a shot to nothing, but with 7 reds on the left side of the table, if he is to falter, it's not going to be a shot to nothing. It's going to be a shot for something.
Absolutely.
For Sarouche. So, Matt just having a brief conversation with our 2 tournament directors, Presley Backus and Jim White. Just as you can kind of see on the top of your screen, just above the bulk area of our feature table here, you can see those 2 gentlemen working hard over there on the draw, making sure all the matches are going through, and when a table is ready, players are getting on.
And in our other match, Dave, Fern Loyer leads Gus Langlois 1-0. So they are in the second frame there.
So an all right collision with that pink for Sarouche. So it's going to be tough to hold for the black. Just on that acute angle.
All right, so if things go well for either table, and the players currently on play on 2 other tables being 31 and 26, I believe, then we could be done for the day soon, Dave, without a part 2. But even if we need a part 2 for a frame, folks, I will bring it to you.
It was looking promising for Sarouche, but he's gone in off. So Matt Sherry does have a long red on. Oh, great long red. It's got the black into the left middle. The angle he could take up. He's got a red by the green into that green pocket. It's just a little awkward queuing. As you can see, his bridge is amongst some reds, but he's able to stay quite still. Just a programming note, we will be starting again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 9:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So make sure your computer is up and running for that. It will be day 2 of this great championship. Some more round robin matches. And neither of these players really running away when they get a chance. Oh, Matt almost got a fortunate flick off that red. Oh, there's a pathway to this red. It looks like it is. It's very awkward queuing, going over the green. His bridge hand is kind of just in a peculiar position with the brown. Was dangerous. It could be a costly miss here for Sarouche. And Matt just waiting for the player on the adjacent table. A few spots where we can hit those snags. And Sarouche's going to be punished. He's on a very tricky red while he's queuing over that green, and Matt is in. So has to be mindful of the red, as you can see. Very obscure bridging. Well, this is the last of the relatively easier of the reds, but looks like an angle maybe Matt can just stun and be a little low on the pink. Yeah, off this black he can pop up. Or one of those three reds on the left side of the table. Oh, but he can't convert on the black. Little pressure possibly. Trying to develop things. So Matt Sherry breaks down on the 16 break, but still has an 11-point advantage.
Yeah, certainly an opportunity for Sarouche now to capitalize. He's got a pot onto the right corner, leading this match 1-0. This is their last match of the day, folks. Possibly our last match. We'll see how things work out. much there. Well, Matt's got one option here. Well, two options. Always the safety is always an option, Dave. But he does have a red to the top right corner. Oh, very close.
Gave it all the hope in Camelot, but wasn't successful. Just rattled and didn't drop. Yeah, it's been a wonderful day one here. I think we are going to probably get pretty close to finishing our day. It looks like Fern Loyer is up 46 to 43 against his opponent, Gus Lenglot. And Fern has the lead in that best of three match, 1-0. But they could go into the decider. This match could be Charouche 2-0, and we go back to our featured TV table. Well, Matt has given him an opportunity. Take this red into the right middle.
Yeah, Sarouche just going to tuck up behind the block here, keep the pressure on. Matt, 11 points to the good. Red is close to that green pocket, Dave, top right corner, so Matt's going to do well to get out of this and will not only make the hit, which is a challenge, but to get things safe. So I'm thinking he's going to need a bit of luck here.
Yeah, tough with those. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Almost potted it, Dave.
Yeah. I'm going to say those green and brown were kind of in a precarious position for the two cushion escape. He's unfortunately sold it out a little bit.
Yeah, pot's definitely on.
Yeah, not the easiest shot. Definitely playing a friendly at your local club on a regular Wednesday night is not too bad, but when you're into a championship like this is,
Oh, he's played that very nice. Good control. I don't know. The balls are sitting open, Dave. Matt could be in trouble here. If Sarouche can just hold himself together, only down by 6 at this point. Still one red remaining also. You know, this is where he's got to do a little bit of math. If he can get this red and blue or pink, he'd only need the blue. Black will also get him there.
it's got a nice angle on this black to get up for that yellow. It's not all the way on its spot, so it doesn't have to hit with a lot of pace.
Now this is going to work out nicely, I think, if it stops before the green or go past it. So as I said, with that black, he's now 2 in front, 4 balls away from victory.
Haven't seen Sarouche at all, but I am liking what I'm seeing from this youngster. Well, maybe not there.
Oh,
but
wait a minute, Dave. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I actually really like what I see from this youngster.
Yeah, he's not too bad. He has to use the rest on the green, but all he has to do is doesn't need to do anything with the white. Center ball, concentrate on the green, and he's going to have a good shot at the brown.
And this is our only match left on the TV table, so this is going to conclude our broadcast today, everybody. But do remember, come back and see us at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, day 2 of the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship, live at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario.
Yeah, I think. Well, I do see Joe Atia practicing on another table, but he's just hitting some balls. But yeah, this appears that this is going to be it, folks.
Oh, where's that cue ball headed?
It's going to be close, but he's okay. So, Sarouche. Oh, he's looking at the putting angle, but this is. You know, I kind of like him playing this thin off the right side of the blue, overcutting it to the left cushion. It'll go to the top, the bulk cushion, right back down the table. He actually went for the pot. He's going to need a bit of luck here. Oh, I think he's. No, I
It's
don't know.
close. It's real close. Yeah, Matt wincing just a little bit, taking a good long look at that. Can hit the blue, it just can he hit it
Yeah.
thick enough to cut it in?
Well, I think if Matt wins this frame, Dave, we are going to go to a decider. But we will definitely be in need of a part 2. Because we want to bring the conclusion of this match, of course, to our viewers. Well, that is
This
not
is
bad.
okay.
This is tough for Matt. I think he can hit it right on, but the cueing is absolutely horrible. He does have height on his side, but even for him, this is a bit of a stretch. Wow,
Yeah.
this is a blind shot.
That was awkward at most.
You know, I'm not sure why. I mean, his other option was just to come off the left side cushion, you know, at very slow pace and just touch up to the blue and try and buy himself some time. So Sarouche, one good putt away, and he's on the pink. So this should seal it, and this should be it for the day.
Yeah, I think handshakes are going to be happening pretty soon. Great focus.
And there it is. Your winner, Sarouche Sarunfar, will defeat Matt Toshieri 2-0. Sarouche putting the block here attempt.
Just making sure it's all there.
There it is. Well,
Great.
as we go
Well,
back to our main table, just have a look at the crowd. All play has finished today, Dave. What are your thoughts on the day before we say goodbye?
wow, what a opening day. Lots of twists, some edgy matches, some great snooker, some, as we like to call, sexy snooker sometimes, some good flowing matches on our TV table. There are still some matches obviously in play on day 1 here, but our TV cameras are not set up to capture that. Interesting that the high break so far is only 66 by Amar Sadiq. That should easily fall. I think will happen on day 2, probably, as I think everyone in the tournament has at least got one match in the bank, so they felt the atmosphere here at the corner bank. I think it's just going to be just as exciting. kudos to Jim White and Presley Backus, making the day run really smooth. We didn't see really a lot of matches that really got bogged down, so that's nice to see. Some good flow. Uh, I'm excited for tomorrow. I think it's going to be equally or even better than today.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
yeah, no one's really going to be knocked out, so we'll have to wait till moving day on Friday. But thanks everybody for tuning in wherever you found us, or well, you found us on OBSA YouTube page, wherever you are. I mean to say, it's been a long day. A lot of words have been spoken by Rob and I. I think we'll have to give our throats a rest so we can come back and deliver some great commentary to all you folks that tune in. So thank you very much.
Well, David, that's great. We will be back bright and early tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. sharp, folks. Remember to tune back in, like and subscribe here on the OBSA YouTube channel. For David Burney, I'm your host, Rob Richards, saying thank you so much for tuning in. Hope to see you all back here tomorrow morning. Have a wonderful rest of your evening.